A sudden mysterious virus swept across the globe, worsening geopolitical tensions until nuclear war seemed imminent. Under the shadow of mutual nuclear restraint, the entire world was like a human purgatory. In this devastated world, Zhang, who had long moved in military circles, relied on the equipment and gear at hand to survive. On an ordinary morning before the catastrophe fully unfolded, a childlike electronic voice suddenly chimed from the phone on Zhang Yi's bedside table, and a lively DJ rock ringtone burst into the quiet room. Hearing his custom ringtone, Zhang Yi, lying in bed, drowsily opened his eyes. He reached out, feeling around the bedside, and finally picked up his smartphone. Holding the phone in front of him, Zhang Yi half opened his eyes and slid his long index finger across the screen to answer the call. On the other end of the line, the courier politely explained that a special express package for Zhang Yi had arrived downstairs and needed his personal signature. When he understood that his express package had arrived, Zhang Yi pushed himself up with effort, rubbed his eyes, and agreed to go downstairs to collect it. After ending the call, Zhang Yi yawned, wiped his face with one hand to chase away the lingering drowsiness, then lifted the covers, slipped into his slippers, and walked to the bedroom door where his clothes were hanging. He threw on a jacket and a pair of casual trousers, and still rubbing his tousled hair, pushed open the bedroom door and stepped out. It was summer, so Zhang Yi did not spend much time putting on extra layers. After all, he was only going downstairs to pick up a package. In the living room, Zhang Yi opened the refrigerator and took out a can of ice-cold cola. He popped the tab, took a small sip, and felt the cool sweetness wake him up at once. After setting the cola on the coffee table, Zhang Yi remembered why he had gotten up, picked up the keys hanging by the door, and headed downstairs. Zhang Yi lived in an old residential compound left to him by his parents. Though the apartment was small, the location was excellent. There was no elevator in the stairwell, so thinking of the package awaiting him, he quickened his pace going downstairs. As he reached the entrance of his building, Zhang Yi saw not far ahead a three-wheeled electric freight cart bearing the logo of a well-known courier company. Because Zhang Yi often used this courier service, the delivery man responsible for his neighborhood recognized him immediately and walked over with the package as soon as he saw Zhang Yi coming downstairs. Smiling, the courier handed the package to Zhang Yi along with the delivery slip and a ballpoint pen, inviting him to sign as usual. After signing his name quickly and thanking the courier, Zhang Yi carried the package back home at a brisk pace. The package was quite heavy. Back inside, Zhang Yi first set the box down on the coffee table, then dropped onto the sofa. He opened a drawer, took out a pair of scissors, and swiftly cut open the packaging. Inside the package was a large black case. Zhang Yi had to apply considerable force to unlatch it. As the contents came into view, he took another sip of cola and studied the item with satisfaction, murmuring to himself that it had finally arrived and recalling the considerable sum he had paid. Nestled in the case was an access.𝓃 thermal fusion night vision device manufactured in the United States. The device itself cost over 100,000 yuan, but because it was purchased through a contact in Hong Kong and subject to restrictions and transport difficulties, the final price to Zhang Yi had risen to around 200,000. As a well-known enthusiast in the military gear community, who also helped domestic and foreign manufacturers promote and sell various military-style products, Zhang Yi had the means to afford such a purchase. The access.𝓃 thermal fusion night vision device was a particularly special piece of equipment, as its name implied. It combined traditional night vision capability with thermal imaging in one unit. Moreover, it was standard equipment for the U.S. military, and very few units had found their way onto the civilian market. When he learned that such a night vision unit was available, Zhang Yi, a prominent figure in the military gear scene, immediately decided to pay the extra cost and asked his contact in Hong Kong to handle the purchase and transfer. After placing the access.𝓃 thermal fusion night vision device on the coffee table, Zhang Yi continued to explore the contents of the box. Inside the box, aside from the night vision unit itself, were a Norodos-produced mounting bracket for attaching it to a helmet mount base, and a battery pack. 3 matching accessories. As a devoted field user in the tactical community, Zhang Yi naturally kept a comprehensive collection of tactical equipment at home. Eager to test the new device's performance, Zhang Yi decided to bring out a helmet for a trial run and jogged into the inner room where he stored his gear. For any enthusiast of tactical play, Zhang Yi's inner room was a dream sanctuary. Military-style gear filled every corner. On the walls hung more than a dozen replica launchers from brands like LDT, Jiming, and Hubili. Though they were not real firearms, nearly all the other gear in the room was genuine tactical. Standing before the wardrobe filled almost to bursting with equipment, Zhang Yi hesitated. There were simply too many options, and choosing was difficult. From the wardrobe filled with tactical vests and combat outfits, he finally selected an ACH ballistic helmet originally used by the U.S. military. He patted the helmet's thick crown, remembering it fondly. This was the first genuine helmet he had bought after getting into the hobby, and unlike inexpensive local replicas, this original ACH had cost him nearly $500 at the time. Cradling the ACH helmet, Zhang Yi returned to the living room ready for his favorite part, The installation process. Coincidentally, the last night vision device he had installed on this helmet had also been a monocular unit, a PVS-14 originally used by the U.S. military. The installation itself was not complicated. First, Zhang Yi attached the access.𝓃 night vision unit to its mounting bracket, discovering in the process that the bracket carried power contacts. After completing this step, he connected the mounted night vision unit directly to the helmet base. With that, the installation was nearly finished. Next, he fixed the base onto the ACH helmet itself, clipping it to the helmet's rim and tightening it with matching screws. Then he routed the cable running from the base through the inside of the helmet to the back, where it clipped onto the battery pack mount. After clipping the mount onto the rear rim and tightening the side screws, he finally attached the battery pack itself. The entire installation took Zhang Yi less than 2 minutes, largely because his contact in Hong Kong had already collected instructional videos for him before the device arrived. The device was not difficult to operate, and after watching the videos he was even more familiar with it. Once the access.𝓃 thermal fusion night vision device was securely mounted on the ACH helmet, Zhang Yi opened the battery pack, inserted 4 AA batteries, and prepared. Putting on the helmet, Zhang Yi lowered the night vision unit into position. He first rotated the objective lens control to switch the device on. Although it was daytime and the lens cap was in place, he knew it could still be tested safely. The lens cap of the access.𝓃 was not fully opaque. A small aperture in its center allowed limited light through increasing depth of field while reducing incoming light, so that daytime operation remained safe. Zhang Yi deliberately went to the dimly lit bathroom to test the night vision mode and found that it worked perfectly. Next, he adjusted the eyepiece at the front of the device to activate the thermal imaging mode. As the thermal view appeared, the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth lifted in delight. Under thermal imaging, the heat traces he had left throughout the room stood out in sharp relief. Areas where he had just walked glowed with clear footprint-shaped patches of warmth on them. It was worthy of its status as a standard U.S. military night vision device. The performance of the access.𝓃 earned a satisfied nod from Zhang Yi. After finishing the basic tests, he powered the unit down, raised it back into its stowed position, and returned to the living room sofa. Taking off the helmet, he looked at the night vision device mounted on it and ran his hand over the cool housing, remarking with a smile that the money had been well spent. Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Yi went back to the bedroom and picked up his phone from beside the bed. Now fully awake, he decided to check whether any new messages had come for him. As soon as he unlocked the screen, a push notification popped up: news of a mysterious infectious virus in a distant country, with officials warning it might bring humanity closer to destruction. Zhang Yi glanced at it only briefly and swiped it away, guessing the rest of the article would rely on sensational headlines to attract attention. It was already 2023, talk of the end of the world felt terribly cliched to him. He opened his QQ app, and at once a single unread message appeared. Seeing who had sent it, Zhang Yi tapped it right away. The message was from Xinjiang. She reminded him not to forget the afternoon anime convention. She mentioned that last time he had missed her cosplay of the M4A1 princess, and that today she would be appearing as HK416 Chan. If he did not come, the photographers would have the advantage. After finishing the message, Zhang Yi slapped his forehead. He had nearly forgotten. That afternoon, an anime convention would be held at the city sports arena, and he had promised her he would definitely attend and show his support. Besides his involvement in the military gear community, Zhang Yi freely admitted that he was a devoted fan of anime and games. The girl would be cosplaying the little monster, HK416 Chan, his second favorite character after the M4A1 princess. If he missed her performance again, he felt he truly would have nowhere to cry. In addition, as a content creator, he had not uploaded any new work to his video channel for several days. He had originally considered making a simple review video about the access.𝓃 thermal fusion night vision device, but then realized that filming cosplay at the convention would likely attract a much larger audience than a dry gear introduction. Since it was an anime convention and he was known as a leading figure in the local military gear circle, Zhang Yi felt he needed to dress appropriately. Otherwise, he might embarrass his community. Almost immediately, another problem arose with so many complete outfits, based on units like SEL's Delta Alpha SES and Sulu. He was unsure which set to choose. Scratching his head in distress, Zhang Yi suddenly noticed the ACH helmet on the coffee table. He decided not to appear as a special operations unit this time. Since the thermal fusion night vision device had just arrived, he would go to the convention dressed as a U.S. soldier. The convention would open at noon, and there were only about 2 hours left. He needed to hurry. Determined to act, Zhang Yi quickly grabbed something from the refrigerator, ate a simple breakfast, stretched his body, and then began gathering his equipment. Back in the gear room, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and set to work. Fortunately, he had a habit: once he completed an outfit, he would buy a mannequin and dress it with the entire set. Lining up more than a dozen fully equipped mannequins gave him a strong sense of accomplishment. This good habit now made things easier for him. He went straight to the mannequin dressed in an 𝓃 Gen 3 combat vest as a U.S. soldier. That figure had been standing under the weight of its heavy gear for nearly a year since he finished assembling the outfit. After removing the entire set of gear, Zhang Yi dragged it into the living room. The equipment filled an entire area of the floor, though he still handled each piece with care as he laid it. He was especially cautious with certain items, such as the genuine ANPRC 152 personal radio nestled in a communications pouch on the vest. He would be heartbroken if anything happened to it. Nylon gear like this was truly expensive. To complete a full U.S. military-inspired outfit and assemble his first all-genuine set, including communications gear, Zhang Yi had spent at least the equivalent of a mid-range car. Once everything was in order, Zhang Yi returned to the gear room to retrieve the centerpiece of his outfit for the day, a Jinming brand M4A1 launcher, which he had heavily modified. He had replaced the launcher's exterior shell, mounted a genuine U.S. �13 4-power scope on top, and added an original laser designator similar to a PQ-15. The cost of these modifications alone could have bought hundreds of unmodified launchers. This elaborate customization was part of his fictional hobby world. In reality, one should always exercise caution and follow the law when modifying training devices. Once all the gear was ready, Zhang Yi went to the door to find the keys to his Hummer H2. He then carried the equipment down in batches and loaded it into the SUV's rear compartment. After carrying out his recording equipment as well, Zhang Yi stepped outside into the warm sunshine, stretched comfortably, and then got into the SUV, started the engine, and set off with the navigation guiding him toward the city sports arena and its rare anime convention. As the Hummer merged onto the highway, Zhang Yi noticed, perhaps it was only his imagination, that there were far more police cars and ambulances on the road than usual. The International Medical Committee has officially named the infectious virus spreading rapidly within Curry Nation as the Z virus. With the current mortality rate among infected cases there reaching 95%, the Biochemical Epidemic Prevention Department of Mi Nation has classified it as a level 4 pathogen. Driving along the expressway toward the ancient capital's sports stadium, Zhang Yi hummed a tune under his breath while listening to the latest international news on the car radio. However, when he heard that yet another level 4 virus had emerged, Zhang Yi's interest was piqued a little. He knew little about medicine, yet the term level 4 virus was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Viruses of that class carried the highest mortality rates. Precisely because of this, Zhang Yi was not particularly worried. As a university graduate and a reasonably well-informed young intellectual, Zhang Yi understood at least one basic principle. In medicine, a high mortality rate usually meant poor transmissibility. Since this level 4 virus had appeared in Curry Nation, and he himself lived in Tu Nation, he felt it had little to do with his daily life. If it had been a respiratory virus, Zhang Yi might have been more concerned. After all, such pathogens spread easily, and often had long incubation periods, which made them truly dangerous. Viruses in other countries with high lethality were to him merely new highly fatal pathogens appearing somewhere far away. As long as they did not affect his own life, he saw no reason to change anything he would eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, and simply continue living as usual. The radio did not delve further into the story. After a brief summary, the program switched to reports about meetings between foreign national leaders. As Zhang Yi's Hummer approached the last major crossroads before the ancient capital's sports stadium, a sudden red light flared ahead, forcing the vehicle to a halt. Just then, a scene unfolding on the road ahead made Zhang Yi raise his eyebrows. On the opposite lane, 4 saber-toothed tiger armored vehicles belonging to the special police led the way. Behind them followed more than 10 police sedans, and at the tail of the convoy a long line of armed police trucks formed a dragon-like column. Under Zhang Yi's gaze from within the Hummer, the convoy thundered past. Is it a military drill or a training exercise? Watching the impressive procession of military and police vehicles pass through the junction, Zhang Yi felt puzzled. Still, I've never seen this many police cars opening the route for a routine military training exercise. This was no time to dwell on questions. As the traffic light turned green again, Zhang Yi started the vehicle and quickly drove off toward the ancient capital sports stadium. After parking by the roadside, Zhang Yi shouldered a large backpack nearly as tall as himself and walked onto the pedestrian street in front of the stadium. It was only 10 in the morning. Although there was still an hour before the convention officially opened, the crowd already queuing had packed the entire street from end to end. At the street corner, a dozen local police officers in reflective vests were straining to maintain order with handheld loudspeakers. Seeing the long snake-like line of people, Zhang Yi clicked his tongue in astonishment. The number of attendees had to be in the tens of thousands. The scale of this ancient capital convention was truly impressive. Yet seeing the queue stretching all the way to the end of the street, Zhang Yi felt no worry at all. Unhurried, Zhang Yi walked along the side of the queue with his backpack. When he neared the entrance, he reached into his pocket and drew out an SVIP gold card for the convention. Glancing at the long lines behind him, the corners of his mouth curved upward. Sometimes having a few special connections really pays off. He quickly reached the stadium entrance. Under a plastic canopy at the registration area, several convention staff members were resting in the shade, and beside them the queue of attendees waited patiently. Zhang Yi stepped up to the registration desk. Noticing the slightly puzzled look in the bespectacled young staff member's eyes, he reached out and handed over his gold convention card. The moment the young man saw the gold card, he immediately understood. Smiling, he accepted the card and swiped it through the nearby verification device. Zhang Yi's registration information immediately appeared on the computer screen. After confirming that the details matched the person in front of him, the young man returned the card with a friendly smile. Mr. Zhang Yi, please keep your card with you. You may enter early through the VIP passage over here. Taking back the gold card, Zhang Yi exchanged a brief smile with the young man in glasses. Then, guided by the staff, he walked through the VIP passage and entered the ancient capital sports stadium. Offered excellent facilities. As soon as he stepped into the hall, cool air from the ventilation system greeted him, which was likely one of the reasons the organizers had chosen this venue. By now, the various booths of the convention had already been fully assembled. Yet since it was not yet opening time, the vast hall still felt a little empty. Zhang Yi slipped the gold card back into his pocket. The special treatment he had just received at the entrance had allowed him to show off in front of the crowds waiting outside, and having completed that little bit of pretense, he now felt unexpectedly refreshed. Thinking of the person who had helped him obtain the card, someone who was also in the hall today, Zhang Yi's spirits lifted. He glanced around searching for a familiar figure, but found no trace, and murmured to himself, could she really not have arrived yet? That would fit her style rather well. With nothing pressing to do for the moment, Zhang Yi decided simply to head to the nearby restroom with his large backpack and get his cosplay outfit on first. Just as Zhang Yi reached the entrance to the men's restroom, a meticulously dressed 𝓃 cosplayer stepped out, right hand holding a long staff weapon, walking straight past him. Whoa, that's... Zhang Yi, catching sight of the 𝓃 cosplay passing close by, blurted out in reflex. Yet that was not what truly caught his attention. The cosplayer clearly looked like a young woman, but Zhang Yi checked the sign on the men's restroom again, confirming it was correct, then turned to glance once more at the departing figure, his expression baffled. Impressive. Crossplay can be truly astonishing. It took Zhang Yi nearly 5 minutes to put on his entire outfit. When the stall door finally swung open, a figure dressed as a Ming Nation soldier carrying an M4A1 water ball launcher stepped out into a men's restroom in Two Nations' ancient capital sports stadium. The sight was so unusual that it defied ordinary imagination. With time to spare and the hall still relatively empty, Zhang Yi took advantage of the quiet to wander around in full gear, familiarizing himself with the areas where he would be moving once the convention officially began. He vaguely recalled that the girl who had helped him with the card had mentioned reserving a booth at the convention herself. At the time, he had not asked for the details, and now he could only wait until he ran into her to see for himself. As opening time drew near, more people with gold cards like his began entering the venue ahead of the main crowd. From what Zhang Yi could see, most were major content creators from platforms such as Stockpile or Show, and each with hundreds of thousands of followers. Unlike Zhang Yi's card, which the girl had purchased through her connections, and at considerable cost, these creators had been given theirs directly by the convention organizers, who welcomed them as natural sources of traffic and promotion. Wearing the full set of Ming Nation gear was exhausting. In the vast convention hall, Zhang Yi soon felt strain setting in, not because he lacked physical fitness, but because the equipment itself was genuinely heavy. First, there was the 𝓃 body armor he wore. In order to stay true to the original Zhang, he had chosen not to use lightweight padding, instead inserting 2 national-grade level 6 ballistic plates in the front and back. On the armor, 3 magazine pouches each held an M4A1 waterball launcher magazine equipped with quick-draw covers. In the radio pouch, he carried an original AMPRC-152 soldier's radio. On his head, he wore an ACH ballistic helmet fitted with an AMPSQ-20 fusion night vision device. Around his waist, a mask pouch carried an M50 protective mask and 2 sealed military-grade filter canisters. Adding to this, he carried a metal-modified Jinming M4A1 waterball launcher that was itself quite heavy. Altogether, every piece of his outfit contributed real weight, and combined with the size of the hall, it felt like a full-weighted training exercise. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was opening hour. The hall doors swung wide to welcome the tens of thousands of devoted fans who had been waiting in line outside. Only a short time ago, the hall had felt quiet and almost deserted. Now, with the doors open, a roar of human voices rose up, and the space quickly became packed and bustling. Threading his way through the dense flow of people, Zhang Yi finally chose a booth with relatively fewer visitors and stopped there to rest. The booth was still empty. Clearly, its cosplayer had yet to arrive. The enormous hall had become noisy with the influx of people. With attendance numbering in the tens of thousands, the surroundings grew lively and crowded as more and more visitors poured in. Just as Zhang Yi took out his phone intending to send a message, a pleasant fragrance drifted over from behind him. A moment later, a pair of slender hands covered his eyes, and a clear female voice said, "Guess who I am?" To make the challenge harder, the girl behind him deliberately lowered her voice as she spoke. Faced with her question, Zhang Yi chuckled, set his phone down slightly, and answered, my guess is that you must be the gentle, lovely, intelligent, and sweet Miss Mu Xinchuan. Then he turned around. Seeing the girl's appearance, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Tisk Xinshan, your cosplay skills are absolutely first-rate. If not for the voice, I might have thought 416 Hong Kong dollars herself was standing behind me. Smooth talker. Dressed as the tactical humanoid, 416 Hong Kong dollars. Mu Xinchuan's eyes turned into delighted crescents at his compliment, though her words still held a teasing edge as she replied to Zhang Yi. At first, Zhang Yi's attention had been entirely captured by Mu Xinchuan's almost perfectly accurate 416 Hong Kong dollars cosplay. Once he recovered from that, he realized she was standing within the very booth that had been empty earlier. So this booth is yours, Zhang Yi said to the cosplayer before him. I was just wondering why I hadn't seen its owner earlier. That's right. This booth is my base of operations for the convention, she replied. She drew herself up proudly. HK 416's chest rig faithfully reproduced across her torso, and said booths at this convention aren't cheap. Even this small patch of space costs 7,000 a day. Speaking of the fee, Mu Xinchuan visibly bristled. She pouted slightly and complained to Zhang Yi, humph, I may not be short of money, but this price is still a bit out. Ha, 7,000. Are you actually selling anything from this booth, milady? Zhang Yi asked, half amused and half helpless. Mu Xinchuan answered with mild confusion, selling things. Why would I do that? I'm not exactly short of money. I booked the booth purely for cosplay. Her words fit her circumstances perfectly. After all, Mu Xinchuan's father Mu Zhengxiong was chairman of the largest pharmaceutical company in Two Nations' ancient capital, so money was not something she lacked. Speaking of which, you actually went all out with a full Mi Nation soldier look today. Not bad at all. Pretty cool, Mu Xinchuan said, casting an appreciative eye over Zhang Yi's fully equipped outfit. She carefully reached up and lowered the ANPSQ-20 fusion night vision device mounted on his helmet, saying with some surprise, this looks like the Mi military's fusion night vision unit. You managed to get one so quickly. Zhang Yi stroked the lowered night vision device, his expression clearly pained, as he replied, yes, I managed to get it, but the cost was heavy, almost enough to trade for it. Watching Zhang Yi's somewhat pained expression, Mu Xinchuan replied with a smile, Tisk, this young lady wanted to support you before, but you refused. Now you see the hardships of the world, don't you? For a moment, Zhang Yi felt the urge to strangle his past self for rejecting Mu Xinchuan's offer. Such a top-tier heiress had voluntarily proposed to take care of him, and he had turned it down. Oh, what are you standing outside for? Brother Zhang Yi is a rare guest. Come into my booth. Before Zhang Yi could dwell on his thoughts, the woman before him suddenly reached out and pulled him inside the booth. Mu Xinchuan then picked up an LDTHK 416 AA5 water bullet launcher placed in the corner of the booth, spun it around in front of Zhang Yi, and said with a sweet smile, how about it, HK 416 Chan, isn't this your second wife? Zhang Yi nodded solemnly and gave a thumbs up, saying, very accurate. Acknowledged by the commander. So quickly form a contract of oath with me and marry me. Zhang Yi's words caused Mu Xinchuan to blush deeply. Her left hand nervously smoothed the silver wig on her head, while her eyes adorned with green contact lenses gazed at Zhang Yi with a watery look. She lightly punched his chest with her right fist and said, how annoying, there are so many people here. Indeed, Mu Xinchuan's cosplay of 416 Hong Kong dollars was exceptionally detailed, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. Many photographers with cameras requested to take pictures of Mu Xinchuan inside the booth. Glancing at the stunned crowd, Zhang Yi, dressed as an American soldier, consciously stepped aside to give Mu Xinchuan some space. After the photographers finished taking photos and left, Mu Xinchuan finally had a moment to herself. She leaned against Zhang Yi as if no one else was around and said, brother Zhang Yi, I specially wore this cosplay for you today. Then she whispered in his ear seductively, don't you have anything to say? To this, Zhang Yi really couldn't handle it and quickly waved his hand, saying, all right, miss, don't mess with me. Your dad warned me before. If I do anything improper, he'll send his men to take my hands and feet. But Mu Xinchuan, instead of backing off, became bolder, saying, isn't that better? Then he'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Mu Xinchuan's gaze was unwavering, clearly not joking. Zhang Yi sighed and said, miss, let's talk after you graduate from college. That's the ultimatum your dad gave me. He almost didn't let me see you. Seeing Zhang Yi's reluctance, Mu Xinchuan put her hands on her hips and said, relax, you're my lifesaver. What he said was just to scare you. Don't I know him? He's all bark and no bite. Besides, our whole family thinks highly of you privately. The beautiful woman before him owed her life to Zhang Yi's desperate rescue. He didn't hesitate when he saw the thugs kidnap Mu Xinchuan into a car. He drew his tactical pen and took on 4 opponents alone. After sustaining 2 knife wounds on his hands and legs and a fatal one on his chest, he managed to rescue her unharmed, while landing himself in the ICU. Later, Zhang Yi's ability to secure endorsements from domestic and international tactical equipment brands was inseparable from the behind-the-scenes maneuvers of Mu Xinchuan's father. The tens of thousands spent on the ICU and hospital stay were all footed by the Mu family. After his discharge, Mu Jingxiong had intended to recruit Zhang Yi into his medical company with a high salary, a golden opportunity for a fresh graduate like Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi ultimately chose to have Mu Jingxiong network for him to collaborate with tactical gear manufacturers both domestically and abroad. This allowed him to save on equipment costs while earning a decent income from promotional fees. Seeming to sense Zhang Yi's thoughts, Mu Xinchuan approached him, reached out, and gently touched his chest a few inches from his heart, saying softly, "The knife you took from me with your life. This young lady will never forget it." All right, why are we getting so sentimental? It's been almost 2 years. Your dad fed me so many tonics in the hospital that I almost bled out. I still have trauma from that. Then Zhang Yi quickly flexed his body, patted his chest, and said, "I'm perfectly fit now. I've already got 4-pack abs. Solid as a rock." But Mu Xingxuan's eyes sparkled with hearts at his words. She reached out to touch his abs, exclaiming excitedly, "Abs. Oh my God, let me see." Zhang Yi grabbed her head and said helplessly, "Stop it. If you keep messing around, I won't come next time." Hearing his threat, Mu Xinchuan immediately behaved, but said in a bratty tone, "Tisk stingy. Not letting me see. Did you build those abs secretly by taking protein powder?" Unbearable, Zhang Yi pulled Mu Xinchuan to a secluded corner, pressed both hands against the wall, trapping her, and stared into her green-tinted eyes, saying, "Don't play with fire." Zhang Yi's action froze Mu Xinchuan in place. Her heart pounded wildly, her face flushed crimson, and her mind went blank. She couldn't utter a single word. After this small punishment, Mu Xinchuan finally settled down. Though she still clung to Zhang Yi, her antics were noticeably restrained. The atmosphere of this comic convention was quite pleasant. With Zhang Yi's arrival, Mu Xinchuan lost interest in guarding her 700 yuan booth and chose to accompany. At the same time, she grew unusually vigilant towards any particularly attractive female cosplayers they encountered, using _416's own words to shut down Zhang Yi's protests. "The commander only needs me." Halfway through their walk, Mu Xinchuan picked up her phone, now dead, and said, "By the way, Zhang Yi, there's something strange. My dad seemed to have something urgent today and left early in the morning. Then around 8 he sent me a dozen messages telling me not to go out, but didn't say why." "Then why did you still come?" Zhang Yi retorted. Mu Xinchuan replied sheepishly, "Well, you promised to come to the con with me. If I missed it, I'd regret it forever. Besides, we live in a society ruled by law. What big problem could there be?" To this, Zhang Yi gave her a flick on the forehead. As she yelped in pain, he said, "Masked thugs might kidnap a beautiful girl like you off the street. By disobeying your dad like this, do you know all the hate will fall on me?" Although Zhang Yi's flick was gentle, Mu Xinchuan blushed and scolded coquettishly, "Ouch, that hurts. Hitting your future wife. Are you?" Zhang Yi sighed helplessly and said, "Why don't you call your dad back? On the way here, I saw an unusual number of police cars and ambulances on the road. The atmosphere felt really off. I've had a bad feeling all day." Zhang Yi's expression was serious, and Mu Xinchuan was clearly intimidated. Coming to her senses, she took out her phone, but froze, saying, "I was watching 416 Hong Kong dollars makeup tutorials all last night. My phone was on the whole time, and the battery died before I left. No wonder you might get kidnapped off the street. You're way too careless." Zhang Yi was about to flick her again, but seeing her flinch and cover her forehead, he smiled slightly, pulled out his phone, and said, "Use mine." Taking Zhang Yi's phone like it was a treasure, Mu Xinchuan quickly dialed her father, Mu Jingxiong. But the call went unanswered and hung up automatically, making her pout and say, "My dad isn't answering." Zhang Yi stroked her smooth silver wig, as if making a decision, and said, "All right, I've seen your cosplay. Let me take you home first so nothing happens." Zhang Yi had already collected enough video footage from the convention and planned to go back to edit it for Bilibili. Taking her home would be on the way. "No, I finally got out. Let me hang out a bit more." As Mu Xinchuan was playfully pleading, a scream erupted and chaos broke out not far away in the venue. "Murder!" A terrified voice rang out from a distance, and the crowd ahead started scattering in panic. Seeing the oncoming mob, sensing danger, Zhang Yi immediately embraced Mu Xinchuan and shielded her by a nearby booth. Many booth owners poked their heads out to see the commotion. Zhang Yi stopped a fleeing young man in glasses and asked, "Buddy, what's happening up ahead? Why is everyone running?" The young man gasped for air and said grimly, "Holy crap, it's terrifying. There's a madman biting people back there. He bit the neck of a female cosplayer." Before Zhang Yi could ask more, the young man quickly bolted away. Behind him, Mu Xinchuan grabbed Zhang Yi's sleeve fearfully and stammered, "Eh." But suddenly they both witnessed a thin, fleeing man being tackled by a female cosplayer with half her neck torn off. Ignoring his pleas, she sank her teeth into his throat. The brutal attack and spurting blood escalated the chaos. The moment Zhang Yi saw blood spurt from the young man's neck, he quickly covered Mu Xingxuan's eyes and said, "Don't look. Something's wrong. We need to leave now." But suddenly Mu Xinchuan tugged hard at his clothes. When Zhang Yi turned, he saw the booth owner behind them lying on the ground. The owner was foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently. After a few moments, he stopped moving completely. Zhang Yi bravely checked his breath, dead without a doubt. The scene was utter pandemonium. Madmen suddenly appeared, countless people collapsed and died for no reason, and victims were bitten to death by the crazed. Everything happened in less than 3 minutes. The once lively convention instantly turned into a bloodbath. The horrific violence and stench of blood assaulted everyone's senses. As countless people rushed toward the exits, a massive stampede erupted. Zhang Yi surveyed the chaotic surroundings, frowned, and after a moment's thought took Mu Xingxuan's hand and said, "Hold tight and follow me." The venue was teeming with people. Zhang Yi cast a glance at the main exit, now thoroughly blocked by the panicked crowd fleeing in chaos. It was evidently impossible to leave through the main gate. However, the vicinity of the emergency exit path remained relatively uncrowded. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi confirmed his direction of advance. Holding Mu Xingxuan's hand, they navigated with difficulty through the throngs rushing toward the main gate, passing numerous exhibition booths along the way. The vast venue housed hundreds of booths which had seemed lively just moments ago. Yet in the midst of the chaos, these densely packed structures became obstacles blocking the path of the two individuals trapped at the center of the exhibition hall. After passing through dozens of various booths, the pair, moving swiftly, were suddenly forced to halt. Not far ahead, the green sign of the emergency exit caught Zhang Yi's eye. But at the same time, a young girl dressed in a Lolita outfit adorned like a porcelain doll. The girl's makeup was exquisitely done, her skin fair, and her figure slim, with delicate legs clad in white stockings. Under normal circumstances, such a beautiful girl blocking Zhang Yi's path would have delighted him. But now, as he gazed into her dilated pupils and noticed the shreds of flesh and blood clinging to the corners of her mouth, cold sweat began to trickle down Zhang Yi's forehead. Zhang Yi shifted his gaze to the ground beside the girl, not to admire her white stockings or the white high heels she wore. Instead, he saw the photographer lying at her feet, a young man with glasses, half his face gnawed away, a camera hanging from his neck, clearly and irrevocably dead. The girl's eyes locked onto the pair before her. Instantly, she opened her mouth wide, truly a blood-filled maw, and raised her slender, pale hands, lunging fiercely at them. However, as a zombie, she had apparently forgotten the body lying at her feet. Wearing high heels, she stumbled over the photographer as she tried to sprint, crashing heavily to the ground. When the girl lifted her head again, her once passable face was utterly ruined. After the violent fall, her entire face was disfigured, her nose was crushed to one side, her 2 front teeth had been knocked out, and blood streamed down her face. At this moment, the disfigured girl's appearance fully matched the stereotypical zombie, bloody, grotesque, and horrifying. Damn it! The entire incident unfolded in an instant. Reacting to the zombie girl struggling to rise from the ground, Zhang Yi let out a curse. Behind him, Mu Xingxuan, clearly facing such a situation for the first time, instinctively covered her mouth with her right hand. Without waiting for the zombie girl to stand, Zhang Yi, still holding Mu Xingxuan's hand, quickly skirted around both the struggling undead girl and the photographer's corpse. They sprinted forward. The emergency exit was not far off, but a crowd had already gathered there. Clearly, Zhang Yi was not the only one with that idea. "I swear." A young man wearing a Rick and Morty vape mask cursed loudly at the group blocking the emergency exit. "This exit is small enough already. Stop pushing, you morons." Indeed, as the vape-wielding youth had said, due to the sudden violent incident, the panicked crowd had all surged toward the emergency exit. Though fewer people were there than at the main gate, dozens of people scrambling to get out only clogged the already narrow passage. Seeing the crowd blocking the emergency exit, Zhang Yi wished his water bead launcher were a real weapon, so he could gun down those idiots in the way. Suddenly, a roar came from behind, followed by a startled cry from Mu Xingxuan. Zhang Yi turned around to find the zombie girl from earlier had chased after them, her hands covered in blood. She seemed fixated on the pair, roaring as she charged toward Mu Xingxuan, who was closest. Before Zhang Yi could react, Mu Xingxuan suddenly crouched down. Swiftly, she pulled out an 11 from her bag. 1V battery, which she connected to the 𝂃 416A5 launcher. Then from the same bag, she retrieved a high-speed loader filled with hardened soaked water beads. She ejected the magazine, opened its cap, pressed the loader's motor button, loaded the beads, and inserted the magazine into the launcher, all in one fluid motion. Following this, under Zhang Yi's astonished gaze, Mu Xingxuan raised the launcher and unleashed a burst of fire at the charging zombie girl. Powered by the built-in 1V battery and metal gears, within seconds hundreds of specialized water beads shot toward the zombie girl like a cannon. The myth of a water bead launcher taking down zombies, something that had only existed in online forums, was now unfolding right before Zhang Yi's eyes. "Holy crap, kid. You actually brought a battery and loaded ammo." Just as Zhang Yi was marveling at the launcher's battery and full magazine in Mu Xingxuan's, the next moment the running zombie girl, still in high heels, seemed to trip over some obstacle and crash to the ground again. Watching the fallen zombie girl, Mu Xingxuan turned to the stunned Zhang Yi, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. "The battery and ammo were just loaded. I was planning to use them after the convention." "Brother Zhang Yi, what did you say?" After witnessing Mu Xingxuan's brilliant move, Zhang Yi wisely kept his mouth shut. At a time like this, there was no need to question why the girl's launcher had a battery and full magazine. Mu Xingxuan was clever. Water beads couldn't kill zombies. These creatures, like in movies, wouldn't die unless hit in a vital spot, and they felt no pain. But the zombie girl's high heels gave Mu Xingxuan an idea. She did something simple. She fired all the water beads onto the path ahead of the charging zombie. Running at high speed, the girl's high heels stepped on the extremely resilient beads, causing her to trip. While watching the zombie girl fall again, this time even more severely injured Zhang, he had to admire her. He patted Mu Xingxuan's head and said, "Nice shot. Looks like your shooting training paid off." Suddenly Zhang Yi pushed Mu Xingxuan aside, raised his M4A1 launcher, and swung it forward with all his strength. The SF-56BF metal flash hider attached to the front of the launcher thrust straight toward the charging zombie girl's face. With Zhang Yi's powerful thrust, the metal flash hider instantly pierced the zombie girl's left eye. The force drove the rifle deep into her eye socket. As he yanked the weapon back, blood spurted out. The girl, struck by this fatal blow, collapsed backward, her small body lifeless. Indeed, Zhang Yi had used a standard rifle bayonet thrust technique. Though nearly useless on modern battlefields, it had successfully taken down a zombie. Your marksmanship is decent, but I bet your instructor told you never to let your guard down in a real fight, especially never to turn your back to the enemy. After finishing off the zombie girl, Zhang Yi flicked the blood off the flash hider and scolded Mu Xingxuan. Watching the now-dead zombie girl, Mu Xingxuan gave an awkward smile. He won't happen again. Glancing back at the emergency exit, they realized that while they had dealt with the zombie, the dozens of people blocking the exit had mostly dispersed. Of course, the chaos at the center of the venue continued. More and more clever individuals chose to abandon the main gate and flee through the emergency exit. Zombies had already noticed the movement and began rushing toward the emergency exit. Around them, fleeing survivors were being tackled and bitten, the situation growing dire. Seeing this, Zhang Yi quickly grabbed Mu Xingxuan's hand and led her out of the 𝓃 City Gymnasium through the emergency exit. Outside, the streets were filled with panicked people streaming out of the gymnasium. Taxi drivers waiting by the curb watched as endless crowds poured out, then swarmed into their cabs. Hearing the passengers list off addresses, the drivers grinned. This was a big payday. The road was still orderly at this point. Zhang Yi and Mu Xingxuan, having escaped the hellish scene, took deep breaths of fresh air, trying to calm their racing hearts after the series of bloody events inside. Still shaken, Zhang Yi glanced back at the emergency exit where people were still streaming out. He swallowed hard and asked Mu Xingxuan, "Where did you park your car?" Mu Xingxuan waved her hand dismissively. "My BMW M8 is in the underground garage, with the situation inside." "Forget it, I'm not going back for that piece of junk. Let's take your Hummer." Zhang Yi nodded. Indeed, the gymnasium was in chaos and the underground garage was likely no better. Better to play it safe and abandon the car. After all, this heiress had plenty of money and wouldn't miss a measly 200 BMW. Even outside with the chaotic crowd around them, Zhang Yi remained vigilant. He held Mu Xingxuan's hand tightly, guiding her across the street to the parking spot where his Hummer was parked. Unlocking the car with the key, Zhang Yi got into the driver's seat. Mu Xingxuan entered from the passenger side. After closing and locking the doors, Zhang Yi inserted the key, started the engine, all in one smooth motion. As the Hummer pulled onto the road, Zhang Yi kept his eyes on the traffic ahead while handing his phone to Mu Xingxuan. "Keep trying to call your dad. He'll drive you home now." Seated in the passenger seat, Mu Xingxuan obediently took the phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and found Mu Xingxiang's number in the contacts, dialing again. The road situation was not optimistic. As the fleeing crowd grew, so did the number of vehicles. At the same time, on the opposite lane, a long line of SWAT armored vehicles, lights flashing and sirens blaring, roared toward the direction of the 𝓃 City Gymnasium. Driving along the road, Zhang Yi constantly monitored the surroundings. Since the zombie outbreak had occurred at the 𝓃 City Gymnasium, following the logic of movies and novels, this was surely not a small-scale incident, but a widespread virus outbreak. Virus. As if struck by a thought, Zhang Yi tensed up. He reached for the gas mask pouch hanging from his waist belt and pulled out an M50 gas mask. Mu Xingxuan, who was on the phone, watched Zhang Yi's actions with curiosity. When the Hummer stopped at a red light, Zhang Yi put on the M50 gas mask and from its packaging retrieved 2 unopened military filter canisters, which he attached to the mask. After putting on the mask, Zhang Yi turned to Mu Xingxuan, who was holding the phone, with a puzzled expression. Realizing she didn't have a mask, he quickly got out of the car during the red light, opened the trunk, retrieved a small box, and returned to the driver's seat. Opening the box, Zhang Yi took out a British military GSR gas mask along with a sealed bag of teardrop-shaped military white label filter canisters. He handed them to Mu Xingxuan in the passenger seat. "Kid, we don't yet know how this terrifying zombie virus spreads. Put it on just in case." Mu Xingxuan nodded, took the GSR mask, set aside the still unanswered phone, and skillfully began to put it on. He put on the gas mask and attached the pair of droplet-shaped filter canisters to its sides. Ever since Mu Xinxuan was kidnapped by thugs on the street, her father Mu Zhengxiong, fed up with her refusal to have bodyguards, had arranged military training for the girl. The wealthy certainly had access to remarkable resources. The instructor training the girl was even a retired SAS operative. As a result, Mu Xinxuan not only possessed a range of military skills, but was also exceptionally adept at using British equipment. Thus the girl appeared on the surface to be a sweet young lady, but it was hard to imagine that her actual combat prowess nearly matched that of an SDU member, the SDU itself being trained by the SAS. Thinking of Mu Xingxuan's instructor, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. The girl's instructor was still in the ancient capital. As a formidable figure hired by Mu Zhengxiong at a high salary, an SAS Special Forces operative could offer them far more help in this situation. Moreover, the man Mu Zhengxiong had hired was a true hard case. This fellow had previously served as a military police instructor in a war-torn country in Africa. During a vacation, he happened to be at a local shopping center when over 50 terrorists launched an attack. The man then demonstrated the combat prowess of an SAS operator. He retrieved body armor, an AR assault rifle, and a Glock pistol from the trunk of his car, donned a fast helmet and headset, and executed a textbook counterterrorism operation, holding his own against over 50 terrorists without faltering. Amid the firefight, he even managed to rescue a large number of civilians. When local military police arrived, he refused to retreat. Acting as a military police instructor, he directed the arriving forces to seal off the area, ultimately annihilating all the terrorists on site. It was a pity that an unscrupulous media outlet caught his face on camera. As a member of the highly secretive SAS, he was forced into retirement. He then became a celebrated hero and received collaboration offers from major advertisers, earning a fortune. Though he initially felt a pang of regret, he soon found that life after retirement was even better than before. Naturally, such an impressive feat caught Mu Zhengxiong's attention. The wealthy magnate immediately offered an irresistible sum. The man then boarded a plane, rushed from Britain with bags in hand, and arrived in the ancient capital of the Rabbit Country to take on the role of private instructor for the young lady Mu Xinxuan. Girl, where does George live? Zhang Yi asked Mu Xinxuan beside him as the traffic light ahead turned green, driving on. The Reston Hotel. My dad booked him a year-long presidential suite. Mentioning the British SAS instructor, Mu Xingxuan's face immediately twisted, as if wearing a mask of agony. Having been pampered since childhood, she seemed to have used up a lifetime of luck after being rescued by Zhang Yi. Under her father's arrangements, she soon encountered that tormentor George. Recalling the hellish high-intensity training George had set for her, Mu Xinxuan shuddered. Even though it was a simplified SAS regimen tailored for the young lady, the process was still terrifying for her, almost unbearable. Somewhat puzzled by Zhang Yi's question, Mu Xinxuan slumped into her seat and said with a hint of resignation, "Why bring up that tormentor? The IDPA training course he gave me nearly broke me. That guy really doesn't know how to be gentle. Let's go pick him up first. I have a feeling this city is about to descend into chaos." Zhang Yi said, glancing at his phone, still showing an unanswered call. "You can't reach your dad now. You know his record. He's worth 50 men. Bringing him along will at least ensure our safety." Thinking of George's dazzling exploits in Africa, Mu Xinxuan had to admit that indeed with him around, the sense of security was immense. After confirming the plan, Zhang Yi decisively changed lanes at the next intersection. The Reston Grand Hotel was the most renowned and luxurious five-star hotel in the ancient capital, practically a landmark of the city. Thinking about the year-long presidential suite Mu Xinxuan had mentioned, Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. Damn, that amount of money could buy a decent luxury apartment. Mu Xingxuan's father was truly a local tycoon. Damn, he was loaded. The frequency of police cars and ambulances on the streets was increasing. Meanwhile, the radio in the Hummer was broadcasting news of a large-scale riot at the ancient Capital Sports Center, with hordes of rioters attacking the SWAT officers sent to maintain order. Clearly, the situation at the ancient Capital Sports Center had become far more severe than when the two had been there earlier. The Reston Grand Hotel was located in the city center, which seemed unaffected. The flow of traffic and pedestrians made the two in the Hummer wonder if their ordeal at the sports center had been it. But the news on the radio constantly reminded them that what they had experienced was no dream. Zombies, a concept that had once existed only in fantasy, had now become a reality. With the chaos yet to reach the city center, the Hummer soon arrived at the entrance of the Reston Grand Hotel. Before the doorman could take the keys to park the car, Zhang Yi hurried past him, saying directly, "We're in a hurry. Just picking someone up. We're leaving immediately." Zhang Yi's appearance, wearing an M50 gas mask and a full set of U.S. military gear, was too bizarre. Just as the doorman was about to ask, "Who the hell are you?" and call security, the girl behind Zhang Yi, also wearing a protective mask, suddenly took hers off and smiled sweetly at the doorman. "We really are in a hurry. Please." Mu Xingxuan's face was too beautiful and too recognizable. Even dressed as if she had just stepped out of an 416 Hong Kong dollars display, the doorman, a dedicated face-recognizing stereotype from novels, immediately identified her. The doorman instantly changed his attitude, smiling obsequiously. "Ah, so it's Miss Mo. With the mask on, I almost didn't recognize you. My apologies." Putting her GSR gas mask back on, Mu Xinchuan pointed a little shyly at the Hummer H2 behind them. "Our car will be parked here temporarily. We'll leave as soon as we've picked up our person. Please keep an eye on it." "Thank you." Hearing Mu Xinchuan's sweet voice, the doorman felt a bit dizzy. He then stood at attention and gave a solemn salute. "Rest assured, Miss Mo. Go ahead. I swear as long as I'm here, the car stays here. Anyone who dares to touch this car today will have to deal with me." Mu Xinchuan, seeing the doorman's solemn promise, felt relieved and hurried after Zhang Yi, who had gone ahead. "Brother Zhang Yi, wait for me." The two quickly entered the hotel and headed straight for the elevator. The lobby manager, seeing the oddly dressed pair at the entrance, was about to question them when he heard the doorman over the walkie-talkie. "Manager, one of those two with masks is Miss Mu Xinchuan, who often comes with Mr. Mu Xingxiang. Whatever you do, don't pull a cliché from those trendy novels and try to stop her." Hearing the doorman's words over the walkie-talkie, the lobby manager, who had been about to intervene, immediately stopped. Well, no wonder the silhouette looked familiar. It was Mu Xinchuan, the Mu family's heiress. Thank goodness the doorman had warned him, or the scene might have turned into one of those cliché face-slapping episodes from fiction. Entering the elevator, they headed straight for the presidential suite at the top of the Reston Grand Hotel. Inside the elevator, Mu Xinchuan held Zhang Yi's arm, watching the numbers change by the door. It took about a minute and a half for the elevator to reach the 30th floor, the top floor. This floor was the most luxurious part of the entire hotel. Walking on the finest carpet, breathing in the faint incense in the corridor, they arrived at the door of Georges' presidential suite, led by Mu Xinchuan. Mu Xinchuan stepped forward and rang the doorbell, taking off her GSR gas mask again. As the pleasant electronic chime sounded, they stood quietly by the door waiting. After about half a minute, the door to the presidential suite opened. A middle-aged blonde foreigner looked at them with some surprise. "Mu Zhang, what are you two little rascals doing here? It's the weekend. I told you I don't work on weekends. And I haven't heard of any poison gas attack outside. What's with the get-up? One of you dressed like a U.S. soldier with a Yankee M50 mask, and the other like a German, holding a British GSR mask." To be honest, George had been startled when he saw the two on the electronic monitor. Zhang Yi's outfit in particular was so perfectly recreated that George almost thought he had time-traveled to some bizarre timeline where the U.S. military had already invaded the ancient capital of the rabbit country. In response to George's question, Zhang Yi glanced at the presidential suite, which had its own independent air supply system, and took off his M50 gas mask. "Mr. George, if I told you there are zombies outside, would you believe me?" Hearing this, the veteran soldier of decades was rarely amused and laughed out loud. "Kids, did you come all this way just to tell me that?" Seeing Zhang Yi and Mu Xinchuan nodding frantically, George laughed even harder. Then, clutching his stomach, he said to himself, "Come on, today isn't April Fool." However, seeing the serious expressions on their faces, George's smile quickly faded. His face stiffened. "Fuck. You two must be kidding me." Zhang Yi said nothing. He silently handed the M4A1 launcher hanging from his body to George. As the scent of residual blood from the metal flash hider drifted into George's nostrils, the familiar smell made him feel uneasy. George took the launcher with a grave expression, carefully examined the bloodstains on the muzzle, then silently returned it to Zhang Yi. His face dark, he said, "If anyone ever tells me again after I return to England that the rabbit country is the safest country in the world, I'll praise them first, then slap them twice." George ushered them into the suite. Looking at the two sitting in the living room, he crossed his arms and looked at them. "Anything you want to tell me? Watch this first, then we'll tell you what happened on site," Zhang Yi said, picking up the remote control. To George's confusion, he turned on the massive TV screen and switched the channel to the ancient capital satellite TV. As Zhang Yi had expected, the station was broadcasting live coverage of the riot at the ancient capital sports center. On the screen, a TV reporter was following a large contingent of SWAT officers entering the sports center. As the camera moved forward, the bloody scene inside the venue came into view. Before the image could advance further, gunshots suddenly rang out. The camera turned and everyone gasped. In the live broadcast, hundreds of zombies surged out from the exhibition area, charging at the SWAT team on site. The police seemed to have anticipated this. The SWAT officers on site did not hesitate and immediately executed the order to shoot. At that point, the live feed suddenly cut out for an unknown reason, switching to the studio anchor relaying the information. Seeing George lost in thought, Zhang Yi took the box Mu Xinchuan had brought up, opened it, and retrieved a brand new GSR gas mask. He handed it to George, who was leaning against the corner. "Mr. George, since we don't know what's causing the zombie virus, I think you'll need a GSR too." Realizing that things were not as simple as they seemed, George decisively pulled out his smartphone and dialed the number. After a brief exchange of English chatter, the call ended. Even George, a battle-hardened veteran, was momentarily stunned after hanging up. "Instructor George, who were you talking to just now? And judging by your expression, it seems things aren't looking good." Mu Xinchuan, sitting on the sofa, asked with concern, noticing George's dejected look. Hearing Mu Xingxuan's question, George was taken aback for a moment before coming to his senses. He plopped down onto the sofa beside her and said, I just called my former commander in the military to ask about the virus situation. But on the other end they told me they had received orders to deploy. Zombies appeared on Downing Street. Zhang Yi, sitting on the sofa next to Mu Xingxuan, calmly analyzed as he watched the news on TV. So judging by the current situation, this is not a localized incident, but a global catastrophic viral outbreak. Mr. George, are you in a hurry to return to England? Zhang Yi suddenly looked up at George and said, but given the circumstances, I have a feeling that even if you book a flight now you might not make it in time. George sat on the sofa, his fingers swiping rapidly across his phone screen as he entered the flight booking app. However, he soon saw a notification that all flights had been grounded. George gave Zhang Yi a wry smile and said, you know, I've worked with MI6 agents before and you're just as sharp as they are. Seeing George's crestfallen expression, Zhang Yi smiled and said, looks like you won't be able to leave the country anytime soon. But as a special forces operator from the SAS, George quickly adjusted his mindset. His gaze turned to the news playing on the television, his calm eyes indicating that he had already accepted the existence of zombies, monsters that defied all logic. Mu Xingxuan looked at George, who had fallen silent, and asked, Mr. George, what are your plans now? George, sitting on the sofa, did not answer immediately. Watching him stare at the TV, Mu Xingxuan felt a bit lost and glanced at Zhang Yi beside her. I signed a contract with your father. The term is 1 year. Just as the atmosphere in the room began to grow awkward, George suddenly spoke up from the Then turning to Mu Xingxuan, he added, you've been training under me for half a year. Given the current situation, the world is about to descend into chaos. I don't know if money will still be useful, but I will honor the contract. For the next 2 years, I will train and protect you. After that, I'll leave and do everything I can to return to my homeland, England. Hearing George reply, Zhang Yi felt a huge weight lift off his mind. He let out a long sigh of relief. With George's issues settled, the next steps were clear. Zhang Yi stood up and said, in that case, we can't waste any more time. Meeting the two pairs of eyes fixed on him, Zhang Yi continued his calm analysis. While the chaos in the city hasn't spread further, we need to quickly stock up on supplies. In this precious window of time, we must rapidly gather living essentials. Once the chaos engulfs the entire city, it won't be so easy to collect them. George shot Zhang Yi an approving glance and nodded. I was just thinking the same thing. Whether we should quickly gather various supplies. With their opinions aligned, there was no need for further talk. George quickly packed up his belongings and decisively abandoned the presidential suite. Though it was comfortable living there without having prepared any supplies in advance, staying would mean waiting for death once the chaos escalated. The three of them took the elevator down quickly. George, with his striking blonde hair, was highly recognizable. Even with a GSR gas mask on, the lobby manager immediately recognized him. Seeing the trio carrying bags of various sizes, the lobby manager sensed something was off. After all, this golden-haired foreigner was their cash cow, and judging by the scene, it looked like he was about to leave. Realizing something was wrong, the lobby manager hurried over to George with a fawning smile and asked in fluent English, respected Mr. George, is the suite comfortable? Are you going out now? Would you like the hotel to arrange a private car to pick you up? Having been treated like a god by the lobby manager for the past 6 months, George had a favorable impression of him. He smiled and replied, don't worry, manager. My friends and I are just running an errand. I'm not checking out. At the same time, George pulled out his room key card and said, see, the card is still with me. They'll be back after I finish my business. Hearing George's reassurance and seeing the key card in his hand, the lobby manager thought it over and nodded. In that case, I apologize for the interruption. Have a pleasant trip, Mr. George nodded slightly, gave the lobby manager a meaningful smile, then turned and left with his bags. As the bellhop waved them off, the three quickly climbed into the Hummer H2 parked at the entrance. With Zhang Yi stepping on the gas, the Hummer roared off toward the highway outside the hotel. As the Hummer drove onto the highway, guided by Mu Xingxuan in the passenger seat, Zhang Yi steered the car to a Sam's Club, a place he would never have dared to visit before. After the car came to a stop, Mu Xingxuan asked George to watch the vehicle, then grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and rushed into the Sam's Club. Their unusual attire immediately caught the attention of a group of wealthy ladies who were checking out. These high society matrons eyed the young man and woman with curious stares. A bespectacled elderly lady headed straight for the supermarket office, whispering to her companion, look at that, what are those two kids doing? Buying things while wearing masks. Another well-maintained auntie took a box of expensive strawberries from the cashier and nodded in agreement. The two of them, walking briskly, had no time to pay attention to the gossip of the wealthy ladies. Ignoring the puzzled looks from the supermarket staff, Mu Xingxuan directly pushed open the door to the manager's office. The manager, who was writing something inside, was startled by the sudden opening of the door. Without even looking up, he scolded, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? Which careless fool is it this time? Your monthly performance bonus is all deducted. But sensing something amiss, he looked up to find two figures in gas masks standing before him. Mu Xingxuan sighed and took off her mask, revealing her beautiful face to the supermarket. Mu Xingxuan's stunning face and her background were well known in this social circle. The manager immediately recognized her and put on a flattering smile. "Ah, Miss Mu. I thought it was some unruly subordinate causing trouble again." But Mu Xingxuan hadn't come just to let the manager recognize her face. She took a deep breath, gathered herself, and said, "Manager Kai, I'm here for a big deal. It's urgent. If you want to do it, you'll need to move fast, preferably finish it by this afternoon." Manager Kai was puzzled. Why was Miss Mu speaking in riddles? This wasn't Gotham City. Still, a big deal was a big deal. He had to find a way to make it work. So he smiled and said, "What are your requirements, Miss Mu? Rest assured, if it's within my ability, I'll get it done. Listen carefully. I need all these items prepared by this afternoon." Mu Xingxuan placed a supply list, discussed earlier at the hotel, on the manager's desk. "Manager Kai, take a look. Can you get this ready and delivered within my time frame? If not, I'll have to go elsewhere." The manager panicked and quickly grabbed the list. But soon a look of difficulty spread across his face. "Miss Mu, I haven't heard that your family's pharmaceutical company is holding an exhibition or anything. Why do you suddenly need so many supplies? Such a large quantity in such a short time is a bit challenging." It wasn't that the manager didn't want to do business. On the contrary, seeing the list, he desperately wanted to seal the deal. But preparing everything by this afternoon was no small feat. The list enumerated various food items and emergency supplies, including canned goods, freeze-dried food, detergent, raw materials, drinking water, agricultural seeds, and a host of other items with quantities that were staggering. According to the estimate, the total value of the supplies on the list exceeded 200 yuan. This list hadn't been drawn up by the group themselves. Since everything was available online, Zhang Yi had searched on Baidu. In an apocalypse forum, they found a discussion among several prepper enthusiasts. After removing items that couldn't be obtained quickly, like individual combat rations, they finalized the list. Even so, the supplies listed were enough to keep them comfortable for the next few years. "Just tell me, can you do it or not?" Hearing the manager's vague response, Mu Xingxuan put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "You know my connections. If you can't do it, I'll go to another store. I'm sure they'll be more eager to take this deal." As soon as Mu Xingxuan finished, the manager raised his hands in surrender. He let out a breath as if making a decision and patted his chest. Don't. Leave it to me. If Sam's Club as a premium supermarket can't handle this, we might as well shut down." But then the manager asked with some confusion, "These supplies are way too much. Most of them are long-lasting, but do you have a place to store them? You'd need to build another warehouse." Hearing this, Zhang Yi, standing beside Mu Xingxuan, quietly squeezed her finger. She understood and responded with the pre-prepared script, "No problem. When the supplies are ready, just park a large truck at the supermarket entrance. We have a foreign driver waiting outside. You can hand the truck over to him. My father's pharmaceutical company is holding a secret event tonight. These supplies are gifts." Hearing Mu Xingxuan's thorough preparation, the manager nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. "All right, but Miss Mu, mobilizing this batch of supplies will take some time and the quantity is large. You might need to pay in advance." The manager's words were barely out when Mu Xingxuan, already prepared, pulled out a bank card and smiled at him. "You have a POS machine, right?" After leaving George to wait for the truck loaded with supplies from the supermarket, Zhang Yi drove the Hummer with Mu Xingxuan toward his home. Of course, this wasn't for anything unspeakable. It was simply that Zhang Yi's house contained a large stash of tactical military gear, which would be extremely useful once the chaos erupted. The purpose of this trip was to pick out the useful items and take them along. But Mu Xingxuan in the passenger seat became very excited when she heard they were going to Zhang Yi's place. After all, he had always come to her house, and she had never been to his. As the Hummer entered the old residential area, the uncles and aunts who were strolling around were already accustomed to this flashy Hummer H2. After waving to a few familiar elders, Zhang Yi drove to his doorstep. Mu Xingxuan hopped along beside him, still lively despite wearing a gas mask. Zhang Yi found it hard to understand her enthusiasm. After all, the young lattice gas mask didn't have an external C-420 air supply. Being so active seemed a bit disrespectful to the mask's oxygen-limiting function. He sighed and pulled out the keys to open the door. As soon as she stepped into his small apartment, Mu Xingxuan tore off her gas mask and happily explored every corner like a country bumpkin visiting a grand garden. Though Zhang Yi thought his place wasn't exactly luxurious. Time was tight and the task was urgent. Zhang Yi somewhat helplessly called the curious Mu Xingxuan into his equipment room. As she stepped into the small room cluttered with various military tactical gear, Mu Xingxuan, also a military enthusiast, had her eyes sparkling at the dazzling array. "Kid, you can change out of your cosplay outfit or keep it on if you want. Take whatever gear you like from this room, whatever fits you best. It'll give you some time to change." Zhang Yi didn't have the patience to explain each piece individually, so he simply pointed to the equipment inside. Then he opened a cabinet and pulled out a black metal case, handing it to Mu Xingxuan. "Take this with you. I need to grab a few more sets of gear." Taking the metal case from Zhang Yi, Mu Xinchuan asked curiously, "It's heavy. What's inside?" Zhang Yi, while stripping off his bulky military uniform, said to Mu Xinchuan, "L3 PVS-31 binocular night vision device. My prized possession. It has an external thermal fusion module. They'll give this to George later." L3 PVS-31. How, where did I put it? Zhang Yi muttered under his breath as he rummaged through the wardrobe, which was nearly overflowing with all sorts of tactical gear. The M50 gas mask he was wearing was quite obstructive to his field of vision while searching, so Zhang Yi took it off. Since he was indoors, if the virus had already infiltrated the room, he would have been done for in the morning, so it was safe to remove it for now. Using a gas mask fitted with a filter canister without a C420 ventilator for aerobic activity was an excruciating experience. After all, Zhang Yi was not a training fanatic who habitually wore a blue-labeled resistance training canister every day to practice lung capacity. He turned around to glance at Mu Xinchuan, who was removing equipment from a seal mannequin. Zhang Yi scratched his head in bewilderment. Was this girl's lung capacity really that good? She had just been bouncing around the corridor with the GSR on, and after taking off the gas mask, she showed no signs of discomfort. But there was no time to dwell on that. He checked his watch. It was already 1:40 p.m. Although he didn't know how fast the virus was spreading, Zhang Yi knew he had to pick up the pace. He turned his attention back to the wardrobe. It was cluttered with various tactical gear arranged somewhat neatly, but there was too much of it, and some items had been stored for a long time, making it troublesome to find what he needed. Finally, after moving aside a stack of level 4 ceramic rifle plates, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Under the plates was a metal box. He pulled it out and opened it, nodding in satisfaction. Inside were a pile of standard 40mm interface military-grade filter canisters, 20 in total. Behind the metal box, Zhang Yi also discovered 5 C420 ventilators, all of which he had brought back from the United States last year. As for why there were so many, it was because the seller happened to have only 5 left. The seller didn't want to be stuck with the inventory, so he was eager to sell and offered Zhang Yi a considerable discount, prompting him to buy them all. His plan at the time was to keep one for himself and sell the other 4 on the Xinyu trading platform. These C420 ventilators were all Eagle standard with an average domestic price of around 2500 RMB. He had purchased them overseas at a discounted price of 1500 RMB each, giving him a profit of nearly 100 RMB per unit. Though not much, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Apart from promoting military products for domestic and international tactical manufacturers, he also worked as an agent for several small tactical brands handling sales. He could also list surplus items on Xinyu to earn some extra cash. After retrieving the C420 ventilators and military-grade filter canisters, Zhang Yi then inserted 2 level 4 ceramic rifle plates into the Velocity System's SCARB tactical vest he used most frequently. Although rifle plates were often mocked as the most foolish item in a zombie apocalypse, Zhang Yi's ballistic protection wasn't just for zombies. In an apocalypse, the horrors weren't limited to the undead. He hoped those who derided the usefulness of rifle plates would still hold that view when they got shot during the chaos. The configuration of a tactical vest varied according to personal preference. For Zhang Yi, the front was equipped with a mission-configurable placard MCP triple magazine pouch, and in the pocket was a black medical tag. Attached to the left side was a Cry Precision Bitch radio pouch containing an original ANPRC 152 personal radio, fitted with a folding ruler antenna, and a Tu-94V2 PTT. On the right side of the vest, he had a cat tourniquet that could be deployed quickly. On the maul area at the center of the vest, Zhang Yi installed a phone mount panel. It wasn't the custom Sword Saint model used by U.S. forces, but a more universal version made by a domestic tactical manufacturer compatible with. Finally, on the back of the vest, Zhang Yi attached a zippered assault back panel, completing the full set of the Velocity System's SCARB tactical. Next came an original Ops Corps maritime ballistic helmet. This was a truly precious piece. He had spent over $1,000 on it through overseas shopping and had kept it in storage ever since. Today, he finally brought it out. Zhang Yi then removed the ANPSQ-20 thermal fusion night vision device from the Michigan 2000 helmet. Although its mount used a rim clamp design, he could simply take the unit off and attach it to the flip-up mount connected to the helmet's metal bracket, allowing it to be fitted onto the Ops Corps maritime helmet. The Ops Corps maritime helmet was also equipped with a Compact 3 tactical hearing amplifier and noise reduction headset, commonly known as C3 headphones. These were incredibly useful, amplifying faint sounds in the environment and proving invaluable during operations. Next came the battle belt. Zhang Yi chose a standard Cry Precision MRB. He had already configured this belt. On the right side was a Safariland GLS 579 universal holster, which he had covered with a low-visibility wrap after acquiring it. This holster was used for his Kublai P1 pistol. Next to the holster were several pistol magazine pouches. At the back of the belt, Zhang Yi placed a magazine dump pouch and an emergency medical kit containing compact medical supplies. On the left side hung a U.S. military M50 gas mask pouch and a Blackhawk safety rope, the purpose of which went without saying. As for gloves, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before pulling out a pair of coyote brown mechanics gloves. Super technician gloves could meet all his needs. He also slipped on a military-grade Casio 60-900 digital watch. Tactical goggles. This required careful consideration. However, the SEAL forefathers had given him a good option. After a moment of deliberation, Zhang Yi took out a pair of GAT Magnum aluminum shooting goggles from a glasses case. These would do. With the tactical vest, ballistic helmet, and battle belt all configured, the next choice was clothing. Although there were other military uniforms in the wardrobe, after consideration, Zhang Yi decided to pack the CP gear into the backpack as backup. For now, he would don his most expensive military bird layering system, a full set of assault jacket and combat pants. As for boots, he glanced down. Bates boots, forever the best. Though the mix of MC camouflage on the vest might look a bit odd, practicality overrode such concerns. Just then a fragrant breeze swept by, and before Zhang Yi could react, he felt someone embrace him. Turning around, he saw that Mu Xinxuan had already shed her 416 Hong Kong dollars cosplay. The silver wig lay on the ground, revealing the girl's natural brown hair. Her soft curves pressed against Zhang Yi's back, the sensation nearly causing him to surrender. But at that moment, he noticed a phone lying on the ground. Picking it up, he saw a text message sent by that old fox Mu Xingxiu. The content made Zhang Yi freeze. Zhang Yi, if you're still alive and reading this, it means this virus has already begun to spread. The following information can help you survive longer, so please remember to read it all. This virus was first discovered in the Curry country. For reasons unknown, it broke out in a slum in Meng, killing all 1412 residents. The United Nations Health Organization launched an investigation, revealing the virus' terrifying power. Infected individuals would die within 15 seconds to 3 days. Then the virus would take over the brain, seize control of the central nervous system, and miraculously reanimate the corpse. With their heart rate dropping to zero, these resurrected beings were no longer human in the biological sense. They were corpses controlled by the virus. These creatures had no reason. They would consume the flesh of uninfected humans to gain energy, spreading the virus in the process. According to relentless research by the UN Health Organization, the primary transmission route of this virus was through blood. This was the first pathway. The virus could also spread through water, animals, and other vectors. Airborne transmission was weaker, but caution was advised. They also confirmed that this virus could not survive in ultraviolet light. However, due to its extremely powerful evolutionary and mutational capabilities, no effective inhibitors had been found. Once infected, it was a death sentence. Child, I know you have many questions. You received no news before the large-scale outbreak because this virus was too terrifying. To avoid panic, all countries chose to suppress the information. But due to the failure of the Curry country's health organization to implement proper quarantine measures, the virus in the Meng slums spread rapidly, eventually causing a massive outbreak across the entire country. When the UN Health Organization issued its warning, all countries simultaneously imposed border closures on the Curry country upon learning of this virus horror. However, due to the Curry country's massive population, the virus eventually leaked through various channels. The reason I'm only telling you now is that I only learned this news 10 minutes ago. At noon today, I attended an academic meeting on the emergency response plan for the virus in the ancient capital. But an infected person appeared at the meeting. Unfortunately, the infected person's bloody hand scratched my shoulder. I can clearly feel my consciousness fading. I'm afraid it'll soon become one of those terrifying zombie monsters at the meeting. If you're still alive, and if my daughter is still alive, please protect her. Tell her that her father loves her forever. There's signal interference at the meeting site. I'll try my best to send this message, but I might not make it. After reading the message on the phone, Zhang Yi silently placed it aside and let out a sigh. Mu Xinxuan slowly lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, her chest heaving with grief. Seeing this, Zhang Yi said nothing more, silently pulling the weeping girl into his embrace. Feeling Zhang Yi's arms around her, Mu Xinxuan cried, even harder, her face streaked with tears, already a mess of sorrow. Listening to the girl's sobbing, Zhang Yi was at a loss. He gently stroked her back and said, "Girl." He had no experience comforting girls, and this was the death of her father. No one could remain calm in such a situation. But Zhang Yi couldn't afford to linger here. This virus had already begun to erupt in the city. If even the government's meeting site had infected individuals, the densely populated city was a ticking time bomb. The full outbreak was only a matter of time, and that time could come at any moment. Carefully, he carried Mu Xinxuan to the side, then went to the bathroom. He splashed cold water on his flushed face, took a fresh towel, wet it, and brought it back to the gear room. By now, Mu Xinxuan was sitting on the floor, silently removing the pretty nail decorations from her fingers one by one. Seeing the girl's dispirited figure, Zhang Yi walked over with the wet towel and gently wiped the tears from her face. Dad is dead. I only have you now, Mu Xinxuan said obediently, allowing Zhang Yi to wipe her face. Though she had stopped crying, her eyes were still red and her voice was slightly hoarse. Zhang Yi looked at the delicate girl, cleaned her face, put the towel aside, and stroked her soft hair. Girl, I know you're hurting, but you have to pull yourself together now. That's what Dad would want. After patiently comforting Mu Xinchuan for a while, he finally managed to calm her down a bit. The reed girl nodded slightly, then gently touched Zhang Yi's face with her slender hand. Noticing his military bird outfit, she composed herself and asked, layering system, do you have any extras? I want to wear the same military bird as you. Alright, stop standing around, get your gear on, we have to go. Activating the noise-canceling feature of the 𝓃 tactical headset on his helmet, Zhang Yi said somewhat helplessly to Mu Xinchuan, who was looking at him with a hint of reproach. There was no helping it. The military-grade gear was too expensive. Even Zhang Yi only had that one set in stock, bought at a painful price when he was putting together a CTSFO impression. Although second-hand items were available except for hard-to-be military gear like night vision devices, Zhang Yi, who had a bit of money, would basically buy directly from the manufacturer. After finishing changing his equipment, Zhang Yi took one last look at his gear room, ready for the next task. He then proceeded to remove every single authentic tactical accessory from all the launchers hanging on the wall, not missing a single one. Though reluctant, it couldn't be helped. Gel blasters couldn't kill zombies. Carrying them would just be a burden, while the accessories originally mounted on them were crucial. Don't underestimate these tactical accessories of Zhang Yi's. The combined price of these little gadgets could easily buy several cars. First was the 𝓃 15 military version. This version of the laser aiming device was extremely difficult to obtain, strictly controlled by the Americans. There was even a domestic player who went to the US specifically to get one from a real soldier. He got his hands on it in the morning, but by the afternoon the FBI had caught him. Zhang Yi, however, managed to get one safely through his own means, though he paid nearly double the price. Once this military-grade 𝓃 15 arrived, it was enshrined like a treasure alongside his PVS-31 night vision goggles. For Zhang Yi, getting his hands on something like this was more for its collection value than practical use. Next was the civilian-grade 𝓃 15, priced around 1,700, but by the time it was acquired domestically it cost about 1,500 RMB. This one was easier to get. Zhang Yi had two, and during intense games he used them as the primary auxiliary equipment on his launchers. A holographic sight was an essential component of combat gear. For this, Zhang Yi chose the 𝓃 HWS EXBS-3 from EOTech. At 800 each, Zhang Yi bought 10 at once to bring back home. 7 were for fellow enthusiasts, and the remaining 3 were mounted on his 3 most commonly used launchers. Of course, paired with it was the matching G33 magnifier, an extended range sight for firearms, not a handheld magnifier for bugs. Also a flagship product from EOTech, it was cheaper at 650. As standard issue for U.S. Special Forces, the fame of this gear needed no elaboration. These magnifiers were brought back together with the EXBS-3S, one for each holographic sight. The tactical flashlight on the launcher was also a key component. All of Zhang Yi's launchers used the Surefire M300V tactical flashlight. Why? Because he was a fool for details. The artist for Girls Frontline had mounted the same model on HK-416S rifle. Although it cost 500 each, Zhang Yi, being a sucker, ultimately chose to buy it without a second thought. Finally, there was the tactical foregrip on the launcher. The shift grip was quite popular in the domestic wargame community. After trying it out a couple of times and finding it good, Zhang Yi inevitably followed the trend, spending 80 to get 2 from the American company FCD. Incidentally, the Russian RK6 short grip was Zhang Yi's true favorite. It was the first grip he ever bought when he got into the hobby. Even though this thing was designed by Russia's 𝓃 for the AK rifle family, it performed just as admirably on his primary AR platform. Its only drawback was probably that it was too short. When it came to choosing a tactical backpack, he was rather casual. Zhang Yi didn't have many backpacks at home. He would have liked to get something like Mystery Ranch, but the military versions weren't available to civilians, and the civilian versions just didn't have the right feel. However, when he got into British Forces impressions, Zhang Yi found his true love. The Virtus Bergen backpack in MTP color perfectly won him over. Zhang Yi had 3 Virtus backpacks from Bergen: 190-liter heavy assault pack, 140-liter assault pack, and 145-liter assault pack. After giving the 45-liter one to Mu Xinchuan, Zhang Yi chose the 90-liter heavy pack and quickly began loading it. The iron box containing military-grade filter canisters was placed at the very bottom of the backpack, followed by a set of level 4U standard plates and 3 C420 ventilators. Of course, the corresponding batteries weren't forgotten, and even the charger was thrown in. Then Zhang Yi took the sorted pile of tactical accessories, packed them separately, and also stowed them all into this Virtus 90L large backpack. On the other side, under Zhang Yi's guidance, Mu Xinchuan was packing all the medicine, first aid supplies, and various small daily necessities from his house into her 45-liter assault Perhaps because Zhang Yi was very satisfied with the 416 Hong Kong dollars outfit, this girl also stuffed her cosplay costume set into the backpack. At this moment, although Mu Xinchuan had shed the outer coat of the 416 Hong Kong dollars costume, she still retained the white blouse, black pleated skirt, and most importantly the thigh-high stockings. However, because Zhang Yi's combat boots didn't fit Mu Xinchuan's small feet, this girl could only continue wearing the green-soled sneakers from the 416 Hong Kong dollars cosplay. For her gear, this girl chose an authentic 𝓃 tactical vest from 𝓃 Precision from Zhang Yi's equipment stash, and she wasn't being fussy at all. After deciding to use this vest, she first removed the EVA pad used for structure, then got 2 level 4U standard ballistic plates from Zhang Yi and installed them in the front and back of the vest. After installation, she put the vest on. Armed up, she wasn't much different from Zhang Yi, which was obvious since everything on the vest was his configuration. Zhang Yi had been very deliberate in configuring this 𝓃 tactical vest. On the front of the vest, he first used a triple magazine pouch from Spiritus Systems. On the chest webbing, he installed the same phone support panel as on his own Scarab. However, to mount Mu Xinchuan's iPhone 14 Pro Max, Zhang Yi specifically found a juggernaut case for her. On the left side of the vest, the PRC-152 radio pouch from TYR was attached externally. On the cummerbund, a 6x6 side armor pouch from 𝓃 Precision was installed. At Mu Xinchuan's request, Zhang Yi spent a few minutes finding the matching 6x6 armor plates, and then this girl skillfully installed all the armor herself. On the right side of the vest, 2 small 9mm pistol magazine pouches were installed. Besides the right side armor pouch, a 𝓃 Precision emergency medical pouch was also attached. As for the back of the vest, there wasn't much to say. Since it used the AVS Systems standard back panel zipper, a corresponding zippered back panel from 𝓃 Precision was attached. This back panel was worth mentioning. The top had a standard configuration of 6 grenade pouches. The next layer was a horizontal utility pouch. Of course, this back panel also had a built-in hydration bladder compartment. Seeing Mu Xinchuan take a couple of drinks without hesitation, she clearly had no aversion to the hydration bladder Zhang Yi had used. However, this girl chose not to wear a helmet. Her long, beautiful hair wasn't really suitable. So Mu Xinchuan directly wore a pair of 𝓃 headphones and also chose a pair of mechanic gloves of the same model as Zhang Yi's, not taking out the colored contacts. After everything was ready, Zhang Yi finished synchronizing frequencies on Mu Xinchuan's PRC-152 personal radio. As he inserted it back into the radio pouch on her tactical vest, he suddenly stared at her beautiful green-colored contacts and asked. Hearing Zhang Yi's question, Mu Xinchuan, not caring at all about possibly revealing something, pulled the Blackhawk Glock holster strap to her right thigh tighter and replied, "The contacts have prescription, big brother. Wearing glasses is too annoying." Looking at the black round-frame glasses tucked into the inner layer of Mu Xinchuan's vest chest, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered that Mu Xinchuan was already nearsighted by 200 degrees. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard the sound of cloth being cut. Then Zhang Yi watched with some surprise as Mu Xinchuan, holding a pair of black medical trauma shears, cut a long slit halfway up the right side of her black pleated skirt. The pleated skirt was blocking the holster. It would affect drawing the gun later, so it's better to just cut it open. Seeing the slightly surprised look in Zhang Yi's eyes, Mu Xinchuan said, while inserting the black tactical shears back into the inner layer of her vest chest section. From her expression, without a hint of hesitation, she was definitely decisive enough. This pleated skirt was originally one Mu Xinchuan had selected from her expensive custom-made Japanese JK uniform set. She wore it for this 416 Hong Kong dollars cosplay only because the color was very close. Now this girl had just cut it up. Is there a possibility that we don't have pistols yet, and you might be preparing a bit early? Zhang Yi opened his mouth and said as he watched Mu Xinchuan adjusting the holster's position. Mu Xinchuan had obviously already guessed Zhang Yi would say that. She tugged at the cut part of the pleated skirt, blushing, and said somewhat shyly, "What's wrong? Don't you like it? Weren't you the one who kept going on about tactical JK when we chatted before? So am I not tactical enough now?" Fastening the khaki-colored leg retention strap around her fair thigh, Mu Xinchuan's gaze then fixed on Zhang Yi. His answer, however, was a merciless flick on her forehead. There was no helping it, this girl was too good at this. She was already incredibly beautiful, and now with this outfit, she was driving Zhang Yi absolutely crazy. Seeing Mu Xinchuan's reproachful look as she rubbed her head, Zhang Yi reached out and touched her ear, which was covered by the headset, and said with a hint of affection, "All right, let's not get off topic. Come with me and load the rest of the needed equipment into the Hummer downstairs." Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Mu Xinchuan nodded slightly, then obediently hummed it. Then Zhang Yi and Mu Xinchuan made several trips, moving some quick-release tactical vests, helmets, and various other large outdoor camping equipment from the gear room to Zhang Yi's Hummer H2 parked downstairs. Luckily, the trunk space was large enough, otherwise an ordinary car really couldn't fit all this stuff. Once ready, the fully armed Zhang Yi and the similarly equipped Mu Xinchuan got into the Hummer. With a roar of the engine, Zhang Yi reluctantly bid farewell to this little home that had accompanied him for a long time. Inside the car, both of them wore gas masks. The whirring sound of the C-420 ventilators was particularly clear inside the moving. Although Mu Zhengxiong had said in the message that the virus wasn't highly airborne, it didn't mean it was zero. Necessary precautions had to be taken. The traffic lanes seemed normal at this time, but the observant Zhang Yi noticed that a long line of vehicles heading out of the city had already begun to form. Although Zhang Yi's home was near the outskirts, even during the New Year holiday the traffic leaving the city had never been as congested as this. Mu Xinchuan, who had been resting her chin on her hand and gazing adoringly at Zhang Yi, also followed his gaze and noticed the anomaly on the road leading out of the city. Before leaving, she had chosen a pair of ESS compact goggles with sand-colored lenses to wear. Now under the sand-colored lenses, her beautiful brows were slight. "Looks like the road out of the city is blocked," Mu Xinchuan said after observing the outbound lanes. Zhang Yi watched the vehicles converging towards the exit and said, "Someone must have seen the news and realized something was wrong. And judging by the traffic situation, the military might have already stepped in to seal it off. If my guess is right, the whole ancient capital will be under martial law before long." Hearing Zhang Yi's analysis, Mu Xinchuan looked around at the bustling streets of the ancient capital and frowned. A city this big, if they want to completely lock it down, wouldn't it be very difficult to execute? Looking at the red light ahead, Zhang Yi slowed down, shifted to neutral, and pulled the handbrake. Once the car was stopped, he glanced at Mu Xinchuan and nodded slightly. The permanent population of the ancient capital city is over 10 million. If the virus is allowed to spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. I think the government is very clear about this. No matter how difficult, if they want to prevent a large-scale spread of the virus, the martial law order will definitely be enforced. Seeing the increasing police presence at the main traffic arteries, Zhang Yi became even more certain of this view. Mu Xinchuan also noticed the unusual activity around them. She reached down to pull the drinking tube from her GSR gas mask, connected it to the hydration bladder tube poured on her back, took a sip of water, and while sizing up the Type 951 assault rifle in the hands of the SWAT officers at the intersection, pointed at them thoughtfully and said, "So they're controlling key points discreetly without causing widespread panic and gradually executing the preparatory steps before the martial law order is announced." Zhang Yi gently stroked Mu Zhengxian's hair with his right hand. Although the glove blocked most of the tactile sensation, Zhang Yi still smiled and said, "Very smart as expected of my scholarly girl." When the light turned green, Zhang Yi stopped paying attention to the police deployment at the intersection and drove quickly towards the villa where Mu Xinchuan lived. However, if they wanted to get there quickly without taking a long detour, they had to pass through the area surrounding the stadium they had just escaped from. Both of them had quite a shadow over this place. By now, however, the area around the stadium was completely cordoned off by police. A large number of police cars blocked the roads leading to the stadium, forcing Zhang Yi to choose a relatively secluded lane. This lane was quite deserted due to a large construction and development zone next to it. Just as Zhang Yi intended to speed through and leave this place, an accident occurred. Seeing a police car crashed into the wall of an alley blocking most of the main road ahead, Zhang Yi frowned and slowed down, stopping the Hummer about 50 meters away from. Looking at the accident scene ahead, Zhang Yi pulled out his M9 knife, then opened the door and jumped out of the car, instructing Mu Xinchuan in the passenger seat, "Get in the driver's seat. He'll go check it out. Be ready to support me." Zhang Yi gripped the M9 tactical knife tightly, advancing cautiously toward the police car that had crashed ahead. It was a Link Co-03. As he drew closer, Zhang Yi could clearly see both the left front and rear doors of the police car wide open. Sensing danger keenly, Zhang Yi slightly bent his knife-wielding arm and tilted it forward. He was currently employing the CQC tactical knife grip. A novice with a blade might instinctively keep it close to their body for a false sense of security, but that would be a grave mistake. In knife combat or blade warfare, the distance the knife hand extends determines the reaction distance against an enemy. Although he had successfully subdued a zombie girl at the comic convention earlier, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a slight nervousness now facing the unknown danger ahead. His breathing grew slightly heavier, mixed with the whirring sound of the C-420 ventilator inside the M50 gas mask. With the C3 earphone installed on his helmet and the sound pickup noise reduction function activated, Zhang Yi could clearly hear a low growl coming from the rear seat of the police car. He stopped about 10 meters from the vehicle, then spoke into the VPU communication module attached to the M50 gas mask toward the open car, "Officer, are you in there?" Before his words faded, the police car suddenly shook slightly. The growling from the back seat became more distinct. The movement ahead confirmed to Zhang Yi that his feared the worst-case scenario had occurred. Zhang Yi flexed the palm of his knife hand, then slowly approached the police car. While maintaining distance, he quickly circled to the left side of the vehicle. Though mentally prepared, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown slightly upon seeing the scene inside. On the rear seat lay a blood-soaked youth, or rather a zombie, with his hands cuffed behind his back. Moreover, his legs were also shackled, apparently to subdue him. The zombie trapped in the back seat grew excited upon spotting Zhang Yi outside. It thrashed wildly against the handcuffs and leg shackles, opening a bloody maw to roar furious. Roar. The zombie's roar was transmitted clearly through the 𝓃 tactical earphones. But after confirming the zombie was restrained, Zhang Yi turned his attention to other areas of the police car. In the front seat, a police officer sat in the driver's seat, and another in the passenger seat, both now lifeless. The driver wore a blue summer uniform with a black police stab-proof vest and appeared to have shot himself. Judging by the large blackened bite wound on his neck, Zhang Yi guessed the reason for his suicide. The prominent body camera on his chest was now covered in blood. From the side, the lens was a solid red. After confirming the camera was completely obscured, Zhang Yi proceeded with his neck. Approaching the driver's door, Zhang Yi first reached for the blood-stained pistol in the officer's hand. As soon as he held it, he recognized it as a 92G pistol, also known as the Type 92 Modified, the standard sidearm of the Rabbit Country Police Force. In the center console, he found a pack of tissues and a police water bottle. He took 2 tissues, moistened them with water, and cleaned the blood off the 92G pistol. After finishing, Zhang Yi handled the police pistol for a moment. This was essentially his first direct contact with domestic firearms. Previously, when he handled real guns, he would buy them abroad during trips and shoot at local ranges, mostly Glocks and Air Series rifles. But as a firearms enthusiast, he knew his domestic guns. To him, the most distinctive feature of this 92G was the small black pentagram on the grip and the red dot under the slide. Pressing the magazine release, Zhang Yi ejected the magazine from the 92G and began inspecting the ammunition. The magazine contained 10 rounds. He raised an eyebrow, then sharply pulled the slide back. A bullet flew out, and he caught it neatly in midair. Zhang Yi examined the round. It was the famous DAP-92A pistol cartridge. He pressed the round back into the 15-round double-stack, single-feed magazine. With a click, he reinserted the magazine into the 92G. After checking the pistol's condition and confirming it was in working order, Zhang Yi holstered it in the Safariland GLS 579 universal holster on the right side of his Cry Precision MRB belt. Next, he examined the officer's other equipment. Besides the body camera, there was his duty belt, baton pepper spray, high-intensity flashlight, and a standard police knife, a very standard single-officer configuration. After checking the driver, Zhang Yi turned his attention to the passenger officer. He was slumped against the center console with a bullet hole in his head and a prominent scratch wound on his exposed arm. Like the driver's, the wound had already turned black. Looking at the bullet hole and blood on the right window, Zhang Yi pieced together what likely happened. The passenger officer must have been scratched by the zombie prisoner in the back seat and infected. As the patrol car was in transit, the infected officer turned and attacked the driver. The vehicle crashed, and the driver shot his infected partner. Realizing he himself had been scratched on the neck, he shot himself in despair. There was also a police phone in the car that likely had the police service system connected, but it required a password, so Zhang Yi gave up. Additionally, Zhang Yi found a police radio in the car, a crucial piece of equipment. He pocketed it, and also took the pepper spray from both officers. Unfortunately, it seemed that since these were ordinary officers who hadn't received higher-level instructions, the driver only had a 92G with 1 magazine, no spare ammunition. Still, obtaining a firearm, even just a pistol, was a significant victory for Zhang Yi. He first moved the driver's body outside, ignoring the thrashing zombie in the back. Then he sat in the driver's seat and tried to restart the car. As expected of a police vehicle, after 2 attempts, the crashed Link Co-03 roared back to life. Zhang Yi maneuvered the police car to the roadside, clearing most of the lane. After putting the officer back in the car, Zhang Yi, now with his right hand on the holstered 92G, feeling its cold touch, excitedly hurried back to the Hummer H2 parked farther away. Seeing Zhang Yi return safely, Mu Xinchuan, now in the passenger seat, eyed the police radio and 2 pepper spray canisters in his hand. What was the situation inside, she asked. Zhang Yi stepped on the gas, driving the Hummer nearly a kilometer before turning onto a main road with heavy traffic. As he drove, he told Mu Xinchuan everything he had seen at the police car. A 92G. I heard the design is kind of mediocre, Mu Xinchuan remarked, eyeing the pistol in his belt holster. Without regular practice, it's hard to handle. I haven't fired it yet, Zhang Yi said with a smile. But I've fed over 1,000 rounds at foreign ranges. If I can't control a 92G, that would be a joke. Good or bad, we only have 11 rounds now. Ammo's gonna be tight after things go south, Mu Xinchuan said, leaning back and staring at the road ahead. Zhang Yi sighed and shook his head. Can't be helped. This isn't the US police. Having a gun with bullets is already pretty good. Can't ask for too much. Recalling something, he handed the police radio to Mu Xinchuan. I'm driving now. You work this. With this, we can roughly understand the police's movement plan. Mu Xinchuan nodded, took the radio, examined it, and turned it on. Immediately, police internal communications came through. Central dispatch calling officers responsible for downtown road control, please respond. Officer XXXXX calling Central Main Artery in City Center is already set up. Officer XXXXX calling Central, SWAT has secured roads around the government building. The police internal network was extremely active exactly as Zhang Yi had guessed. The law enforcement system in the ancient capital was operating at full capacity, deploying forces to gradually lock down the entire city, preparing for the impending citywide martial law. From the police communications, Zhang Yi roughly understood the current deployment. With mass zombie outbreaks in multiple areas across this megacity of 10 million people, a martial law order had been issued. All exit roads on the city's periphery have been sealed off by armed police. The incremental road closures within the city were preparations for the armed police to enter and enforce. To prevent panic and unnecessary trouble, the martial law order would be delayed until the armed police fully entered the city. The grassroots police in the ancient capital had only just learned of such a major operation, leading to some chaos in short-term deployment. Moreover, many officers responding to reports of infected individuals rarely carried firearms, resulting in significant casualties among patrolmen facing ferocious attack. As the police frantically locked down the city, the virus was spreading simultaneously. From internal police channels, infected individuals had already been seen in the downtown area. The police's decisive order to shoot on sight had caused some panic. The situation's getting messy, Zhang Yi sighed, noticing crowds heading towards supermarkets. I wonder if George's supply run is going smoothly. His operation is crucial for our long-term living conditions. Since the virus hadn't fully exploded across the city, the police system in the ancient capital was still operational. The added patrols at intersections prevented the looting and rioting typical of post-apocalyptic stories. However, police had begun clearing densely populated areas. Armed police with Type 951 rifles entered large shopping malls in pairs, forcing civilians out of crowded zones amid confused protests. Watching the growing number of vehicles heading toward the city exits on the opposite lane, Mu Xinchuan frowned. She opened the phone mount on her chest, revealing a connected iPhone 14 Pro Max with a battery pack showing numerous unread messages. Unlocking the phone, she began scrolling through the messages. Since the apps were in portrait mode, she tilted her head slightly to read some content. As she scanned the unread messages, her expression darkened beneath the GSR gas mask. She closed the phone mount and took a deep breath before saying to Zhang Yi, "Brother E, something happened at the ancient capital university too." Seeing Zhang Yi's surprised look, she shared the news. There were no classes today, but most students stayed on campus. The virus somehow spread into the school. Now infected have appeared in every area of the university. My classmates' dormitory building got hit. Half the floor is gone. Not enough police arrived. After assessing the situation, they couldn't rescue anyone and just sealed off the university. Describing the campus, Mu Xinchuan added with some relief, "This is a big win for commuters." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Soon the Hummer arrived outside the ancient capital villa district where Mu Xinchuan lived. After Mu Xinchuan identified herself, the Hummer drove straight through the community's lanes to the lakeside standalone villa she occupied. The villa district featured a large lake where the wealthy could fish or boat for leisure. Naturally, homes closer to the lake commanded higher prices, and Mu Xinchuan's was the best situated lakeview standalone villa in the entire district. The Hummer passed through the automatic gate of Mu Xinchuan's villa as Zhang Yi's license plate was registered in the house's recognition system. He drove straight into the private garage. After turning off the engine, Zhang Yi opened the door and stepped out. Woof woof woof. Before he could react, a large dog jumped on him. Looking at the German shepherd licking his face, Zhang Yi laughed while patting its head. "Whoa, Lynx, what has Mu Xinchuan been feeding you? You've grown so much in a few months." But when Mu Xinchuan stepped out from the other side, Lynx abandoned Zhang Yi and wagged its tail, running to its owner. "What have you been feeding it? It's so strong," Zhang Yi said, amused. Mu Xinchuan, carrying her Virtus 45-liter assault pack, teased the dog and replied, "I just bought whatever was expensive. Who knew it would get this big?" Just then her phone rang. George's voice came through. "Mu, the truck stopped at the security gate. Talk to the guard." Hearing that George had arrived with supplies, Mu Xinchuan cheered and said, "George, put the guard on the line." Outside the city of Gudu, at the toll station of the Guhu Expressway, once the busiest and most traffic-laden lane in the outskirts, now long queues of vehicles clogged every lane before the toll booths. At the toll station barriers, a glance revealed over 100 armed police soldiers in tiger-striped camouflage, wearing Type 10 gas masks and gripping Type 951 assault rifles, forming a human wall that blocked all toll lanes. Yet what truly imposed awe was not these rifle-wielding officers, but the 6 WJ-03B armored riot vehicles mounted with 30mm autocannons parked behind them, along with 3 CSK-181 Mengsher armored assault vehicles equipped with 12 7mm remote weapon stations. The appearance of these riot and armored vehicles instantly elevated the intimidation level of the armed police. "Attention citizens, per higher authority orders, our armed police forces must blockade the Guhu Expressway. Please halt your vehicles and await further instructions." Before the toll station, two BJ-80 military off-road vehicles were parked on either side of the road. The electronic loudspeakers set to automatic playback continuously broadcast pre-recorded audio to residents exiting the city who wished to pass through. But at this moment on the outbound lanes, every vehicle from private cars to heavy freight trucks had packed the vast roadway, blocking all attempts to leave the city. At the junction, a few prudent drivers turned back directly, while most clinging to hope drove all the way to the toll booth to join the wait-and-see crowd. Beep, beep. As more and more vehicles piled up at the exit, anxious drivers behind, ignorant of the situation, began honking frantically. For a moment, the entire outbound lane was filled with the piercing sound of horns pressed by frustrated drivers. Through the scope of a Type 88 sniper rifle, an armed police sniper stationed on the toll station roof could clearly see that the lanes leading to the toll booth were complete. This terrifying traffic jam could only be matched by the peak of spring festival travel rush. Captain Headquarters orders we must not let a single vehicle leave. Beside the toll station, the communications soldier put down the radio and addressed the captain directing operations, adding, "At the same time, we must keep inbound roads clear. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd divisions have already assembled and are en route." The captain nodded, slightly peering through his Type 10 gas mask at the dense traffic ahead, and said, Judging by this, the virus spread is extremely serious. Higher-ups have mobilized 3 armed police mobile divisions at once." The chaos and congestion before the toll booth continued unabated. On the clogged lanes, many truck drivers eager to haul cargo, and other motorists seeking to leave weaved through the traffic and hurried to the checkpoint. They wanted to negotiate with the armed police station there. However, before the mission commenced, command had issued an absolute order. From the moment the lockdown took effect, no vehicle, regardless of urgency, was permitted to leave the city. This directive, though seemingly harsh, became understandable given the terrifying virus raging within Gudu. Before the virus could be effectively contained, any vehicle leaving Gudu might carry the pathogen or even infected individuals. Thus, such stringent blockade measures were absolutely necessary to prevent a wider outbreak. The soldiers stationed here understood their duty, but until the main forces arrived, they could not disclose the truth to the public to avoid panic. This fueled misunderstandings. Some impatient truck drivers ignored warnings and attempted to force their way through, creating a tense standoff that nearly escalated into conflict. Fortunately, the captain on site intervened in time, persuading the truckers to retreat and promising a resolution by nightfall, averting a tragedy. Just then, amidst the roar of rotors, curious citizens peered through windshields to see 10 Z9 helicopters of the armed police flying low over the toll station, speeding toward the city center. Helicopters heading toward Gudu. On the lane, a bespectacled young man in a silent electric car glanced at the helicopter formation and remarked with curiosity to his companion in the back seat. The companion, however, was engrossed in his phone playing a mobile game and replied dismissively, "Who cares? Since we're stuck anyway, let's just play." "Yeah, the roads are completely jammed. Looks like we won't be going anywhere for a while." The bespectacled youth glanced at the terrifying traffic ahead, pulled out his phone, and said, "They'll hop online and play with you." Just as he logged into the game and tried to cue, both their game characters froze. No matter how they tapped, they couldn't move. Puzzled, the youth pulled down the notification bar. The no signal icon made him frown. It wasn't just the two of them. At the same moment, throughout the outbound lanes, and indeed the entire city of Gudu, everyone on the internet or phone was stunned. The city's communication signals had been completely cut off. The loss of signal also affected Zhang Yi, Mu Xinchuan, and George at the Lakeview Villa. Zhang Yi, who had been collecting precise map data online, sighed as the page stopped loading. Through internal police radio communications, they learned this was a decision by higher authorities. In this extraordinary period, preventing the virus from spreading beyond the city was paramount, and information lockdown was equally critical. Otherwise, if malicious parties exploited the situation, the consequences would be dire. Thus, after discussions between the government and telecom operators, all civilian signal-based stations within and around Gudu were shut down at exactly 6:00 p.m. Fortunately, thanks to internal police communication, the trio learned of this in advance and downloaded all necessary data locally before the shutdown. Zhang Yi focused on maps, precise geographic data of various regions, survival skills, and a host of other useful online information. Using a laptop provided by Mu Xinchuan, George compiled distribution maps of domestic ports and airports, preparations for his eventual journey back home. As for Mu Xinchuan, the girl amusingly saved various cooking techniques along with numerous anime episodes, TV series, and movies. "It's over, no internet. How's an internet-addicted girl like me supposed to survive?" she wailed in agony, staring at the signalless host computer. "I haven't even checked in for War Thunder today." Seeing Mu Xinchuan immediately open Call of Duty 11 to play offline, Zhang Yi was speechless. He closed the Alienware laptop she had lent him and decided not to disturb her. He walked to the living room, plopped onto the sofa, and drew a 92G pistol from its Safariland GLS 579 universal holster. Oh, a 92G, standard sidearm of the Rabbit Country's police. George, who was studying computer maps in the same room, raised an eyebrow upon seeing the pistol and remarked. Zhang Yu and Mu went to grab equipment and ended up opening a gear blind box. Shaking his head at George teasing, Zhang Yi toyed with the 92G while recounting to the SAS veteran what he had encountered on the road. Good heavens! Zhang Yu really stepped in dog crap this time. George was genuinely astonished at the incredible luck of picking up equipment halfway. But being a man of experience, he quickly recovered and pointed at the bare 92G saying, "This gun has no compensator. From what I know, you'll need some time to break it in properly." Zhang Yi nodded in full agreement, but smiled wryly. "The idea is beautiful, reality is harsh. These 11 rounds are for survival. Can't waste them. For breaking, I'll have to wait until we have ample ammunition." George caught the implication and raised an eyebrow, saying with a snort, "Holy shit, no way. You cheeky bastard are hoping for another stroke of that. Hey, a man must have dreams. Can't expect us military enthusiasts to use water guns against the creepers, right?" Zhang Yi grinned. George chuckled and shook his head, returning his attention to the maps below, ignoring Zhang Yi. Now his task was to absorb all these critical map data into his brain. No recording device could match the reliability of his own memory, as per George Creed. Time slipped by. Unlike the serene lakeside villa on the outskirts, the city of Gedo was descending into chaos as the virus spread faster than anticipated. First, the areas where zombies had already appeared in large numbers lost control. Hordes broke through cordons and rapidly dispersed into every district. Though the police had preemptively secured key traffic arteries, the zombie clusters outnumbered them by several times, forcing higher-ups to make painful sacrifices. To avoid massive police casualties, units stationed around the city's periphery received withdrawal orders, steadily contracting their defense lines toward the center. This contraction, though ultimately leading to a direct clash with the converging horde, would at least buy enough time for the main armed police force to arrive and relieve them. The love of spectating is eternally etched into the DNA of Rabbit Country's citizens. The large-scale police operations attracted crowds of onlookers. Even as officers shot infected individuals, the gathered masses showed no fear. Instead, they grew larger. After all, this was far more thrilling than any movie. Not informed beforehand, most assumed it was a film shoot. Some even eagerly tried to get on camera. The enthusiastic zombie actors obligingly granted their wish. When the zombies tore open a fallen victim and began devouring them, the splattering blood and organs finally jolted the crowd into a panicked stampede. But it was too late. Several densely populated residential districts fell one after another. Facing a sudden surge in zombie numbers, the police line contracting toward the city center came under immense strain. Fortunately, the police had earlier forcibly evacuated shopping malls, restaurants, and other gathering places, preventing large-scale hordes from forming thus far. Thus, though the police defense in the central area faced sporadic assaults from various residential blocks, the nearly 1,000 armed officers, gritting their teeth, managed to hold their ground. The battle between police and the undead raged into the night. Zombies kept emerging around the central defense lines, Fongxian area, forcing all defenders to remain vigilant, watching for any stragglers. For the officers holding the central line, the most heavenly sound that night was the roar of the autocannons mounted on the 𝂃 armored ride. Bang, 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 bang. As the concentrated autocannon fire erupted, the 30mm barrage dealt devastating blows to the unorganized zombie clusters. When the vehicles drew closer, revealing the military green 𝂃 armored riot vehicles on the streets, the scattered police defending various intersections breathed a collective sigh of relief. The main armed police reinforcement had arrived. Their hours of desperate fighting had finally paid off. Amid the drone of helicopter rotors, several armed police Z9 helicopters swept over the city with bright searchlights, followed by rows of green military trucks trailing the armored vehicles. As the armored vehicles and trucks pulled up at various street intersections, the fully equipped armed police troops disembarked and swiftly began setting up defensive positions according to prearranged plans. Before the zombies on the streets could react, Type 89 heavy machine guns, mortar positions, and a series of other fire emplacements were established. Simultaneously, as the armed police took control of the city, all residents of Gedo received a uniform message on their phones: respected citizens of Gedo, hello. Due to a special biochemical virus outbreak within the city, per higher authority instructions, Gedo is now fully under armed police control and a citywide military lockdown. Until further action plans are issued, all residents must stay indoors and refrain from going out. Please do not panic, citizens. Stay at home, keep doors and windows closed, and do not go outside. On the street, a CSK-181 Mengsher armored assault vehicle slowly advanced while broadcasting a recorded message to the streets on both sides. Roar, Aot. As the Mengsher armored vehicle entered a deserted snack street, a roar was heard from a small restaurant on the right side. Immediately, dozens of hideous zombies rushed out of the restaurant on all fours, charging toward the Mengsher armored vehicle on the street. After spotting the charging zombies, the armed police driver inside the CSK-181 Mengsher armored assault vehicle unhurriedly stopped the vehicle. As the vehicle came to a halt, the rear machine gun operator remotely aimed the roof-mounted machine gun at the small group of zombies rapidly approaching. Boom, boom, boom. The remote machine gun mount on the roof of the Mengsher was equipped with a Type 89-12. The 12, 7mm heavy machine gun spewed tongues of fire at the charging zombies. After a brief heavy burst of gunfire, when one looked again, there were no zombies left on the street. Only a ground littered with shredded flesh and body parts. Infected eliminated. Continue as planned. After confirming there were no other zombies, the squad leader in the passenger seat said to the armed police driver beside him. The Mengsher armored vehicle drove through the street. The squad leader in the passenger seat glanced at the restaurant from which the infected had emerged, frowning slightly. Inside, the originally decently decorated restaurant was now in complete disarray, just like other areas that had been hit by the infected. A bloody scene throughout. 2nd Commercial Street Defense Point calling. We have 3 soldiers trapped while rescuing civilians inside the Commercial Street. Request immediate assistance from nearby heavy forces. Over. At that moment, a communication from friendlies crackled over the radio. After confirming their current position and realizing that the requesting friendlies were not far from their Mengsher armored vehicle, the squad leader picked up the radio handset and said, calling 2nd Commercial Street Defense Point, this is Mobile Squad 12. Hold on, we'll be there in 2 minutes. Over. Seeing the squad leader put down the handset, the armed police driver said with puzzlement, hold on, squad leader. I remember the 2nd Commercial Street Defense Point has 2 WJ-03B armored anti-riot vehicles for support. They could have sent those. The squad leader in the passenger seat pulled down the drinking tube from his Type 08 gas mask, picked up his canteen, connected it, and took a big gulp. After stowing everything away, he explained, I've been to 2nd Commercial Street. Some places there aren't suitable for the 03B to enter. The armed police driver nodded understandingly. In a hurry, he took a shortcut as directed by the squad leader. The Mengsher armored assault vehicle sped up, and after crossing 2 intersections, it entered the 2nd Commercial Street area. At this moment, the rhythmic sound of Type 95 assault rifle fire could be clearly heard from inside the vehicle. Following the direction of the gunfire, the Mengsher armored assault vehicle quickly drove into the Commercial Street. As the squad leader had said, the interior had many staircases and corners, indeed unsuitable for a large infantry fighting vehicle. Seemingly hearing the engine of the approaching armed Mengsher vehicle, an armed police soldier holding a Type 951 rifle ran out from a corner and waved urgently at the Mengsher armored assault vehicle that had followed the gunfire. Here. As the Mengsher pulled up close, the squad leader rolled down the window, raised his Type 951 while scanning the surroundings, and asked the soldier, what's the situation? The trapped area is further in the underground Commercial Street. There must be at least 300 infected. The soldier pointed to the underground entrance around the corner and said to the squad leader in the vehicle, that damn place, the armored anti-riot vehicle, can't go down there. After hearing the soldier's words, the squad leader gave a slight nod to the driver. Then, following the soldier's guidance, they drove the Mengsher armored assault vehicle around the corner and through the underground entrance into the underground Commercial Street area. Since the entrance to the underground Commercial Street was a pedestrian staircase, the descent of the Mengsher armored assault vehicle was extremely bumpy. At the same time, several armed police soldiers guarding the entrance also followed the supporting Mengsher armored vehicle into the underground Commercial Street. Once down, the situation was exactly as the soldier had described. Hundreds of zombies were gathered around a cosmetic store, while 3 armed police soldiers inside the store were barely holding on using overturned shelves and their rifles. Boom, 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 boom. Due to the large number of zombie infected in the underground Commercial Street, the machine gunner inside the vehicle decided to let loose. Under his control, the roof-mounted heavy machine gun released a deadly barrage into the zombie crowd. Bullets from the machine gun were like a reaper. Wherever they passed, clusters of zombies fell in rows. Meanwhile, the squad leader also dismounted with his Type 951 assault rifle, and together with a team of armed police friendlies outside, coordinated with the Mengsher armored assault vehicle's heavy machine gun to deliver simultaneous fire on the zombies ahead. With the support of the Mengsher's heavy machine gun, the armed police quickly eliminated all the zombies in the underground Commercial Street. The 3 trapped soldiers in the cosmetic store and the rescued dozen or so civilians filed out of the store. After some effort to drive the Mengsher armored assault vehicle back up to the ground street, the young armed police driver's eyes lit up as he watched the men and women, still somewhat shaken, being escorted out of the underground Commercial Street by the soldiers. Then the driver nudged the squad leader, who was checking his Type 95 rifle. When the squad leader looked over with a puzzled expression, the driver pointed at one of the rescued people and said, "Squad leader, look, that girl in a JK uniform over there. Damn, she's beautiful." Before the squad leader could respond, a body suddenly leaned over from behind. The machine gunner said excitedly, "Holy crap, that's awesome. Where? Let me see." The squad leader in the passenger seat shook his head with a helpless smile, inserted a loaded Type 95 magazine into the receiver, and said, "If you like her, why are you still standing here? Go get her contact info." Hearing that the driver shook his head first and smiled wryly, "Forget it. Just looking is enough. A girl that pretty would never go for us." "Coward. No wonder you're single." The machine gunner waved dismissively, then patted his tiger stripe combat vest and said, "Watch me." Under the gaze of the two inside the vehicle, the machine gunner quickly got out, walked up to the particularly attractive girl in the JK uniform among the crowd, and after a few words returned to the vehicle with a triumphant grin, clutching a piece of paper. "Holy cow, that's impressive. I never thought the quiet guy could flirt with a girl like that. Skill after skill." The squad leader, showing rare surprise, praised the machine gunner as he got back in. The machine gunner sat back down, putting the paper with the contact info into his command pouch, and said with a smile, "You'll be jealous. This girl is a senior at Goethe University, and she even said she'd treat me to a meal later." The driver's eyes lit up. "What's her name?" Seeing the squad leader also looked curious, the machine gunner snapped his fingers proudly. "It's a beautiful name. A compound surname. Shangwan Ma Shue." "Phew. Zhang, I can't carry anymore." In the villa warehouse, Mu Xintan put down a full crate of canned goods, leaned against a nearby box, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and panted heavily. Since they hadn't unloaded the truck's supplies the day before, as soon as dawn broke the next day, George called the two to start moving the supplies. The more suave Mu Xintan had been when swiping her bank card at Sam's supermarket, the more disheveled she now appeared after moving all those supplies. George truly made the most of everything. He even put Lanes to work. The big dog was forced into service, carrying weight it shouldn't have to bear, using a load-bearing backpack to shuttle large amounts of food supplies between the truck and the warehouse. Zhang Yi patted Mu Xintan's head sympathetically and said softly, "Go rest. Let me handle the rest of the supplies." "Oh Zhang, you can't spoil her like that. Mu needs enough training." Just then, as 2 boxes of food supplies were placed in a corner of the warehouse, George pushed up his Wily X goggles and said sternly. Hearing George's words, Zhang Yi turned back to look at the pitiful Mu Xintan. After hesitating, he finally slunk out of the warehouse under Mu Xintan's resentful. Zhang Yi would indulge this pampered young lady, and so would Mu Xingxiong, but George chose to say no. Patting Lanes, who had just trotted over with a new load, George put his hands on his hips and said, "All right, Mu, your boyfriend can't help you now. Go on, there are still a dozen more boxes in the truck." "Damn it, you blonde foreign devil really deserve to die." "Aya." Mu Xintan gritted her teeth as she led Lanes out of the warehouse, complaining. Unexpectedly, George's voice came from behind. "Hey, I understand Chinese." The voice startled Mu Xintan, and she quickly led Lanes and scurried away toward the big truck. After moving all the supplies from the truck into the villa warehouse, it was already noon. The scorching summer sun hung high. Exhausted, Mu Xintan lay on the big bed in her bedroom, staring at the air conditioner, blowing cold air, looking completely worn out. Zhang Yi and George were now in the garage. Zhang Yi took a fully configured AVS vest from the Hummer, patted the various pouches attached to it, and said to George, "What do you think?" "Quite a few pouches, huh?" George looked it over and remarked with admiration, "Quality shouldn't be bad. I once used Indian-made ones, and they almost got me killed." Zhang Yi stroked the side plates of the AVS vest and said with a smile, "I'm a military gear enthusiast. Would I mess with you? All genuine Cry Precision products." Hearing Zhang Yi's confident words, George took the AVS vest and nodded, "All right, I trust you." Inserting 2 level 4 US standard plates, the weight immediately became substantial. George quickly put on the AVS vest, and the familiar feeling instantly perked him up. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Not bad. How is it if the AVS doesn't suit you?" As he spoke, Zhang Yi opened the Hummer's trunk, revealing a whole carload of various tactical gear to George. "I have others here. If these aren't enough, come with me to our local wargame arena in a few days. There's enough gear for my shooting buddies to equip a SEAL team." George, now wearing the AVS tactical vest, glanced at the Hummer's trunk packed with all kinds of equipment. Type 21 training uniforms, ACU training uniforms, PCS training uniforms, MM-14 training uniforms. Without exaggeration, you could find almost every country's army training uniform in the world right there. So this is what you spend your money on. George clearly couldn't understand Zhang Yi's hoarding of gear. After all, had worn enough uniforms during his service. "Are you a salesman for this stuff?" "It's a hobby, though I also sell some of this gear," Zhang Yi replied to George, teasing, shaking his index finger. "But these are my personal collection. And the real money sink isn't these." Then Zhang Yi took out a black metal case from the trunk and handed it to George. "I think you'll need this." George curiously took the metal case and opened it. Seeing the PVS-31 night vision device inside, he raised an eyebrow. "You guys really know how to splurge. But these things are actually useful now." Watching George take the night vision, Zhang Yi pointed to several helmets and headsets in the trunk. "Pick one. They're all OpsCore helmets and AMP headsets. Of course, if you want 3MC3S, I have some here too." George picked up an OpsCore Fast SF high-cut helmet already equipped with an AMP headset and put it on. He shook his head, feeling the familiar weight, and gave a thumbs up. Very good. Just then a scream suddenly came from outside the villa. Both men in the garage were wearing tactical headsets, and the sound-amplifying noise reduction feature clearly picked up the scream. Alert Zhang Yi immediately placed his hand on the pistol in his belt holster. George also turned his gaze fixed in the direction of the sound. Zhang Yi drew his 92G from the holster and said to George, "It's outside. Let's check it out." "Phew. Zhang Yi, I can't carry anymore." In the villa warehouse, Mu Xintan put down a full crate of canned goods, leaned against a nearby box, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and panted heavily. Since they hadn't unloaded the truck supplies the day before, as soon as dawn broke the next day, George called the two to start moving the supplies. The more suave Mu Xintan had been when swiping her bank card at Sam's supermarket, the more disheveled she now appeared after moving all those supplies. George truly made the most of everything. He even put Lanes to work. The big dog was forced into service, carrying weight it shouldn't have to bear, using a load-bearing backpack to shuttle large amounts of food supplies between the truck and the warehouse. Zhang Yi patted Mu Xintan's head sympathetically and said softly, "Go rest. Let me handle the rest of the supplies." "Oh Zhang, you can't spoil her like that. Mu needs enough training." Just then, as 2 boxes of food supplies were placed in a corner of the warehouse, George pushed up his Wily X goggles and said sternly. Hearing George's words, Zhang Yi turned back to look at the pitiful Mu Xintan. After hesitating, he finally slunk out of the warehouse under Mu Xintan's resentful gaze. Zhang Yi would indulge this pampered young lady, and so would Mu Xingxiong, but George chose to say no. Patting Lanes, who had just trotted over with a new load, George put his hands on his hips and said, "All right, Mu, your boyfriend can't help you now. Go on, there are still a dozen more boxes in the truck. Damn it, you blonde foreign devil really deserve to die." "Aya." Mu Xintan gritted her teeth as she led Lanes out of the warehouse, complaining. Unexpectedly, George's voice came from behind. "Hey, I understand Chinese." The voice startled Mu Xintan, and she quickly led Lanes and scurried away toward the big truck. After moving all the supplies from the truck into the villa warehouse, it was already noon. The scorching summer sun hung high. Exhausted, Mu Xintan lay on the big bed in her bedroom, staring at the air conditioner, blowing cold air, looking completely worn out. Zhang Yi and George were now in the garage. Zhang Yi took a fully configured AVS vest from the Hummer, patted the various pouches attached to it, and said to George, "What do you think?" "Quite a few pouches, huh?" George looked it over and remarked with admiration, "Quality shouldn't be bad. I once used Indian-made ones, and they almost got me killed." Zhang Yi stroked the side plates of the AVS vest and said with a smile, "I'm a military gear enthusiast. Would I mess with you? All genuine Cry Precision products." Hearing Zhang Yi's confident words, George took the AVS vest and nodded, "All right, I trust you." Inserting 2 level 4 US standard plates, the weight immediately became substantial. George quickly put on the AVS vest, and the familiar feeling instantly perked him up. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Not bad. How is it, if the AVS doesn't suit you?" As he spoke, Zhang Yi opened the Hummer's trunk, revealing a whole carload of various tactical gear to George. "I have others here. If these aren't enough, come with me to our local wargame arena in a few days. There's enough gear for my shooting buddies to equip a SEAL team." George, now wearing the AVS tactical vest, glanced at the Hummer's trunk packed with all kinds of equipment. Type 21 training uniforms, ACU training uniforms, PCS training uniforms, MM-14 training uniforms. Without exaggeration, you could find almost every country's army training uniform in the world right there. So this is what you spend your money on. George clearly couldn't understand Zhang Yi's hoarding of gear. After all, had worn enough uniforms during his service. "Are you a salesman for this stuff?" "It's a hobby, though I also sell some of this gear," Zhang Yi replied to George, teasing, shaking his index finger. "But these are my personal collection. And the real money sink isn't these." Then Zhang Yi took out a black metal case from the trunk and handed it to George. "I think you'll need this." George curiously took the metal case and opened it. Seeing the PVS-31 night vision device inside, he raised an eyebrow. "You guys really know how to splurge. But these things are actually useful now." Watching George take the night vision, Zhang Yi pointed to several helmets and headsets in the trunk. "Pick one. They're all OpsCore helmets and AMP headsets. Of course, if you want 3MC3S, I have some here too." Unbeknownst to when, Lyons had escaped from the doghouse in the villa and made his way to the garage leading outside, stopping beside Zhang Yi, and the other beginning to growl lowly in the direction of the sound. Zhang Yi stroked Lyons' head, gently reassuring him before signaling him to retreat. He then handed his M9 combat knife to George. The two of them followed the sound cautiously out of the garage. The perimeter of Mu Xingxuan's lakeside villa was enclosed by an iron railing fence that surrounded the entire property. Through the gaps in the iron bars, the two could observe the situation outside the villa. Glancing at Zhang Yi, who had already taken a defensive stance with his pistol, George gestured for him to stay put. Gripping the M9 knife, he swiftly moved to the railing, maintaining a safe distance, while turning his gaze toward the direction from which the sound had emanated. The distinct sound of tearing and chewing came from the path not far ahead. As George discerned what was happening, he furrowed his brows. On the lakeside path ahead, an elderly man dressed as a janitor was squatting with his back to them, seemingly gnawing on something. Beneath the old man, a woman was faintly visible lying on the ground, her striking red stiletto heels unmistakable. Just as George prepared to act, a sharp whoosh cut through the air as an arrow flew overhead. The arrow struck the old man's heart with precision. As the bolt hit home, his body trembled. Yet despite this lethal blow, the old man, instead of collapsing, staggered, then abruptly stood up and turned around, revealing a blood-smeared, hideous face. Zhang Yi followed the arrow's trajectory and saw Mu Xinchuan wearing ESS goggles standing by the bedroom window on the villa's second floor, a hint of shock in her eyes. With the aid of the Garmin A1 electronic sight on her compound bow, the arrow she had just released had precisely struck the lethal heart region. Yet the zombie she had hit stood up as if unharmed, growing agitated and scanning its surroundings. Mu Xinchuan quickly shook off her shock. With her left hand holding the Matthews VXR-31 compound bow, her right hand drew a fresh arrow from the quiver at her side. She knocked the arrow on the Hamskia arrow rest and hooked the knock over the bowstring. Then she placed her right index finger on the fireball blade release aid attached to the bowstring. With the aid of the Garmin A1 electronic sight, Mu Xinchuan quickly locked onto the target below. She drew the bowstring to her cheek, then pressed the release trigger. The arrow dropped from the rest and shot toward the target with a whistle. With the second whoosh, the arrow pierced the elderly zombie's eye socket. Although Mu Xinchuan's X-10 carbon arrows were tipped with conical field points, the shot through the eye socket proved lethal enough. As the arrow sank fully in, its tip penetrated the zombie's skull. The energy dissipated, and the creature wobbled before collapsing to the ground. George had been planning a thrilling knife fight, but Mu Xinchuan's compound bow stole the kill. He vaulted over the iron railing in one swift motion, followed by Zhang Yi, who first passed his pistol through the gaps before climbing over. Retrieving his pistol from the ground, Zhang Yi followed George as they quickly approached the scene. The elderly zombie lay dead, its head obliterated by Mu Xinchuan's arrow. Their focus now shifted to the remaining fallen woman. The scene was gruesome. The woman's neck had been completely torn open by the zombie, her severed trachea exposed and gushing blood. The crimson liquid stained her dress, and large bite marks covered her arms, chest, and abdomen. Though the woman had bled out and died, the three did not lower their guard. Mu Xinchuan, still on the second floor, had already knocked a third arrow. Zhang Yi pulled his 92G pistol closed, centering the sights on the woman's body. Unlike the other two, George acted decisively, striding forward. Reaching the dead woman, he wasted no words. His right hand, gripping the M9 combat knife, plunged the blade straight into her eye socket. After finishing the coup de grace, George withdrew the knife and wiped the blood clean on the woman's clothes. Suddenly, he froze mid-motion, his peripheral vision locking onto a nearby bush. George grasped the M9 knife in a throwing stance. As he rose, he hurled the blade with explosive force, sending it like a flying dagger toward the bush. Rustled, and a feral cat covered in scratches tumbled out. The knife embedded in its eye socket testified to the precision of George's throw. No wonder he was SAS. Zhang Yi hadn't even noticed the creature in the distant bush before George launched his attack. The cat had fully turned into a zombie. The telltale pale pupils marked its condition. As George pulled the knife from the cat's eye socket again, Zhang Yi's expression cross-species zombification was far from good news. He approached the zombie cat's corpse and studied it closely. Although Mu Zengxing's earlier text message had mentioned animal transmission, this was Zhang Yi's first encounter with a zombie species other than. Damn it, Zhang. We missed a crucial item on our supply list. George looked at the zombie cat's corpse, wiped his knife clean again on the woman's clothes, and pointed at the body with a grim expression. This thing is a reminder that we need to fortify the house. Hearing George's words, Zhang Yi glanced back at the villa's solitary open iron railing fence and nodded in agreement. That flimsy iron fence might hold against a handful of mindless zombies, but against small, agile zombie animals, it was useless. Thus, in the eyes of Zhang Yi and George, the fence offered no protection. Zhang Yi switched off the safety on his 92G pistol, holstered it, and turned to George. Let's head back first. Fortifications are urgent. Let's go back and discuss the plan. The two climbed back over the iron railings with ease, a testament to how easily any determined human could breach the fence. Any bright ideas? George glanced at the two before him, looking at the digital city map displayed on the tablet. Mu Xinchuan had removed her ESS goggles. The built-in prescription module was uncomfortable, and swapped them for a pair of black round-frame glasses. Rubbing her right hand sore from drawing the bowstring, she spoke lazily. Tough. The nearest hardware store is 5 kilometers away. The roads are full of zombies, or blocked by armed. With the city in lockdown, driving there would get us stopped by the police within 2 blocks. Zhang Yi nodded, troubled. The authorities had announced that armed police units would deliver supplies to residential communities in batches, ensuring daily needs while prohibiting movement. Night travel. After some thought, Zhang Yi proposed his idea, pointing to the 2 night vision devices mounted on helmets on the table. The armed police have decent weapons, but their night vision gear isn't as good as ours. We have an advantage in nighttime operations. He turned to Mu Xinchuan, who was lazily adjusting her glasses. Girl, you didn't break the PVS-14 I gave you, did you? Mu Xinchuan nodded and pointed to the bedroom. It's in the room with the tube and lens stored separately. The night travel plan sounds fine, George said, taking a sip of water as he studied the route to the nearest hardware store on the map. But you have to consider that this villa is huge. We'll need wire mesh electrical supplies and modification parts, enough to require a vehicle. Seeing Zhang Yi lost in thought, Mu Xinchuan propped her chin in her hands and smiled. Stumped. Yes, the transport issue. We need something quiet and with good carrying capacity. That's a challenge. Zhang Yi nodded. Even if each of them carried a 90-liter backpack, the volume required for the needed supplies would still be a problem. At Zhang Yi's words, Mu Xinchuan snapped her fingers. No problem. I've got 4 bikepacking bikes. If we use backpacks, we can strap extra gear to the rear. George raised an eyebrow. To him, these people were like Doraemon from the Japanese anime. They had everything, a veritable 4-dimensional pocket. Zhang Yi, after pondering Mu Xinchuan's suggestion, found it surprisingly feasible. Bikepacking bikes are designed for long-distance heavy-loaded touring, so they have excellent carrying capacity. 3 of them could haul the necessary equipment from the hardware store back to the villa. With night vision goggles, they could avoid police roadblocks under the cover of darkness, moving stealthily. Realizing the plan's viability, Zhang Yi immediately approved. It works. With the special touring bikes, we won't have a transport problem. Seeing George nod in agreement, Zhang Yi grinned and clapped his hands. All right, the plan is set. Let's map out a route and move tonight. Just then, the villa's doorbell rang. The clear chime immediately alerted the 3 discussing plans in the living room. Mu Xinchuan gazed toward the door, her delicate brows furrowing. She rose and gestured for the 2 on the sofa to stay calm. Approaching the front door, she opened the smart display to see who was outside. After a few taps, the smart screen lit up. Outside the villa gate stood a military BJ-80 off-road vehicle. An armed police officer and 2 soldiers armed with Type 951 rifles waited at the entrance, awaiting the homeowner's response. Mu Xinchuan activated the audio intercom and asked the soldiers outside about their purpose. The answer relieved her. It was a government-arranged supply delivery. According to the registration, there are 3 residents in this villa, correct? The leading officer, wearing a Type 10 gas mask, checked his notebook after communicating with Mu Xinchuan. Mr. Mu Xinxiu, Miss Mu Xinchuan, and Miss Lin Xiaoqiao. Mu Xinchuan was momentarily stunned at the mention of the names. A flicker of disorientation crossed her face before she composed herself, clearing her throat. Yes, just leave the supplies at the door. He'll pick them up later. The officer shook his head. Sorry, ma'am, per orders, we need to see the residents before handing over the supplies. It's regulation. Please understand. After a moment of thought, Mu Xinchuan opened the door. Under the soldiers' admiring glances hidden behind their gas masks, she walked slowly to the iron gate. Officer and Mu Xinchuan. Any other questions? The officer, inwardly admiring her beauty, kept his expression neutral. He ticked the notebook with his pen. And Mr. Mu Xinxiu and Miss Lin. Seeing the increasingly grim look on Mu Xinchuan's face, the officer, who had encountered similar situations along the way, seemed to guess the outcome. He sighed, made a hand gesture to the soldier beside him, and said, "This is 3-person supplies. Even if they're not here, we'll still deliver the full portion. Our allocation is fixed, neither more nor less." Somewhat dazed, Mu Xinchuan took the supplies from the soldier. Only when the BJ-80's engine roared to life did she snap back to reality, struggling to carry the week's worth of 3-person supplies with both hands. As she came to, she realized her eyes had become moist. Crystal tears like broken pearls dripped onto the supply bags. Lifting her head toward the sky, her voice choked with sobs, "Mom, Dad. Xinchuan misses you so much." The airspace ahead leading to the ancient capital has been blockaded. Bell 505 helicopter, leave immediately. Above the outskirts of the ancient capital, inside a civilian Bell helicopter, the radio, used for receiving messages, picked up a warning from the Air Force. Bell 505 helicopter. In the pilot's seat, facing the warning from the Air Force, the helmeted pilot extended his right hand to turn off the radio, glanced at a photo on the dashboard, then took a deep breath and pulled the cyclic lever, pushing the helicopter to maximum speed. "Moshua, Dad is coming to save you." At the Rabbit Country Air Force's ancient capital base, the Air Force monitor frowned as he watched the civilian Bell 505 helicopter on the radar screen that had not followed the warning to turn back and was steadily approaching the ancient capital. Then he reported to the commanding officer. "Report civilian Bell 505 helicopter maintaining course, continuing to fly toward the ancient capital." The commanding officer quickly strode behind the monitor, his expression unchanged as he looked at the monitoring data on the screen. He took out a communicator and, gazing at the helicopter marker on the detection display, said, "Falcon 1 target is 25 kilometers from the ancient capital, about to enter its airspace. Launch immediately to intercept. If necessary, shoot it down." Upon receiving the combat order, the pilot swiftly ran out of the ready room, clutching his helmet, sprinting toward the J-10 fighter on standby on the runway, not far away. Clad in his anti-G suit, he was conspicuously visible on the tarmac. Immediately afterward, the J-10 fighter quickly took off under the guidance of the ground crew. As the ancient capital, now faintly visible ahead, came into view, 𝓃 in the pilot's seat grew somewhat tense. Yesterday morning, the state issued a notice to civil aviation announcing the blockade of the ancient capital's airway. As a helicopter pilot, he had naturally received this news. He had originally planned to attend a conference in the ancient capital, but his boss had suspended the trip as a result. Having inside information, he had heard about everything happening inside the ancient capital. The moment he learned the news, he immediately called his daughter, who was studying there, but he was too late. She was trapped in an underground commercial street in the city center. Accompanied by a sudden burst of chaotic screams from the other end, the call was cut off due to signal jamming. Knowing his daughter was in danger, 𝓃 wrestled with his thoughts before ultimately choosing to commit this reckless act that would cost him his career. Because this helicopter had a preset regular flight path, he directly applied for a route to a city adjacent to the ancient capital. Upon arrival, without a moment's pause, he piloted the helicopter at full speed from the Demon City to the ancient capital. But the Air Force's interception was within his expectations. As a former Air Force pilot himself, he was well aware of the tactics his old comrades would employ next. If he wasn't mistaken, the fighters coming to intercept him should already be on their way. As expected, before he could even reach the skies above the ancient capital, 2 J-10 fighters had already appeared on both sides behind the helicopter. This is the final warning. Turn back immediately. Otherwise we will shoot you down. As the J-10 fighter on the right broadcast the communication, its pilot banked the wing, revealing the Thunderbolt air-to-air missiles mounted on the underwing hardpoints. 𝓃 naturally saw the threat from the fighter pilot. But thinking of his daughter still hiding in the underground commercial street, facing unknown dangers, in panic, he let out a breath, and then manipulated the helicopter into a sharp dive. Holy crap, you've got a death wish. Watching the Bell 505 helicopter plunge steeply at a sharp angle, the J-10 pilot, who had issued the warning, was utterly stunned. Exclaiming in shock, he quickly adjusted his fighter's attitude and began descending along with his wingman. The Bell 505 helicopter was now diving at nearly a full-speed angle. The last time someone flew like this was with a Stuka. As the ground below grew increasingly clear, 𝓃 relied on years of flying experience and pulled up the helicopter just before impact. Now the helicopter was less than 50 meters above the highway below. The armed police deployed at the intersection below were dumbfounded by the sight. As the Bell 505 stabilized its airframe and began low-level flight at full speed, the J-10 above also swooped down from high altitude and then pursued the Bell helicopter at low level. Damn, we making an action movie here. Feeling the oppressive airflow from the low-flying fighter, an armed police soldier operating a Type 89 heavy machine gun inside a Samba green forced road position covered his helmet and lowered his head, muttering. Inside the command post, the commanding officer holding a communicator as he watched the helicopter marker that had entered the ancient capital's range directly ordered, Falcon 1, this is command. The target has entered the ancient capital. Authorization to fire, launch Thunderbolt missile, and shoot it down. After receiving the shoot-down clearance from the command post, he looked at the helicopter still desperately charging ahead. Inside the J-10, the pilot sighed, momentarily admiring the man's tenacity. But he chose not to use the Thunderbolt missile. Instead, he pushed back the safety on the control stick, locked the target, and pressed the trigger. The semi-recessed twin 23mm cannon spewed a dazzling tongue of flame toward the Bell 505 ahead. The fragile main rotor of the civilian helicopter was instantly destroyed. Deprived of lift, the helicopter plummeted straight down into the city below, watched by the two fighter pilots. Target down, returning to base. As he looked at the wreckage of the helicopter that had crashed to the ground, the fighter pilot pulled up the fighter to climb and return, muttering softly, good luck. Soon after, two CSK-181 Mengsher armored assault vehicles, having received the notification, quickly arrived at the scene. The armed police commander swiftly got out with a group of armed police soldiers. But looking at the remains of the Bell 505, now a heap of scrap metal, they were too late. Report, no corpse found inside the helicopter wreckage. The pilot should have already left. Hearing the armed police soldiers' report, the commanding officer sighed with some headache, then picked up the walkie-talkie to relay the situation on the ground to the rear command post. After reporting, the armed police commander touched his Type 10 gas mask as he looked at the charred wreckage, frowning. Now this. We've seen people desperate to get out, but who the hell rushes to get in? Just then a gunshot rang out from a nearby armed police soldier. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw two zombies. One had already been shot in the head by the soldier using a Type 951 rifle, while the other, with both legs crippled, was crawling painfully toward them. But with another shot, the crawling zombie was also eliminated. After confirming there were no more threats in the street, the armed police commander said to the soldiers, step up patrols in this area over the next few days. The infected inside the city haven't been completely cleaned out. The two vehicles of armed police started up and left. Watching the armored assault vehicles recede into the distance, a man dropped from a nearby tree and winced, grabbing his wounded shoulder. It was nearly dark now. Before going to find his daughter, he needed a place to hole up. Glancing at the surrounding streets, he finally set his sights on a hardware store with its door wide open. At the lakeside villa, Zhang Yi, George, and Mu Xinxuan, after the sky had completely darkened, changed into full gear. They shouldered their respective Virtus backpacks and mounted their bikepacking bicycles. Using the night vision devices on their helmets, they began moving under the cover. When the virus broke out, some power stations on the city outskirts were also hit by the outbreak. Operational errors caused damage and explosions to the station machinery, cutting off the city's power supply. After discussion, the government shut down street lighting, which actually provided excellent cover for Zhang Yi's team. The armed police checkpoints on the roads remained illuminated, but since most roads were completely blacked out, the trio, having pre-identified the garrison positions and relying on Mu Xingxuan's familiarity with the surrounding routes, slipped through seldom trodden alleys to bypass the armed police blockades. Although the alleys were rarely frequented, the city was still a metropolis with a population of tens of millions. They hadn't ridden far before encountering an obstacle. Several zombies lurking in the alley blocked their path. Fortunately, due to the night, the zombies' vision was also limited, and they didn't notice the three living humans on bicycles stopped not far away. What do we do? Take a detour. Mu Xinxuan looked at Zhang Yi beside her and whispered, eyeing the zombies blocking the passage. Zhang Yi shook his head, then pointed at the Matthews VXR-31 compound bow strapped to Mu Xingxuan's back. She immediately understood, got off the bike quietly, and drew a cylindrical-tipped X-10 carbon arrow from the quiver. Aim, anchor, release, a fluid sequence of movements. With the whistling sound of the arrow, the X-10 carbon shaft precisely pierced the left ear of a slowly moving zombie. Amplified by the compound bow, the arrow passed clean through. The precisely headshot zombie wobbled and collapsed. Hearing the commotion, the other zombies turned in confusion toward their companion. Though the pitch-black night prevented them from seeing the scene, the blood spilling from their fallen comrade stirred them into agitation. Rhea, one zombie, opened its mouth wide and began snarling into the dark. But before it could roar twice, a second arrow pierced through its open mouth from the inside. Another clean pass. Mu Xinxuan, now finding her rhythm, gradually increased her shooting speed. Though a few shots missed, her hit rate remained at 90. As the last zombie in the alley fell, Mu Xinxuan exhaled, confirming all were down, and slung the Matthews VXR-31 compound bow back over her shoulder. Getting back on the bike, through the PVS-14 monocular night vision device on her helmet, she saw two thumbs up from her companions on the white phosphorus tube image. Mu Xinxuan puffed out her chest proudly and laughed. Accurate enough, right? Wait till later when I get a proper gun. They'll show you all what a sharpshooter really is. George quickly retracted his thumb, recalling Mu Xingxuan's poor performance at the shooting range. Frowning slightly, he said, last time at the range I remember you missed the target entirely. That time I was just worn out, doesn't reflect my real skill. Faced with George's doubt, Mu Xinxuan immediately started making excuses. As they passed the bodies, the two helped Mu Xinxuan retrieve all the arrows lodged in the zombies. Compared to firearms, one advantage of a compound bow is reusable ammunition, though it takes a long time to master. Two Z-9 helicopters with searchlights swept rapidly overhead. Hiding in the shadow of the searchlights, Mu Xinxuan watched the helicopters and asked curiously, what's the point of these patrols? Couldn't the ground police do this? Zhang Yi glanced at the departing helicopters, then said, I reckon the armed police are using the noise from the helicopter to fish. Seeing Mu Xinxuan still puzzled, Zhang Yi laid out his guess in full. Zombies are more sensitive at night than during the day, but because their vision is impaired, they rely more on sound. The helicopter generates a lot of noise during flight, so it lures out zombies hiding in dark corners and draws them toward checkpoints manned by armed police, where heavy machine guns and armored vehicles mow them all down. As if to confirm his theory, a chorus of roars erupted. In the trio's night vision, over a dozen zombies burst out from hidden corners or buildings on both sides of the street, screaming and sprinting at full speed toward the direction the helicopter had gone. Then came a thunderous rattle of heavy gunfire from the end of the street. The poor zombies were systematically mowed down wave after wave by the armed police's fishing tactic. While the armed police were engaging the zombies, Zhang Yi's trio pedaled swiftly through the alley. Though it was a tense ride, they made it safely to their destination. Looking at the hardware store ahead, Zhang Yi exchanged a glance with George, dismounted their bikes, raised their weapons, and cautiously advanced toward the closed door of the shop. They pushed open the half-closed door warily and entered one by one. In the night vision display, the layout of the hardware store was fully visible. Standing at the entrance, they saw the store was quite spacious. They began clearing the interior using CQB techniques. With the help of the tactical earphone's noise reduction, they caught a faint rustling from the back room. George, wearing PVS-31 night vision goggles, pointed toward the back room. Zhang Yi, holding a 92G pistol, nodded slightly. They moved to the door of the back room, and George grabbed a hammer from a shelf. Looking at the closed door, George made a three-hand signal. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. With a smash, George broke the door lock with the hammer. Zhang Yi kicked the door open, holding an M300V flashlight against his chest to illuminate the interior, while his right hand drew his pistol inward, shouting at the same time, "Freeze." The dazzling beam of the M300V tactical flashlight illuminated the dark interior of the house. By the time the person inside registered the light, Zhang Yi, gripping his 92G pistol, had already locked the muzzle onto him. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Yi and George, the man inside raised his hands with decisive swiftness, offering them a crisp French military salute. "Which unit are you from?" Shangwan Fengrong asked, raising his hands with a hint of resignation as he sized up Zhang Yi and George, who were outfitted like U.S. Navy SEAL. Ignoring the man's presumptuous question, Zhang Yi reached for the Cry Precision MRB-2. Zero waist belt, withdrew an orange restraint strap, and secured the man's hands behind his back before finally stopping. After confirming that the man no longer posed a threat, Zhang Yi picked up the call handset attached to the shoulder of his scarab tactical vest, which was connected to the ANPRC-152 single soldier radio, and said, "Xin Yuan, interior is secure. You can come in." Shortly after, under Shangwan Fengrong's watchful gaze, another figure clad in gear resembling U.S. military attire walked in. Though the M300V flashlight made it hard to see clearly, the PVS-14 monocular night vision device, mounted on Mu Xinyuan's helmet, and her full set of equipment were unmistakable. "I ask you answer." Maintaining an isosceles triangle shooting stance, Zhang Yi kept his gun aimed at Shangwan Fengrong, who was now seated on a chair in the room, while scanning the environment and asking, "Are you the owner or an employee of this hardware store?" Shangwan Fengrong shook his head. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow at the answer and pressed on, "You're not from this city." Seeing Shangwan Fengrong nod, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and said, "I recall that non-residents have been gathered by the government into temporary quarantine facilities. Why aren't you there?" Shangwan Fengrong's mouth twitched, unsure how to answer that question. Could he say that he flew a helicopter from Modu all the way to the sky above Gudu, and not long ago was shot down by an Air Force fighter jet? Just then, George picked up a marked map from the table and handed it to Zhang Yi, saying, "Zhang, this guy seems to be making an operation plan." Zhang Yi glanced at the map in George's hand and was slightly surprised. The markings were exceptionally detailed. From operational objectives to evacuation routes, everything was laid out. Based on the technique, it was clear this man was no ordinary person. "Did you make these markings on the map?" Zhang Yi turned his gaze to Shangwan Fengrong, who was still seated on the chair. Shangwan Fengrong was straightforward, admitting openly that he had made the map. Then, regardless of what Zhang Yi and the others thought, he recounted the entire journey that had brought him to Modu, leaving nothing out. "Your daughter is called Shangwan Muxua." Compared to the somewhat unbelievable story, Mu Xinyuan had clearly latched onto a key point. She flipped the PVS-14 night vision device up onto her helmet, took a closer look at Shangwan Fengrong illuminated by the tactical flashlight, and said, "You're her father, Shangwan Fengrong. You've heard of me." Shangwan Fengrong didn't recognize Mu Xinyuan, and even if he had, he wouldn't have been able to tell given that all three were wearing gas masks. He was a bit surprised that Mu Xinyuan could directly call out his name. Glancing at Zhang Yi and George, who also looked puzzled, Mu Xinyuan said with a hint of exasperation, "Well, so you're that overachieving girl's dad." "Oh, I can't." Hearing Mu Xinyuan's words, Zhang Yi realized that the man before him posed no immediate threat. He engaged the safety on his pistol, holstered it, kept his right hand on the grip for quick draw, and asked with mild curiosity, "Your tone seems off. Did you have a conflict?" Mu Xinyuan sighed and said, "Not really. I've chatted with her a few times. She's a nice person. But she's incredibly driven, a walking encyclopedia. And the thing is, she's not even nearsighted." "Oh well." So that explained the sour note. It was just her venting about her own myopia. Zhang Yi, who had thought there might have been some real conflict, was left speechless. Nonetheless, the questions were mostly cleared up. After confirming the hardware store had no other threats, Zhang Yi unfastened the restraint strap from Shangwan Fengrong's hands. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, the three of them still had important matters to attend to. Watching Zhang Yi, George, and Mu Xinyuan frantically gathering various voltage tools and barbed wire, Shangwan Fengrong, an Air Force veteran, roughly guessed their intentions and began helping them pack supplies. "If you only build a high-voltage electric fence, it won't fully solve your defense problems," he said. George nodded in agreement. "Yes, but the urban environment we're staying in severely limits the construction of defensive fortifications. With no room for traps, high-voltage barbed wire is the quickest solution. You even have your own diesel generator." Shangwan Fengrong raised an eyebrow at George's words. Sensing a chance to boast, Mu Xinyuan said with some pride, "Hell, we've got resources. Solar power, diesel power, even human power generation. So electricity is the least of our work." But Shangwan Fengrong, with a mysterious air, replied, "Then I bet you haven't installed any EMP protection equipment yet." Zhang Yi's hands, which were lifting a roll of barbed wire, suddenly stopped. He turned to Shangwan Fengrong, frowning. "Do you know some inside information?" Shangwan Fengrong handed a few relays to George and smiled. I used to serve in the Air Force, but I'm also quite good at information analysis. I think you've already realized, this is not just a virus outbreak in a single city. Every major country in the world has cities experiencing the spread of this virus. Seeing the three of them focused on him, Shangwan Fengrong continued solemnly, the UN's ineffective lockdown in the 𝓃 country has proven that simply restricting movement cannot stop the virus from spreading. An old comrade of mine told me some inside information. If you want to hear it, I can share it. But I have one condition. If you agree, I'll tell you. Seeing that he had their full attention, Shangwan Fengrong raised his condition at the right moment. Zhang Yi pulled George and Mu Xingyuan aside for a quick discussion. Seeing no objection from either, he turned back to Shangwan Fengrong and gave a slight nod. I can agree, but only if it's within our capability. If it's beyond our means, we'll have to talk. Seeing that Zhang Yi and the others had accepted his terms, Shangwan Fengrong's face broke into a smile. According to military insider information, the virus spread in the 𝓃 country was not just through human transmission. The corpses of infected individuals fell into the main rivers, were eaten by fish, and the infected fish were caught and eaten by fishermen. Because they failed to recognize the threat of animal transmission, what started as a few isolated slum outbreaks quickly engulfed the entire country. With a population of 1.4 billion, nearly 910 were infected within a month. By the day before the virus began to spread massively in other countries, the UN had already secretly discussed a full-scale nuclear cleansing of the 𝓃 country. Zhang Yi, piecing together Shangwan Fengrong's words, had a rough idea of what he was driving at. He narrowed his eyes. You mean that as the virus spreads further, there could be a full-scale nuclear... Shangwan Fengrong didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, do you know where the biggest powder keg in the world is right now after the virus outbreak? At his question, Zhang Yi scratched his head in confusion. The bear. The fallen 𝓃. Shangwan Fengrong shook his head immediately. Right next to us. An old comrade in the military mentioned it to me. The military's semi-AI supercomputer has analyzed the situation. Unless a cure is found as the virus continues to spread, the probability of that powder keg next to us exploding has reached a terrifying 90. Is this analysis reliable? Zhang Yi said skeptically. After all, the conditions for a nuclear war and a conventional war are on completely different scales. But Shangwan Fengrong replied flatly, the virus has provided enough fuel. The South Puppet's population is twice that of the North Puppet, but thanks to the US's epidemic prevention guidance, their handling of the virus spread has been far better than the more isolated North Puppet. Compared to us, where only Gudu is currently facing a virus crisis, the North Puppet has already begun large-scale outbreaks. Mu Xingyuan listened with astonishment. Isn't the script reversed? Shouldn't the South Puppet have fallen first? Isn't that how Busan Train played out? Shangwan Fengrong found it hard to hold back his laughter. Do you really think the South Puppet's airborne and the U.S. forces in the South are just sitting around doing nothing? When large-scale zombies appeared in hand, the U.S. immediately declared a state of war, and the U.S. forces in the South quickly took control of the wartime military. A wave of F-15EX fighter bomber sorties dropping incendiary bombs wiped out over 10,000 zombies that were the main force of the spread. Then, under the command of President Wen Xiaobing, the South Puppet's military went full suppression. K-2 tanks and K-21 infantry fighting vehicles backed by the U.S.'s powerful air support crushed the zombie horde before it could even form a proper scale. As for the North Puppet next door, the first infection appeared at the Niujiao Island Grand Hotel. But fearing diplomatic incidents if international guests were harmed, the North Puppet's armed forces didn't dare use heavy firepower. The virus spread faster than they expected, and within a day the capital Rangping was the first to fall. Just as the three were listening to the most critical part, Shangwan Fengrong's words came to an abrupt halt. He apologized. That's how things were yesterday. I don't know what's happened since then as I've been traveling. But it's certain that the North Puppet is on the verge of explosion. Once the virus spreads further, or if the political situation changes, that powder keg will blow up. And after finishing, Shangwan Fengrong looked at the three and said, that's why I suggest that while you're reinforcing the house's defenses, you also prepare your electronics for EMP shocks and stock up on all kinds of radiation medicine and biochemical gear. Do it as quickly as possible. Having heard Shangwan Fengrong's account, the three realized that the impact of this virus was far more complex than they had assumed. This viral catastrophe was not something they could simply ride out by stockpiling supplies. The shifts in the political landscape and the deployment of various countries' trump cards were all factors they had to consider. After all, even a change in the oil price of a certain camel country could send ordinary prices soaring. The global outbreak of a super zombie virus would have even more far-reaching effects. Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Shangwan Fengrong. All right, now tell us your condition. What do you want us to help you with? Shangwan Fengrong went back to the inner room and retrieved the map. I need to go to the city center to rescue my daughter. It will be dangerous. So I want your gun. Zhang Yi glanced at the 92G in his hand. So this guy was after his gun. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yi said, don't you think your bargaining chip is too... Shangwan Fengrong smiled bitterly, apparently aware of that. He said somewhat reluctantly, then let me borrow it. I'll borrow your pistol. If I succeed, I'll find a way to get you a 951 assault rifle along the way, and maybe some extra ammunition. Empty promises are hard to trust, Zhang Yi said with a squint and a smile. Seeing that Zhang Yi was not yielding, Shangwan Fengrong sighed, helplessly, a hint of dejection in his voice. Forget it. I didn't have much hope anyway. But Zhang Yi suddenly asked, is the escape route you marked on the map reliable? Shangwan Fengrong nodded slightly. That's the old city's underground drainage system, preserved from the renovation. It leads directly out of the city. By then the three had gathered all the necessary materials. As Zhang Yi was about to leave, he patted Shangwan Fengrong's shoulder and said, I'll leave the 92G pistol at the entrance of a stinky tofu shop about 100 meters to the left of this block. Go get it when you're ready. If you survive and actually get a gun, come to the Lakeside Villa district. Before Shangwan Fengrong could thank him, Zhang Yi turned and spoke first. No need to say anything else. Remember your promise. And my name is Zhang Yi. Then fully equipped, the three of them mounted their heavily loaded bicycles and sped away. Inside the shop, Shangwan Fengrong, map in hand, committed Zhang Yi's appearance to memory and murmured, Zhang Yi, I'll remember this. You won't regret your decision. Outside the capital Rangping of the Bei-Gui country, dozens of Tianmei's 7 main battle tanks and even more VT-323 infantry fighting vehicles were steadily advancing from the suburban highway toward the war-torched capital ahead. Outside Baishan, the supreme headquarters of the Bei-Gui People's Armed Forces, during wartime, a Mi-8 transport helicopter slowly descended onto the helipad under the escort of 2 Mi-24 Hind attack helicopters. At one side of the helipad, senior generals of the Bei-Gui People's Armed Forces stood in formation. As the cabin door of the Mi-8 helicopter opened, they stared at the figure stepping out and could not help but feel a jolt through their bodies. A commander in charge of the reception hurried forward, standing beneath the helipad, and shouted excitedly at the figure, Respected General. Welcome to Baishan Command Post. The Bei-Gui general's complexion was extremely grim at this moment. He merely nodded slightly to the array of armed forces commanders who saluted him in respect, and then, escorted by four somewhat disheveled bodyguards in suits, he entered the vast Baishan Command Post along with the welcoming group of armed forces officers. Before entering the command post, a harsh siren caught the Bei-Gui general's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a Huaxing 17 intercontinental ballistic missile launcher belonging to the strategic forces of the armed forces slowly emerging from the main exit of the Baishan bunker under the direction of a group of strategic troops. Radicals believe this virus attack is a conspiracy of the American imperialists. They attempt to use it to destroy the Great Bei-Gui People's Democratic Republic. The armed forces commander walking ahead, upon seeing the Bei-Gui general pause, spoke out. Therefore, all nuclear weapons of the country are in pre-launch state. General, please enter Baishan Command Post quickly. The Supreme Operational Meeting is about to convene. The Bei-Gui general then turned his gaze away from the Huaxing 17 launcher. Surrounded by a group of armed forces officers, he quickly entered Baishan Command Post. They first passed through the air raid tunnel inside Baishan, where armed soldiers in full gear were everywhere along the way. Upon seeing the arrival of the great general, all the armed forces soldiers straightened their chests, clutched their Type 882 assault rifles, and saluted the approaching general in tribute. One of the armed soldiers, clutching a Type 88 light machine gun, shouted fervently, General, the bullets of vengeance are already chambered. Give the order, and let us tear apart the evil Yankee imperialists and their southern puppet dogs. The northern puppet general did not directly respond to the soldier. Instead, he patted him on the shoulder before continuing to follow the armed forces commanders deeper into the Baekdu Command Center. After returning a salute to the commander of a Kanmaho 7 main battle tank, the northern puppet general, along with a group of senior officers, arrived at the passage leading to the internal meeting room of the Baekdu Command Center. After traversing a tunnel, 2 armed soldiers guarding the meeting room doors pushed them open and rendered a solemn salute. Accompanied by a commander's loud announcement, the grim-faced northern puppet general slowly stepped into the conference room. General, the armed forces officers inside, who had been holding a small discussion, rose from their seats upon seeing the northern puppet general's arrival and saluted him in respect. The northern puppet general, in no mood for these formalities, strode quickly to the main seat at the head of the table and sat down. He waved his hand at all the senior officers present and said, Sit down, comrades. For us, every single second is precious. Our country received no international warning about this sudden viral crisis. The northern puppet general was in a foul mood. Thinking of the political department head who had suddenly turned on him after he was injured, his voice carried a hint of anger as he said, Our epidemic control has been abysmal. In less than a single day, the virus has spread all the way to the 55th official residence. Seeing the assembled armed forces officers around the table, none daring to utter a word in response to his reprimand, the northern puppet general turned his gaze to the intelligence department head and asked, What is the intelligence department's report on the origin of this virus outbreak? Yes. The summoned intelligence department head immediately stood up and responded solemnly, The highly contagious virus that has erupted in our country has been confirmed as 𝓃 virus. It originated from the Curry nation's diplomatic delegation, which was staying at the Oxhorn Island Hotel during a state visit. Looking at the Northern Puppet General's ashen face, the intelligence department head spoke nervously. At that time, the Oxhorn Hotel housed numerous tourists from the Hare Nation, Earth Nation, Bear Nation, and Rabbit Nation. To avoid a major diplomatic incident, the officer in charge of the operation did not dare to use heavy weapons. Where is the commander responsible for the Rangpyeong operation? After the intelligence department head finished speaking, the Northern Puppet General glanced around the vast meeting room and asked with a frown, "Where is Minister Lee of the Strategic Forces? Why haven't I seen him either?" After the Northern Puppet General's words, the room fell into dead silence. Finally, an armed forces officer spoke up, trembling. Due to the failure of armored and air force units to enter in time, the Rangpyeong Command Center fell 22 minutes ago. The city defense commander in charge of the Rangpyeong operation has been killed in action. As for Minister Lee, the last communication with Baekdu Command was 2 hours ago. He reported that infected individuals had appeared near his location, and then the communication was cut off. It is feared he has met with misfortune. The Northern Puppet General fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "What is the containment plan you have come up with now? Report to me." As if they had finally reached a part the armed forces officers could respond to, the Army commander of the armed forces stood up, activated the projector in the meeting room, and said to the Northern Puppet General, "Reporting to the General, based on the discussions among us armed forces commanders, we unanimously believe the outbreak of this virus is the work of the Yankee imperialists behind the scenes. They intend to use the virus to deplete our military strength. Therefore, we recommend abandoning the plan to deploy troops for urban clearance. Instead, we should rally the entire army, march south immediately, and achieve the unification of the fatherland." Seeing the slightly startled expression of the Northern Puppet General upon hearing the plan, the army commander switched the projection. A map of the military operations of the North and South appeared, marked not only with all military bases of the Southern Puppet and the Southern Yankee Garrison, but also with dozens of highly conspicuous red marker bars. All military bases of the Southern Puppet and the Yankee imperialists are within the strike range of our strategic forces. After our first wave of long-range firepower destroys the enemy's strategic targets, the People's Armed Forces, burning with the fire of vengeance, can march south. The third tunnel. Upon seeing those conspicuous red marker bars, the Northern Puppet General immediately grasped the military implications behind them. Feeling deceived, he said angrily, "Wasn't this project supposed to have been terminated during my father's tenure? You bastards actually restarted it, and even kept it a secret from me." Hearing the Northern Puppet General's furious reprimand, the army commander lowered his head, but still spoke in a loud voice. "General, please forgive us. Everything we do is for the sake of the Northern Puppet Nation." As the army commander spoke, the commanders of the Navy, Army, and Air Force of the armed forces simultaneously stood up and shouted in unison to the Northern Puppet General seated at the head of the table, "Please give the order." "General." Looking at the agitated armed forces officers, the Northern Puppet General felt a headache coming on. The current situation was extremely sensitive. Any military move could spiral out of control. Fully aware of this, he said after a moment's thought, "Order the assembled armed forces to stand by. All strategic forces are to preheat and prepare all long-range weapons for launch." Seeing the disappointed looks on the officers' faces, the Northern Puppet General displayed his remarkable leadership qualities. He stated directly, "Above all, we must stabilize the capital. Whether or not the Yankee imperialists are behind this virus outbreak, the sacred revolutionary city of Rangpyeong cannot be lost. Order the garrison armored units assembled outside the city to enter immediately and begin a full-scale urban clearance." Although the armed forces officers in the meeting room still looked somewhat dejected after hearing the Northern Puppet General's words, they realized upon reflection that the general's reasoning was sound. The sacred capital, defended with the blood of their forefathers, could not be abandoned so easily. Having come to this understanding, the assembled armed forces officers at the Northern Puppet General's behest temporarily suspended the full-scale Southern offensive plan. However, the missile facilities across the country remained on preheated standby. Subsequently, the armed forces garrison armored units assembled outside Rangpyeong received orders from the Supreme Leader, the Northern Puppet General. Upon receiving the attack order, the armored unit commander immediately led his forces in a counterattack against Rangpyeong, which had fallen under the onslaught of the infected. MiG-29 fighter formations and Su-25 ground attack aircraft formations swiftly swept over the skies of Rangpyeong. Backed by a barrage from hundreds of M1975 130mm self-propelled howitzers and Kim-Chaek No. 2-inch 122mm multiple rocket launchers, Kamaho 7 main battle tank groups, and VTT-323 infantry fighting vehicle groups, along with tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers, advanced into Rangpyeong in a mighty tide. Meanwhile, at the Southern Puppet's Blue House, Mr. President, the U.S. Military has shared the latest satellite surveillance updates with us. Inside the presidential office, a Southern Puppet intelligence officer opened a laptop, and said, the Northern Puppet forces which were deploying en masse towards the border have completely halted their advance 2 minutes ago. The Southern Puppet president, who had been sitting in his seat, filled with anxiety, collapsed into his chair upon hearing the intelligence officer's words and let out a long sigh of relief. The moment the Northern Puppet Army began its large-scale mobilization, U.S. military surveillance satellites monitoring from above had detected it. Upon receiving the information through intelligence sharing, the Southern Puppet president, who had just been celebrating his country's effective viral containment, felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He tried to call the North, but due to the zombie virus outbreak, the line was dead. The real-time shared images from the U.S. military showed not only hundreds of thousands of fully armed troops marching south, but also terrifying mushroom weapons being raised. Seeing this, the Southern Puppet president was nearly scared to death. On the advice of the commander of the U.S. forces stationed in the south, the Southern Puppet president used the zombie virus as a pretext to declare martial law nationwide. All of the South's naval, land, and air forces along with U.S. military units were placed on the highest state of alert. For decades, the North had ceaselessly planned a Southern invasion, unaware that the South was no longer the same country it once was. Its military strength was on an entirely different level compared to the past. Its fear of the North stemmed solely from the restrictions preventing it from developing nuclear weapons. If it had a few mushroom bombs in its hands, the North would not dare be so arrogant. Now learning that the Northern Army had stopped its offensive, the Southern Puppet president finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, given the tense situation, this was far from over. He immediately stood up and said to the intelligence officer beside him, "Convene a video conference immediately. I need to speak directly with the President of the United States." At the Southern Puppet National Intelligence Service. "What? Our agents have lost contact." In the chaotic command office, the intelligence department head asked a staff member frantically, "What does the CIA say? Do they have any latest intelligence from their assets in the Northern Puppet forces?" "The intelligence obtained by both CIA agents and our agents is the same. The Northern Puppets have preheated all their nuclear weapons. Besides the launch sites we know of, there are at least dozens of hidden launch points in the north." The staff member looked at the tablet in his hand and reported to the intelligence department head. Just as everyone in the office was busily engaged in intelligence work, the door was suddenly pushed open. An intelligence officer shouted loudly, "Latest news. All Northern Puppet offensive units have completely halted their advance as of 5 minutes ago." This news immediately drew everyone's attention in the command office. The intelligence officer, panting heavily, continued, "It's from the U.S. military satellite feed. I'm sharing it to the office projector now." Everyone's gaze converged on the large screen in the command office. The real-time feed from the U.S. military satellite showed that indeed all advancing Northern Puppet troops had come to a complete stop. A wave of relief washed over everyone in the office. However, the intelligence department head 𝓃 still had a furrowed brow. The real-time feed showed that while the advancing troops had halted, the mushroom bomb launchers in the north were all still raised. If this matter was not handled properly, the outbreak of war would still be unavoidable. Just as the intelligence department head was racking his brains on how to resolve this thorny issue, his phone suddenly began to vibrate in his breast pocket. 𝓃, feeling flustered and irritated, was puzzled. He had set his phone to silent mode to focus on the task at hand. Why was a call coming through? Upon picking up the phone and seeing the number, 𝓃's expression changed instantly. Seizing the opportunity, he left the command office, went to a secret room, and answered the call. "Didn't I tell you not to call my phone casually? You'll be monitored up north," 𝓃 said into the phone with a frown. "And if the Minister of the Strategic Forces, who holds all the intelligence on the Northern Puppet's nuclear weapons, wants to defect to the south, does that count as an emergency warranting a call?" The words from the other end of the line left 𝓃 stunned on the spot. As the airflow shifted, a torrential storm swept across the entire peninsula. The gray sky and violent winds and rain stirred unease among the ordinary people sheltered within their homes. The Special Operations Team will arrive at the rendezvous point in 27 seconds. On the southern side of the Joint Security Area, 2 UH-60P Black Hawk helicopters were speeding through the mountainous region, one behind the other, taking advantage of the fierce storm. Inside the lead UH-60P Black Hawk, Woo Ji-hyun, the captain of the HID Special Operations Team, reported their position to the Rear Command Center via communication equipment. He then pulled the bolt of his HKMP-5 submachine gun and said to the team members, "Check your equipment. Ensure all weapons are functioning." After Woo Ji-hyun's words, the cabin echoed with the sounds of weapon checks. During this time, Woo Ji-hyun, holding his loaded HKMP-5, said, "The people we are to retrieve are Minister Lee of the North Korean Strategic Forces and a senior agent from the National Intelligence Service. Since the target is on the northern side of the alert line, our operation time must not exceed 30 seconds. Do you all understand?" "Yes, sir." Just then the pilot in the front seat glanced at the navigation system and warned, "Attention, we are crossing the southern alert line and about to enter the northern side of the alert line." As the two UH-60P Black Hawks sequentially crossed the barbed wire fence along the border alert line, the operation team officially entered North Korean territory. The violent winds, rain, and continuous lightning strikes interfered with the radar detection of the North Korean armed forces, providing effective cover for the team's advance. Woo Ji-hyun tuned his personal radio to the pre-arranged communication channel and called out, "You can send the signal. The special operations team has entered the defense zone and is about to arrive at the pre-arranged rendezvous area." The UH-60P Black Hawk flew swiftly through the rain, soon reaching the designated area. The pilot, wearing an HGU-56P flight helmet, glanced at the ground below and said over the radio, detecting an IR strobe signal, confirming friendly extraction target. Then with a deft maneuver, the pilot executed a smooth tail slide, bringing the UH-60P Black Hawk to a seamless hover at the edge of the forest below. As the UH-60P Black Hawk touched down, the cabin door was pulled open by Woo Ji-hyun. A fully armed special operations team quickly disembarked and took up defensive positions. Under Woo Ji-hyun's watchful gaze, two figures in camouflage suits emerged from the forest. The other Black Hawk arrived shortly after, but its mission differed from the first one. It circled overhead as a backup extraction option. The torrential rain poured incessantly on Woo Ji-hyun's waterproof combat suit. He eyed the middle-aged man in the camouflage suit who wore an armed forces officer's uniform underneath. While holding his HKMP-5 submachine gun, Woo Ji-hyun stared at the approaching man and asked, "Are you Minister Lee of the North Korean Armed Forces Strategic Forces?" The man nodded, then, under Woo Ji-hyun's scrutiny, reached into his uniform pocket and produced the officer identification card of the North Korean Armed Forces Strategic Force. Woo Ji-hyun took the card, examined it carefully, compared it with the man before him, and finally returned it with a nod. "Very well, Minister Lee. Please come with us onto the helicopter. We need to leave quickly. Please come with us onto the helicopter. We need to leave quickly." While Woo Ji-hyun verified Minister Lee's identity, his teammates similarly checked the identity of the NIS agent. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. After confirming their identities, the group swiftly boarded the helicopter. Once everyone was on board, Woo Ji-hyun quickly closed the cabin door and instructed the pilot to take off and return. Simultaneously, he reported to the command center via the onboard communication equipment. "Extraction team reporting. Target acquired. Returning to the southern alert line." After the command center conveyed some instructions, Woo Ji-hyun nodded and ended the call. He then turned to Minister Lee, who was sitting opposite him, and asked, "Minister Lee, due to the urgency earlier, we didn't conduct a thorough check. Because of the virus, we need to assess your health. Do you have any wounds on your body? Because of the virus, we need to assess your health. Do you have any wounds on your body?" The helicopter lifted off swiftly under the pilot's control. Minister Lee, who had just settled into his seat, sighed somewhat helplessly and removed the wet camouflage suit, revealing the crisp officer's uniform beneath. "As you can see, those zombies failed to harm me." Woo Ji-hyun nodded, and then turned his attention to the NIS agent on the other side. This agent was no ordinary man. He was only slightly younger than Minister Lee. Judging by his uniform, during his time undercover, this fellow had managed to ascend to the position of staff officer in the strategic forces. He was indeed the highest-level NIS agent deployed in North Korea. The NIS agent, feeling Woo Ji-hyun's gaze, gave a wry smile and similarly raised his hand. "Rest assured, neither of us is injured." The pilot in the cockpit, seeing the border line ahead, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The mission had proceeded smoothly, and the worst-case scenarios they had envisioned did not materialize. It seemed the North Korean armed forces were nothing special. What they did not know was that the moment the two UH-60P helicopters entered North Korean airspace, the North Korean air defense system, though hampered by the thunderstorm, had indeed detected their presence. The frontline commander of the armed forces immediately ordered a special forces unit lurking near the alert line to launch an attack aiming to destroy the two South Korean helicopters that had entered North Korean territory. The Baeknean Company, a special forces unit renowned throughout the entire North Korean military, was tasked with reconnaissance and path-clearing operations for the upcoming southward advance of the North Korean armed forces. The company had just stopped near the alert line when they received the order from command to shoot down the South Korean helicopters that had violated their airspace. Based on the coordinates provided by Command, Baeknean Company Commander Kim Kong-won discovered that the South Korean helicopter formation was flying not far from their position. They had not heard the sound of the helicopters earlier, likely due to the thunderstorm. The company had advanced less than a minute when a signalman carrying a radio ran up to Commander Kim Kong-won and reported, "Comrade Commander, the latest update from headquarters, the South Korean helicopter formation is heading toward us. They intend to cross the border." Kim Kong-won's face, smeared with camouflage paint, showed no change in expression. He then quickly barked, "Air Defense Squad, step forward." At Kim Kong-won's command, several North Korean Special Forces soldiers carrying SA-18 man-portable air defense systems promptly. Kim Kong-won glanced up at the rain-pelted sky and said to the elite soldiers, "Comrades, shoot down the helicopters of those South Korean dogs." These Special Forces soldiers lived up to their reputation as the elite of the North Korean military. As soon as Kim Kong-won gave the order, the soldiers assigned to air defense shouldered their SA-18 launchers and began deploying along the route the South Korean helicopters would inevitably take. Just as the two South Korean UH-60P Black Hawks appeared and were about to cross the border alert line, the soldiers of the Baeknean Company struck. As the SA-18 missiles rapidly locked onto their targets, the helicopter's internal warning system blared. Simultaneously, several flashes of light erupted and multiple SA-18 missiles trailing fiery exhaust shot straight toward the two Black Hawks in the sky. The pilots of the two Black Hawks executed emergency maneuvers, releasing a dense cloud of flares like fireworks from the helicopter's tail sections. The flares intercepted only the first few SA-18 missiles. Then the tail rotor of the trailing UH-60P Black Hawk was struck by an SA-18 missile. With a resounding explosion, the helicopter, deprived of its stabilizing tail rotor, wobbled and plummeted toward the ground. As the trailing helicopter was hit and fell, the pilot of the lead helicopter shouted over the radio to command, "It's the North Korean Army. Calling command, we are under ambush by North Korean forces. Helicopter 2 has been shot down. Repeat, we are under ambush by North Korean forces. Calling command, we are under ambush by North Korean forces. Helicopter 2 has been shot down. Repeat, we are under ambush by North Korean forces." More missiles pursued from behind. Fortunately, the co-pilot in the right seat had quick reflexes and released another wave of flares at just the right moment. Thus, the helicopter carrying the team narrowly survived the second wave of manpad strikes. By now, the UH-60P Black Hawk had already crossed into the South Korean side of the border alert line. Since North Korea had not yet formally declared war on South Korea, Commander Kim Kong-won called off the third round of air defense strikes upon seeing the helicopter leave North Korean territory. Watching the Black Hawk that had barely escaped, Kim Kong-won felt a pang of regret, but had no choice but to let it go. Once the Black Hawk entered South Korean airspace and the North Korean forces ceased their attack, everyone on board breathed a collective sigh of relief. The events of the past few moments had been harrowing. Any slight deviation would have seen them meet the same fate as the unfortunate Helicopter 2, shot down over North Korean territory. Meanwhile, at the Baeknean Command Center, the North Korean Minister of Armed Forces, who was engaged in a war council with a North Korean general and several armed forces commanders, suddenly received an urgent alert from his adjutant. Upon hearing the news, the minister's expression changed instantly. Staring at his adjutant, the minister said in shock, "Do you realize what you are saying?" The adjutant did not speak, only nodded slightly, confirming that everything he had. The minister was utterly dismayed. The general chairing the meeting noticed this and asked, "Minister, what is the matter?" Hearing the general's question, the minister snapped back to reality and took a deep breath. Section Chief Zheng of the Armed Forces Intelligence Department led a team to the location where Minister Lee and his group last made contact. There were no signs of a struggle with zombies at the scene. Instead, all the strategic forces officers accompanying Minister Lee were shot dead. Minister Lee, who was in charge of nuclear weapons information, is missing. The minister's words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly electrifying the meeting room. The armed forces officers present exchanged stunned glances, all shocked by because of Minister Lee's possible death, they had already begun to assign personnel to take over the nuclear missile information he had been responsible for. However, according to the latest intelligence, the strategic forces team had been the victims of a precisely executed ambush, which was completely different from the zombie attack Minister Lee had described in his last communication. It was possible that Minister Lee had been coerced by assassins and had sent a false report to command. Yet when the senior officers present considered another terrifying possibility, a chill ran down their spines. What if in reality Minister Lee, the man who held all the nuclear intelligence of North Korea, had chosen to defect? While the officers in the room clung to the hope of the first scenario, news from the front lines shattered the last shred of that hope. The North Korean border forces reported that 10 minutes earlier, 2 South Korean Black Hawk helicopters had defied all norms, braving the storm to make a low-altitude incursion into the North Korean border alert line. They had stopped at a forest edge for less than a minute before rapidly retreating. Although the Baeknean Company's special forces had shot down one helicopter had managed to escape. Under normal circumstances, such an incident might have been dismissed by the North Korean High Command. But when combined with the earlier news of Minister Lee's attack, the senior officers present, all intelligent men, immediately understood what had happened. Such a coincidence at this critical moment was impossible. The fact that South Korea had dispatched 2 helicopters on a suicidal mission was a clear indication that Minister Lee, who possessed all of North Korea's nuclear intelligence, had colluded with the South and defected. The North Korean general sitting at the head of the table felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, his breathing becoming labored. After closing his eyes to compose himself, he gasped, Activate the highest emergency protocol immediately. Change all nuclear codes. Deploy all road mobile launchers. Scramble fighter jets. Place all air defense systems nationwide on maximum alert. Then slamming his fist on the command table, the general roared in fury. Wake up all our secret agents deployed in South Korea. Issue a top priority kill order for that bastard recall Choi. Click, click, click. In a small, dimly lit warehouse, over a dozen North Koreans of various ages dressed in different professions gathered around a long table, inspecting their firearms. At that moment, a middle-aged North Korean woman leaning against the wall pushed up her glasses, cleared her throat, and pointed to a photo on the wall beside her, saying, "Everyone pay attention. Our target for this operation is 𝓃, the former minister of the strategic forces of the North Korean People's Army, who has defected." As the crowd focused their attention on her, the middle-aged woman continued, "This bastard has betrayed the great North Korea. Since he possesses almost all of our nuclear weapons intelligence, the general himself has issued an order to activate the highest kill order. We must eliminate him." Currently, 𝓃 is being protected by the South Korean National Intelligence Service within their headquarters building. The middle-aged woman pointed to another photo of the NIS building and said, "Our intelligence station has made contact with the 𝓃 Unit Special Forces, who have successfully infiltrated Han City. They will cooperate with us to intercept and kill 𝓃." Just then a young North Korean man in a suit walked in. To everyone's surprise, he was wearing the uniform of a South Korean NIS agent. He approached and said directly, "Prepare quickly, we can begin the operation." At the South Korean Blue House, a remote video conference with the U.S. command was underway. "You need to understand that the best solution is for us to dispatch B-52 strategic bombers from our home base in the United States. Using cruise missiles armed with nuclear warheads, we can strike the 𝓃 military command posts and North Korean military facilities near the DMZ, leveling the target area and completely disarming the North Korean military." On the large screen, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, dressed formally and with a grave expression, analyzed the situation for all the senior South Korean officials in the room. Listening to the U.S. Secretary of Defense's analysis, the South Korean president frowned and asked, "Has the U.S. side overlooked the most critical issue?" The U.S. Secretary of Defense raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, "Mr. President, which issue are you referring to?" The South Korean president looked at the U.S. Secretary of Defense on the screen and said very seriously, "North Korea and China are military allies. Once you launch a nuclear war against North Korea, regardless of success or failure, a full-scale war will be inevitable." All the South Korean officials present nodded in agreement, clearly deeply concerned about this issue. "Don't worry. All countries, including the United States, are currently struggling to deal with the zombie virus outbreak. According to reports from our intelligence agents deployed in China, their attention is mostly focused on the ancient capital, which has been invaded by the zombie virus." Unlike the anxious South Korean president, the U.S. Secretary of Defense remained calm and said unhurriedly, "Moreover, the White House think tank analyzed overnight that as long as our military strike against North Korea proceeds smoothly without escalating into a large-scale war, the probability of Chinese intervention is less than 10. To summarize, Mr. President, you need not worry about the threat from China." Then the U.S. Secretary of Defense folded his hands on the table and said, "And you must make a decision quickly. Military experts at the Pentagon believe that once North Korea finishes clearing their capital Pyongyang, the hundreds of thousands of troops massed at the border will march south immediately and the situation will become uncontrollable." The South Korean officials fell into silence. After a long while, the South Korean president asked, "How much time do we have to prepare?" According to the surveillance footage from our military satellites positioned over North Korea, their internal military cleanup operation will not exceed 24 hours. It will take 12 hours for the B-52 strategic bombers loaded with nuclear weapons from the U.S. mainland to reach the operational airspace. Looking at the South Korean president on the other end, the U.S. Secretary of Defense said solemnly, "That means you must make a final decision within 12 hours. Mr. President, this will be the most important decision you make during your term." As the South Korean president, after much deliberation, took a deep breath and was about to respond to the eager expression of the U.S. Secretary of Defense on the large screen, suddenly the Prime Minister beside him received a message. After reading it, his expression changed. He quickly stood up with his phone and approached the president, whispering a few words in his ear. After hearing the Prime Minister's words, the South Korean president, who was about to speak, had his thoughts interrupted. He turned to look at the Prime Minister, who simply placed the phone in front of him and nodded affirmatively. The content on the phone was brief. "Minister Lee of the North Korean Strategic Forces has defected and has arrived at the NIS Intelligence Department. I know what you want. All of North Korea's nuclear deployment information is on this USB drive." In the NIS Intelligence Department office, 𝓃 smoked a Cuban cigar, blowing smoke rings with great enjoyment, as he said to Mingtai opposite him, "According to our pre-agreed terms, you will provide me with the best residence in South Korea, 24-hour personal protection, and everything I desire. Looking at Geopolitical, who nodded in agreement, the cunning �13 naturally would not hand over the USB drive right away. He chuckled. Needless to say, the current situation is such that this USB drive is your most urgent need. Accessing it requires a password known only to me. If you enter it incorrectly, all the confidential information will be automatically destroyed. I know you're short on time. If you want the USB drive and the password, first show me your sincerity. After speaking, �13 skillfully used a cigar cutter to clip the burning end of the cigar, then put the remaining half away with a smile. I've said my piece. Geopolitical met his gaze and smiled, then said the HID department had already confirmed the terms for recruiting you when they were liaising. Since Minister Lee has taken the risk to come this far, we naturally won't tarnish our reputation. A top-notch mansion within Han City, 24-hour security protection from NIS agents, and 100 million US dollars. Geopolitical pushed a house key accompanying property documents and a display device across the table to �13. The phone's eyes display showed a real-time transfer from a Swiss bank. 100 million US dollars had already been transferred to the secret account that �13 had opened in that bank. Seeing this, �13's smile widened. He reached out with his left hand to take the key on the table while using the other hand to remove the necklace around his neck. Opening the pendant box revealed a small USB drive inside. Geopolitical happily took the USB drive from �13. Just as they were about to discuss the next steps regarding the USB drive, a violent explosion suddenly rocked the NIS building they were in. The violent tremors from the explosion made both men's expressions change instantly. Geopolitical, the director of intelligence, immediately took out a walkie-talkie and asked what was happening in the NIS building. But the reply shocked both of them. The explosion was caused by a van that had forcibly driven into the NIS building. It was a car bomb. Choosing to strike at this critical moment meant only one thing: it was aimed at the defector �13. Feeling the violent explosion impact of the car bomb on the NIS building, �13, who had remained calm until now, finally panicked. He now had more money than he could spend in a lifetime and was about to enjoy wealth and luxury. Thus �13 became frantic and said to Geopolitical, it's the North Korean agents. They're here to kill me. According to the terms you have to, if you still want the password, move me to a safe place now. Geopolitical also knew the situation was extremely dangerous. Without time to think, he put away the USB drive and picked up the walkie-talkie, saying, all NIS agents, hold your positions. Also quickly dispatched 2 defense squads to the intelligence department floor for reinforcement. Just as Geopolitical was about to use communication equipment to call for the 707th Special Forces, he found that the communication signals in the NIS area had been cut off. Watching the NIS agents gathering in the office armed with K7 suppressed submachine guns and K5 pistols, Geopolitical also stood up, took a K5 pistol from his office desk, drawer, loaded a full magazine, and looked at the still-stunned �13. Follow me to the safe room. The North Korean agents' attack won't stop here. K7 submachine gun. Hearing this, �13 quickly nodded in agreement. Then, following Geopolitical, who held a K5 pistol, they left the office. Escorted by a group of NIS agents, they quickly descended the stairs to the safe room floor. K5 pistol. But at that moment, the North Korean agents launched a second wave. Another van loaded with explosives, despite being shot at by over a dozen NIS agents on the ground floor, rushed into the building. Then another massive explosion occurred. This one even more powerful than the last. The building, now structurally compromised, began to feel unstable. At the same time, this explosion completely destroyed the already precarious power supply floor. Since it was night, the building lost all power and plunged into complete darkness. In the lobby, now reduced to rubble, the pained moans of injured NIS agents could be heard from the edges. These agents, lucky to have not been killed directly by the blast, were nonetheless severely injured, lying on the ground, unable to move. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, over a dozen armed North Korean agents and many more North Korean Special Forces soldiers in neat uniforms rushed in. While finishing off the surviving NIS agents, they quickly gathered at the stairs, their target clear, to reach the intelligence department floor and silence �13. Destroying the NIS building's power supply with car bombs was part of their plan. To deal with these NIS agents, who were not weak, they needed special measures. Thus, these North Korean agents wore PVS-7 night vision goggles mounted on head brackets provided by the Baeksan Unit Special Forces that had joined them. Head-mounted PVS-7 night vision goggles. Led by the young man wearing the South Korean NIS uniform, the North Korean agents and Baeksan Special Forces soldiers advanced upward through the floors with various weapons. The South Korean agents had already deployed at the stairs. Although the building was pitch dark due to the power outage, they could still hear the footsteps of the North Korean agents as 2 North Korean Special Forces soldiers armed with 882 assault rifles turned a corner on the stairs. Several NIS agents guarding the stairwell door opened fire with their K7 suppressed submachine guns, catching the soldiers off guard and killing them. The North Korean agent in the NIS uniform following behind stopped calmly, took a grenade from a Special Forces soldier, and using the green-tinted view from his PVS-7 night vision lobbed the grenade in a beautiful arc into the stairwell. A grenade. Boom. With the exclamation of the NIS agents and the explosion, the night vision showed the stairwell, now littered with the bodies of the NIS agents. The area was cleared. With the aid of night vision, the North Korean agents and special forces virtually slaughtered the blind NIS agents. The clearing team quickly reached the intelligence department floor, but to the leading agent's dismay, it was completely empty. Clearly, the traitor 𝓃 had already been moved by the NIS agents ahead of them. Meanwhile, North Korean agents and Baeksan special forces searching other floors reported that they had found no trace of 𝓃, only having eliminated some stubborn NIS agents. Just as the North Korean agent was about to lead his team back to the lobby to regroup and withdraw, he suddenly stopped, turned, and looked back at the stairs they had just come down. Then, under the watchful eyes of the team, he raised his Scorpion submachine gun and quickly walked back to the stairs. Iron Rain reference image. In the night vision display, the North Korean agent quickly searched for something on the stairwell walls. During his years of deep cover in the NS, he had heard rumors of a secret safe room passage meant for emergencies. The agent knocked on the walls repeatedly. When his fist hit a hollow spot, a smile appeared on his face. He gestured to a Baeksan special forces soldier who immediately understood and took out explosives from his backpack. This is the wall. Blow it up. This is the Rabbit Country Navy. You are approaching an Adago-class destroyer of the island country and have entered Rabbit Country's territorial waters. Please move away immediately to avoid misjudgment. The sudden airflow also affected the East Sea. On the turbulent waters, all warships of the Rabbit Country's East Sea Fleet were deployed in a combat formation. Not far from the Rabbit Country Navy, a solitary Adago-class destroyer of the island country drifted aimlessly on the sea. Hi, Wakara Mashita. Inside the Tenmu, an Adago-class destroyer Captain Ishimura put down the phone and, gazing at the display showing the aggressive approach of the Rabbit Country Navy, issued an order to the vessel: withdraw from Rabbit Country's territorial waters. The mission remains unchanged. The Defense Ministry requires us to maintain uninterrupted surveillance of the North Puppet direction. As the island country's Tenmu Adago-class destroyer fully withdrew from Rabbit Country's territorial waters aboard the flagship Chuncheon of the East Sea Fleet, the fleet commander issued a broadcast. Following superior orders due to signs of deterioration on the peninsula, situation effective immediately, the East Sea Fleet is placed on first-level combat readiness. Carrier-based aircraft will maintain continuous aerial reconnaissance, and all ship weapons are to be on standby to prevent any potential loss of control. With the fleet commander's command issued, the East Sea Fleet on the surface quickly began bustling with activity. As each vessel manned their battle stations, a massive warship appeared at the center of the fleet, and the officers and men of the East Sea Fleet perked up at the sight. It was the Rabbit Country's newest Type 003 aircraft carrier. Compared to its two sister fleets, the East Sea Fleet, long criticized for its equipment issues, had finally regained some face in this regard. With the sound of the electromagnetic catapult, J-35 carrier-based fighter jets soared into the sky, accompanied by J-15T fighters and NKJ-600 airborne early warning aircraft. As the air and sea forces were in position, the fleet gained complete situational awareness of the entire sea area. The reason for such a massive mobilization was the impending large-scale military conflict on the peninsula. Although all nations were overwhelmed by the zombie virus, they remained highly vigilant about the potential war. As the demolition explosives placed by North Puppet Special Forces blasted a massive breach in the wall, a passage appeared on the night vision screens of the team. Gazing at the blasted passage, the North Puppet agent leader, clad in National Intelligence Service agent attire, revealed a faint smile on his nearly expressionless face. As he had anticipated, the NIS had set up a concealed safe house passage in this area. The passage was narrow and unsuitable for everyone to enter, so the North Puppet agent leader ordered most of the Baeksan Mountain Special Forces to remain in the NIS lobby to hold off the South Puppet Special Forces arriving for reinforcement. A squad of Baeksan Mountain Special Forces armed with Type 882 assault rifles immediately escorted the North Puppet agents as they quickly dashed into the passage. However, as the group reached a corner of the passage, they were met with intense gunfire from several South Puppet NIS agents. The NIS agents had changed into head-mounted PVS-14 monocular night vision devices and more powerful K2 assault rifles from the safe house. The firepower unleashed by these NIS agents in the narrow passage temporarily suppressed the advancing North Puppet agents and Special Forces. Just as the North Puppet agents were about to throw grenades, an M84 flashbang was tossed over first by the NIS agents stationed at the end of the passage. Hearing the sound of the flashbang rolling to their feet, the experienced North Puppet agent leader immediately recognized it. As he turned around, a blinding light exploded within the narrow passage. Due to the narrowness of the passage and their close proximity, the North Puppet agents and Special Forces gathered at the corner were instantly incapacitated by the flashbang. However, the North Puppet agent leader was not severely affected. The PVS-7 night vision devices automatically activated a bright light power-off protection mechanism upon the M84's detonation, so the devices were not damaged. The main source of injury was the sonic blast from the flashbang. Meanwhile, the NIS agents took advantage of the intruder's disorientation from the flashbang to quickly finish them off with K2 assault rifles. Shaking his dazed head, the North Puppet agent leader looked at his fallen comrades around him. He removed his tactical headset, suppressed his physical discomfort, and picked up an RPG-18 rocket launcher from a fallen Baekta Mountain Special Forces soldier. The North Puppet agent leader first inspected the disposable rocket launcher, and noticing that its tail stabilizer contained liquid, raised an eyebrow. It was an indoor. He extended the RPG-18, released the safety, took a deep breath, and leaned out around the corner with his right hand, gripping a Scorpion submachine gun, firing a blind suppressive burst at the NIS agents at the end of the passage. After emptying the Scorpion's magazine, the agent leader successfully suppressed the NIS agents at the passage's end. He then knelt down, shouldered the rocket launcher, and peered around the corner. The NIS agents wearing PVS-14 monocular night vision devices saw the North Puppet agent leader emerge and began to raise their K2 rifles. But the next second, upon seeing what he was carrying, their expressions turned to horror. The RPG-18 rocket shot through the passage and exploded violently at its end, wiping out the NIS agents stationed there in a single blast. At the same time, because the shot was fired in a confined space, the agent leader was splashed by the salt water used for balancing in the RPG-18's tail. The salt water was extremely hot, used to extinguish high pressure, and the sensation was akin to being doused with boiling water. Fortunately, his suit absorbed most of the heat, but the same could not be said for the fallen agents and special forces. The agent leader merely shook himself off, discarded the disposable RPG-18, drew a Baekta Mountain pistol from his holster, and picked up a backpack of demolition explosives from a North Puppet Special Forces soldier. He quickly advanced toward the safe house ahead and stopped before its sealed door. The earlier RPG-18 had clearly failed to destroy it, but that did not deter him. He swiftly attached demolition explosives to several key points on the safe house door. He then extended the detonation cord and retreated to the corner. After confirming everything was set, he pressed the detonation button. With a thunderous roar, the heavy safe house door was successfully destroyed by the explosives. Seeing the light from within the safe house, the agent leader removed his head-mounted PVS-7 night vision device, aimed his Baekta Mountain pistol at the entrance, and advanced cautiously. Two NIS agents wielding HK-MP5 submachine guns barely emerged before they were precisely shot in the head by the vigilant agent leader. Inside the safe house, 𝓃, dressed in the uniform of a high-ranking armed forces officer, swallowed hard and raised his hands, backing away as he saw the North Puppet agent leader burst in with a gun. 𝓃, hiding in a corner of the safe house with a K5 pistol, intended to ambush the North Puppet agent. However, the safe house was too small, and the agent's tactical awareness was extremely sharp. The moment he entered with his weapon at the ready, he spotted 𝓃 in the corner. Before the North Puppet agent leader could fire, 𝓃 lunged from the corner, closing the distance in an instant. Without a word, the two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Amidst the brawl, they also engaged in a perilous and intense pistol duel within the cramped safe house. Neither was an easy opponent. Having risen to the position of NIS Intelligence Department Director, 𝓃's formidable skills were a key factor. In a duel where combat skills were nearly evenly matched, their weapons became the decisive factor. The North Puppet agent leader's Baekta Mountain pistol had a 16-round magazine. Even after killing two NIS agents, he still had 14 rounds left. In contrast, Director 𝓃's K5 pistol had only a 13-round magazine. Both were bleeding profusely from gunshot wounds. However, when 𝓃's K5 pistol emitted the sound of an empty magazine, the agent leader across from him, with one bullet left in his Baekta Mountain pistol, smiled. Covered in blood, he struggled to his feet. The atmosphere in the underground safe passage fell silent. The fierce sounds of battle between the Baekta Mountain Special Forces and the arriving South Puppet Regular Army could be clearly heard outside the NIS building. The explosion from a K2 main gun striking the NIS building drew the agent leader's attention. With the arrival of South Puppet K2 main battle tanks, he could tell that the gunfire from the North Puppet Special Forces was fading. He knew he could not delay any longer. Under 𝓃's gaze, the agent leader aimed his Baekta Mountain pistol at the terrified traitor 𝓃, who was standing nearby. Amidst 𝓃's pleas for mercy, he shot him in the head. Having fulfilled his mission, the North Puppet agent leader could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. With 13 bullet holes in his body, it was a miracle he had managed to complete the shot. 𝓃, who had also fallen opposite him, let out a bitter laugh. He reached out a bloodied hand and pulled open his suit jacket, revealing a soft body armor vest underneath. That North Puppet agent was truly ruthless. After missing the first two headshots, nearly all of the subsequent 10 or so rounds were aimed at his heart. At the same time, several red laser beams pierced the room as a fully armed South Puppet Special Forces unit arrived, albeit belatedly. Seeing the South Puppet Special Forces aiming their weapons at him, �13 quickly produced his NIS Intelligence Department Director's ID card and said, "I need to see the State Council Prime Minister immediately." Clutching a USB drive, �13 looked at the deadly 𝓃 on the ground and said, "All of North Puppet's nuclear launch intelligence has been confirmed. Sir, an encrypted message from the North American Operations Command. Inside the cockpit of the lead B-52 strategic bomber, the communications officer reported to the operations commander behind him upon receiving a new transmission. Hearing the call, the operations commander quickly moved to the communications officer's side and, looking at the encrypted message on the receiver, asked, "What are their orders?" After checking, the communications officer frowned and said, "The command has updated a large number of precise target coordinates. They require our nuclear weapons to retarget and strike the updated coordinates provided." After a moment of thought, the operations commander turned to the weapons officer and said, "Modify the cruise missiles attack points. Retarget them to the precise coordinates sent by the North American Operations Command." "Understood, sir." After communicating with the weapons officer, the operations commander picked up his freshly brewed hot coffee. Sipping the bitter brew, he seemed to find it the only way to suppress the fear within him for the impending war. After over 10 hours of non-stop flight, multiple B-52 strategic bombers arrived over the airspace of the island country under the cover of night. At the same time, the launch verification code from the operations command was transmitted. Upon receiving the verification code, the operations commander immediately went to the cockpit and said to the pilot and co-pilot, "Begin verification of the launch code." Upon receiving the order, the pilots controlling the bomber retrieved their respective launch verification codes. HDJBKG-0137. The primary pilot said after glancing at the special code. HDJBKG-0137. The co-pilot looked down at his code and reported the same sequence. The operations commander holding the target list nodded slightly and then said, "Launch verification codes match. Target coordinates are as follows." The same procedure was being carried out in the other bombers of the formation. As the B-52 strategic bomber formation flew over the island country's hydro airspace, over a dozen F-15J fighters from the island country Air Self-Defense Force, acting on orders from the Defense Ministry, quickly scrambled and flanked the B-52 formation to provide escort. Simultaneously over the East Sea, the crew of the Rabbit country's KJ-600 airborne early warning aircraft tensed up as they detected the American bomber formation on their radar, focusing their attention on the suddenly approaching U.S. B-52 strategic bomber formation. Just as the B-52 formation reached the airspace over the East Sea, a large number of AGM-86B air-launched cruise missiles were fired from multiple hardpoints on all B-52 bombers in the formation. The trajectories of the cruise missiles were almost instantly detected by the Rabbit country's KJ-600 early warning aircraft patrolling the East Sea. The radar operator immediately shouted, "The American bomber formation has launched cruise missiles. They are rapidly approaching the East Sea." A massive volley of air-launched cruise missiles streaked through the sky, heading straight for North Puppet. Upon receiving the report, the East Sea Fleet quickly initiated countermeasures, launching anti-ballistic missiles to intercept the AGM-86B cruise missiles entering the East Sea airspace. As numerous anti-ballistic missiles soared from the vessels of the East Sea Fleet, the Rabbit country's interception efforts proved highly effective. Within minutes, a large majority of the nuclear-tipped AGM-86B cruise missiles were destroyed by the Rabbit country's interceptors. The remaining few AGM-86B cruise missiles, following their pre-planned attack trajectories, broke through the East Sea Fleet's defense zone and sped at high velocity toward North Puppet territory. This information was, of course, shared by the Rabbit country with its ally North Puppet. "Tell the Rabbit country that we are deeply grateful for the Blood Alliance's full assistance. Our North Puppet and the Rabbit country are eternal brotherly allies. The American Empire will pay a heavy price for their foolish act of aggression." Inside the Baked Mountain Command Center, the North Puppet Minister of Armed Forces hung up the phone and with a grave expression said to a North Puppet general beside him, "The Rabbit country's East Sea Fleet intercepted most of the American Empire's nuclear missiles within their defense zone, but a small number broke through and are now heading toward our North Puppet." Looking at the North Puppet general standing before the nuclear launch button, the Minister of Armed Forces said solemnly, "General, please press the button." Watching the real-time trajectory of the nuclear missiles heading toward North Puppet on the radar screen, the North Puppet general's face twisted with fury. Taking a deep breath, he slammed his fist onto the button and shouted, "Long live the Democratic People's Republic of North Puppet." The day before, a large-scale nuclear war broke out on the peninsula in the ancient capital of the Rabbit country. The three of them, having successfully procured various wire meshes, electrical appliances, and materials to build simple EMP protection from the hardware store, began early the next morning to modify the the pitiful iron railing fence around the villa according to the construction blueprints they had previously drawn up on the computer. It must be said that although the hardware store they visited was not very large, it had an impressively comprehensive selection of goods. Everything they needed was available from barbed wire to electrical components, copper wire, and large sheets of aluminum foil. Truly a case of small but complete. Barbed wire defense fell into the military category, which was a knowledge gap for Zhang Yi and Mu Xinchuan. Therefore, George was mainly responsible for the construction, while the other two primarily assisted. However, George worked with remarkable efficiency. With the cooperation of Zhang Yi and Mu Xinchuan, the entire perimeter barbed wire defense of the Lakeview Villa was completed in just one morning. This might be the advantage of an SAS elite. Although the barbed wire fence they built by hand was not as aesthetically pleasing as standard military-grade defensive barbed wire fences, once Mu Xinchuan connected the electrified wires to their fence, the defensive effectiveness of the two was not much different. To achieve a high-voltage effect, George modified the diesel generator in the garage. By connecting a voltage conversion unit, the output voltage was stepped up from the rated voltage to high voltage, which was then sent to the villa's barbed wire fence for electrification. Subsequently, Mu Xinchuan showed Zhang Yi and George the emergency safe room inside the villa. This was a room capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion and was also connected to the villa's warehouse. The modification here was relatively simpler. The main task was to build a simple Faraday cage to protect against EMP shocks. This was entrusted to the proficient Zhang Yi. It was not difficult. It mainly involved wrapping important electrical appliances with aluminum foil and constructing a Faraday cage with copper wire. Although the copper wire they brought from the hardware store was insufficient to protect the entire villa, it was enough to shield the critical safe room and the power generator. With the anti-EMP equipment in the internal safe room and the electrified barbed wire fence around the villa perimeter in place, the initial defensive upgrade of the villa's outer perimeter. As for the various traps around the villa, they would have to wait, as besides the villa's defense, they had a more critical issue to resolve. This WHO recommended list of nuclear war reserve medicines is a bit tricky. In the living room, Zhang Yi sat on the sofa looking at the pre-downloaded information, speaking with some. It wasn't that these items were particularly complex, but the vast majority were state-controlled drugs difficult for ordinary people to obtain. George glanced at the list and immediately furrowed his brow. The list published by the WHO contained only 13 drugs. 1. Iodine-blocking agent potassium iodide. Purpose to reduce the impact of radioactive iodine-131 released after a nuclear explosion on the human body, lowering the risk of thyroid cancer. Usage: start taking 6 hours before inhaling radioactive iodine-131. If not possible, it should be taken within 34 hours after inhalation. The iodine tablets take effect in 30 minutes. Take only once daily. Generally, continuous use should not exceed 10 days, or the duration of use should be determined based on the length of radioactive iodine exposure. Note: contraindicated for those allergic to iodine. 2. Prussian blue ferric ferrocyanide. Purpose to remove radioactive cesium and thallium deposited in the human body after a nuclear explosion. Usage: oral administration 3 times a day, every 8 hours, 1 gram, each time taken for 3,090 days, depending on the situation. 3. Chelating agents: Cana-3-DTPA or Zin-Na-3-DTPA, calcium or zinc diethylenetrylamine pentacetate. Purpose for the decorporation of transuranic elements AMP-CMCFBK and oxycoacinlamdrus after a nuclear explosion. Usage: intravenous injection. Should be administered as soon as possible after exposure, preferably within 24 hours. 4. Aluminum-containing antacids and alginates: aluminum phosphate, sodium alginate, etc. Purpose to absorb and eliminate radioactive strontium that enters the human body after a nuclear explosion. Usage: oral administration. 5. Sodium bicarbonate. Purpose: intravenous administration can help metabolize radioactive uranium that enters the human body after a nuclear explosion. Oral administration is used for gastrointestinal symptoms. Usage: intravenous or oral administration. 6. Granulocyte colony stimulating factor GCSF PEGs GMCSF. Purpose for hematopoietic system damage caused by nuclear radiation after a nuclear explosion, especially granulocytopenia. Usage: intravenous injection. 7. Recombinant human thrombopoietin rhomoplastin. Purpose for thrombocytopenia caused by nuclear radiation after a nuclear explosion. Usage: subcutaneous injection. 8. Ondansetron or loperamide. Purpose to treat damage to the gastrointestinal mucosal barrier caused by radioactive substances after a nuclear explosion, which alters the integrity of the gastrointestinal structure, leading to bacterial translocation into the circulatory system, causing severe diarrhea, dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, etc. Usage: ondansetron for antiemesis can be taken orally or intravenously. 8 mg each time, 12 times daily, or as needed. Loperamide for antidiarrheal oral administration. Initial dose is 4 mg, followed by 2 mg after each loose stool. Maximum dose is 16.9. Amoxicillin clavulinate or ciprofloxacin orally and higher-level antibacterial drugs. Purpose to prevent infections caused by prolonged granulocytopenia due to ionizing radiation suppressing bone marrow hematopoietic cells. Usage amoxicillin clavulinate or ciprofloxacin orally, others, depending on the situation. 10. 2-hydroxypyridine oxide. Purpose to decompose radioactive elements plutonium-2 and americium-Am produced after a nuclear explosion. Usage oral administration. 11. Pulmonary surfactant. Purpose to treat lung injury after inhaling radiation exposure from a nuclear explosion. Usage intratracheal administration. 12. Angiotensin-converting enzyme inhibitors. Purpose to prevent and treat delayed effects after acute radiation exposure. Usage oral administration. 13. Erythro. Purpose to treat anemia symptoms occurring after exposure to ionizing radiation. Usage subcutaneous or intravenous injection. This list of drug reserves published by the organization listed almost all the medications needed for most conditions arising after a nuclear explosion. However, as mentioned before, even in normal times very few drugs on this list could be purchased. Most of these were hospital prescription drugs, and some had not even been approved for indications related to radiation protection. The majority were state-controlled preparations. Therefore Zhang Yi found this very troublesome. Ahem. Hearing Zhang Yi's complaints from the sofa, Mu Xingxuan's face lit up with a smile. She extended her right hand, made a fist, and cleared her throat. Zhang Yi did not respond, but instead turned to George and said, "George, how about we risk another trip to the hospital later? After all, if a nuclear explosion really happens, getting these drugs will become extremely difficult." George nodded in agreement, but said with some difficulty, "But I'm afraid these drugs will be hard to find. Some things are too obscure, or we've never even seen them. And a small portion are state-controlled drugs that hospitals don't even stock." Seeing the two ignoring her, Mu Xingxuan's delicate face immediately drooped. Then with her arms crossed over her chest, she said angrily, "Hey, I said, do you two have some kind of major problem?" Hearing Mu Xingxuan's complaint from the side, Zhang Yi's gaze finally shifted from the laptop in his hands to Mu Xingxuan, who was wearing loose casual clothes. However, judging from his somewhat confused expression, he still hadn't caught the underlying meaning of Mu Xingxuan's words. Seeing this, Mu Xingxuan pointed at her chin and said, "Who am I? What's my major? Who is my father? What is my father's company?" This series of 4 "who am I" questions nearly short-circuited Zhang Yi's brain. Fortunately, after this soul-searching interrogation, Zhang Yi finally understood what Mu Xingxuan was trying to say. He then rubbed his temples and said, "Girl, you want to say your family owns a pharmaceutical company? Just say it directly." "Of course I didn't forget, but isn't that your father's company?" "Although your father's company is a pharmaceutical company, these prescription and controlled drugs aren't that easy to collect." Looking at Mu Xingxuan's puffed-up cheeks, Zhang Yi said with some confusion, "Brother, do you have so little confidence in the Mu family's enterprise?" Mu Xingxuan rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi, then proudly puffed out her chest and said, "Humph, as the largest pharmaceutical company in the ancient capital and the entire Zhang province, the Mu family's drug inventory covers almost every drug you can and cannot imagine. A few anti-radiation drugs. Trying to stump the Mu family's large-scale pharmaceutical company. Laughable." Then Mu Xingxuan tossed her student ID card from the ancient capital university onto Zhang Yi's hand. Zhang Yi instinctively opened it. There on Mu Xingxuan's student ID, the name of her major pharmaceutical medicine was strikingly prominent. However, when Mu Xingxuan noticed Zhang Yi scrutinizing the ID photo on her student card, her face flushed red. She quickly reached out and snatched the card back from Zhang Yi's hand, then said with a red face, "Don't look at the ID photo. It was taken from a terrible angle and doesn't look good." Watching Mu Xingxuan blush and put the student card away, Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, "Why are you shy? Be confident. Your barefaced ID photo is prettier than most girls with beauty filters." Hearing the compliment, Mu Xingxuan puffed out her cheeks, turned her head away haughtily, and said with full confidence, "Of course. I'm naturally beautiful. It's easy for me to become the focus of the campus forum as the top beauty. Zhang Yi, you'd better keep a close eye on me, or there will be plenty of people trying to win me over." Zhang Yi looked at the beautiful Mu Xingxuan and suddenly said in a sinister tone, "Hey girl, after reading so many literary works, you should know that in the apocalypse pretty girls don't end up very well. Yes, so you need to protect me well. After all, brother, you wouldn't want your beautiful girlfriend to be ravaged by thugs, would you?" Unexpectedly, Mu Xingxuan turned the tables on him with this one sentence. This kind of response, typical of certain narratives, left Zhang Yi momentarily speechless. But upon reflection, Mu Xingxuan's words made sense. This girl was beautiful, almost excessively so. When the situation became chaotic later on, her face would bring her nothing but trouble. Zhang Yi glanced at Mu Xingxuan, but his gaze quickly returned to the laptop. The most critical issue at hand was still these 13 types of post-nuclear explosion protective drugs. Zhang Yi pointed to the empty space beside him on the sofa and said to Mu Xingxuan, who was standing nearby, "Come girl, sit down." We need to have a good discussion about obtaining the drugs. Once Mu Xinchuan obediently sat beside Zhang Yi, seeing that they were finally ready to discuss serious matters, George, who was sitting opposite, paused the Call of Duty Advanced Warfare game he was playing on his Alienware laptop and looked at the two, saying, "Ready to talk business." Zhang Yi opened the saved map page on his laptop and located the address of Mu Xinchuan's father's Muse Pharmaceutical Company in the ancient capital. Looking at the enlarged map, Zhang Yi asked Mu Xinchuan, "Your father's company is a large industrial park. Do you know which building contains the drugs we need?" Mu Xinchuan extended her slender finger, used the marking function on the computer, and circled a building in the company park, saying, "It's this building. It contains enough drugs to supply a tertiary hospital plus the additional radiation drugs we need." Zhang Yi immediately marked this building as the next target. However, at that moment, George spoke up with a pointed question. "Look, I don't want to discourage you too, but you seem to have forgotten a crucial issue." Hearing George's sudden remark, both Zhang Yi and Mu Xinchuan turned their gaze to George sitting opposite them. George took the laptop from Zhang Yi with a grave expression. Then on the map software, he connected Mu Xinchuan's father's company with their current suburban villa area to measure the distance. The computer immediately displayed the distance between the 2 points, nearly 30 kilometers. Even if we can evade the armed police deployed on the roads and the zombies scattered throughout the city's alleys, I am skeptical that the three of us riding bicycles can manage to bring back all the necessary drugs in a single round trip. The doorbell of the villa chimed with a delicate sound. The three individuals engrossed in devising a plan to transport the medicine were suddenly drawn by the unexpected chime. Zhang Yi and George remained in the living room to deliberate a solution, while Mu Xinchuan picked up her Matthews VXR-31 compound bow and rose to investigate the person ringing the doorbell. Upon opening the smart display screen and seeing the figures outside, Mu Xinchuan couldn't help but raise a slender eyebrow. Well, both of the two people standing at the gate were familiar. Shangwan Muxue cast a puzzled glance at her father Shangwan Fengrong, who stood at the villa's entrance. She didn't quite understand why he had come here, but out of trust she refrained from asking. As the villa gate swung open, Zhang Yi and Mu Xinchuan emerged side by side. Seeing a familiar schoolmate, Shangwan Mashue's face flickered with surprise before she gave a slight wave toward Mu Xinchuan. Zhang Yi strode quickly to the gate, which was fortified with barbed wire, and exclaimed in astonishment to the man and woman outside, "Shangwan Fengrong, you moved fast. Rescued your precious daughter in less than 2 days." Shangwan Fengrong chuckled. Although half a day had passed, he still remembered Zhang Yi's build and voice vividly. Even without the M50 gas mask, he recognized him instantly. "Brother Zhang Yi." Shangwan Fengrong lifted the Type 951 assault rifle slung over his shoulder by a green sling, held it up, and offered it through the barbed wire gate. "I'm a man of my word. I won't forget what I promised you." Mu Xinchuan used the remote to open the villa gate. As it swung open, Shangwan Fengrong promptly tossed the Type 951 assault rifle to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had considered the possibility that this man would succeed in rescuing his daughter, but he never expected him to act with such swiftness. As he pondered, he extended both hands and caught the thrown Type 951 assault rifle steadily. The cool feel and weight of the weapon immediately sparked his. Like the previous Type 92G pistol, he hadn't had much experience with domestic firearms. Although he had fired the Type 97 at a shooting range abroad, this was his first time handling the Type 95, or the older sister of the Type 97. The first thing that caught his eye on this Type 951 assault rifle was the multi-purpose bayonet mounted on the muzzle, followed by the rail system installed on the upper receiver. There were only a handful of domestic manufacturers for the Type 95 rail system. Zhang Yi could rattle off their names with his eyes closed, given their distinct characteristics. He recognized it immediately. It was the Defender Longbow Type 951 expansion system. The Defender Longbow Type 95 expansion system barebones edition, rails without optics. Catching Zhang Yi's gaze, Shangwan Fengrong said somewhat sheepishly, "I got this from the armed police resettlement point set up by an old comrade of mine. They could only give me the bare rifle. I had to put in some effort to get the bayonet and this accessory." Shangwan Fengrong pointed at the black Type 951 in Zhang Yi's hands. "Even though it's a bare rifle, it fires perfectly normally. My old comrade was generous. He equipped it with the newest DBP-191 Type 5.8mm standard rounds." As he spoke, Shangwan Fengrong pulled 2 fully loaded 30-round magazines for the Type 951 from his waist, then slung off his backpack, took out the Type 92G pistol, and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Here's your pistol back. I need to take Muxue and leave this place as soon as possible." Zhang Yi accepted the Type 92G pistol and the Type 951 magazines. He first holstered the pistol in the waist holster, then examined the magazines. Indeed, they were the newly issued deep-colored 5.8mm DBP-191 rifle rounds. He exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, aren't these rounds meant for the Type 191 rifle?" Shangwan Fengrong laughed. "Don't you know the saying in our grassroots units, as long as it's the same caliber, just use it?" Zhang Yi pulled a single DBP-191 round from the magazine, holding it in his palm to feel its weight. The new round was surprisingly heavy. How did it compare to the DBP-10? Reading Zhang Yi's mind, Shangwan Fengrong continued, these rounds are lighter than the Type 10 rounds used by the Type 95 machine gun and Type 88 sniper rifle. They work fine, actually a bit better. On the way here, I fired 5 rounds. Using just the iron sights, I achieved all headshots within 50 meters. Zhang Yi chambered the round back into the magazine, then inserted both magazines into the triple magazine pouches on the front of his Scarab tactical vest. Glancing at Mu Xinchuan, who was chatting happily with Shangwan Mashua, Zhang Yi asked curiously back to the original question. Gudu is huge. You rescued your daughter in just one. I rushed to the commercial street where Mashua had been attacked last night, and I ran into the armed police forces stationed there. They told me she'd been rescued and taken to a resettlement point. Shangwan Fengrong said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Zhang Yi drew the Type 92G pistol from its holster, ejected the magazine, and saw only 3 rounds left. Raising an eyebrow, he complained, so you only fired 8 shots. I was hoping you'd empty the whole magazine and give me a fresh full one. Complaint aside, trading 8 DAP-92A pistol rounds for a railed Type 951 assault rifle and 85 DBP-191 rifle rounds was an absolute steal. After securing both weapons, Zhang Yi looked at Shangwan Fengrong in bewilderment. Not to be rude, but you have the connections to get a rifle. Why didn't you pull strings with the armed police in Gudu to rescue your daughter, instead of risking a forced entry? Shangwan Fengrong sighed. All internal communications in Gudu were cut off. I had no idea what was happening. If I tried to go through official channels layer by layer, it would take too long. I was worried delays would cause problems, so I decided to handle it myself. The process was smoother than I imagined. After getting your pistol, I first ran into a few zombies blocking a lane. I shot them, and the gunfire attracted the armed police stationed at a nearby intersection. I thought it might get complicated, but after I revealed my identity, the armed police reported it up. Guess what? It turned out their superior was an acquaintance of mine. After that, things were simple. The armed police checked the resettlement point and found my daughter. While I was at it, I got you a rifle. Talking about the rifle, Shangwan Fengrong fixed his gaze on the Type 951 in Zhang Yi's hand. Even though the situation is chaotic, this is a military-grade weapon with a serial number. You need to be careful using it. Don't rat me out if anything happens. Hearing Shangwan Fengrong's absurd story, Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. This kind of plot only happened in novels. Good heavens, again acquaintances, again old comrades. Zhang Yi was amazed by this man's luck. After finishing, Shangwan Fengrong surveyed the barbed wire fortifications outside the villa wall and retorted, judging by the defense layout of your villa wall, you've already hooked up the high-voltage electricity, haven't you? Are you prepared for a potential nuclear conflict? At that, Zhang Yi nodded, then shook his head. We've got most things sorted, but we're in trouble preparing medical supplies. And it's not an easy fix. Hearing about the difficulty, Shangwan Fengrong choked on his saliva, coughed twice, then laughed. Oh, is that all? I thought it was something serious. No problem, no problem. While Zhang Yi stared in bewilderment, Shangwan Fengrong clapped him on the shoulder. You're a loyal man. I've decided you're my friend. Then Shangwan Fengrong said confidently, medical supplies can't be taken lightly. You should drive that big truck parked outside and load as many supplies as possible. If you encounter an armed police checkpoint, tell them to contact Colonel Xiao and just mention my name. Colonel Xiao was my bunkmate back in boot camp, an old comrade. The rifle in your hand came from him too. Good heavens, so he could pull strings to get a whole rifle. This guy's old comrade must be at least a full colonel. Zhang Yi sized up Shangwan Fengrong. He couldn't tell, but this man had considerable influence. That's probably not the highest rank in your network, is it? Zhang Yi asked, rubbing his chin. Shangwan Fengrong didn't answer. Instead, he shook his head with a smile and said, all right, enough questions. You'd better go get your medicine. Time's running short, and I have to leave. My old comrade opened a green channel for me. Brother Zhang, I hope we meet again. Under Zhang Yi's gaze, Shangwan Fengrong took his daughter onto a JH-600BJ military motorcycle, put on goggles, and sped away. Watching the two ride off on the military motorcycle, Zhang Yi felt a wave of emotion. He had to admit, having a father like that was pretty incredible. After all, the last time he saw such a badass father was in Taken. A man who dared to fly a helicopter alone, break through a military blockade, and charge into a besieged city to rescue his daughter, whose fate was unknown. Holding the Type 951 assault rifle, Zhang Yi turned to Mu Xinchuan and asked, so how did your chat with that girl go? Mu Xinchuan, who had finished talking with Shangwan Mashua, seemed in good spirits. Humming a tune, she pressed the remote to close the villa's electric gate. Not bad. Her JK uniform was a bit dusty and dirty. I was thinking of picking out a dress for her, but she left too quickly. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow at her words. Hey, didn't you say earlier you didn't like girls who were so put together? Mu Xinchuan shot him a sideways glance. That's a different matter. Shangwan Mashua's outfit coordination is quite good, and I have a soft spot for beautiful things. Zhang Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. But before he could replay the recent conversation, a dangerously sharp gaze fixed on him. Mu Xinchuan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Zhang Yi, her tone dripping with menace. Brother Zhang, why are you suddenly so interested in Shangwan Mashua? Don't tell me that Fox has already bewitched you. Her tone concealed lethal intent, sending a shiver down Zhang Yi's spine. The last time he'd heard a tone like that was while playing a Yandra dating game. Now Mu Xinxuan toyed with the conical arrowhead of an X-10 carbon arrow, her eyes fixed on Zhang Yi, as if awaiting an answer. Zhang Yi understood immediately that his personal bottle of vinegar had been knocked over. He sighed helplessly, then quickly surrendered, and made a solemn vow never to have any improper thoughts about any girl other than Mu Xinxuan. Women were truly fickle. A moment ago Mu Xinxuan had been glaring at him with a threatening look, but after a few sweet words from Zhang Yi, her face changed quicker than a shadow play. She stepped forward, took his hand, and cheerfully pulled him back into the villa, a clear act of claiming her territory. Yet just before entering the door, Mu Xinxuan's hidden Yandra nature briefly erupted. Her slender left hand covered her pretty face, while her right hand pinched Zhang Yi's chin. Brother Zhang Yi, I am the one and only concubine. I've seen all sorts of deliveries, but this is the first time I've seen weapons delivered to your doorstep. Your Rabbit Kingdom's courier service has quite a range. In the living room, George's mouth twitched as he looked at the Type 951 assault rifle in Zhang Yi's hand. This really opens my eyes. Zhang Yi hadn't expected Shangwan Fengrong to move so fast. Others could stretch an entire movie's plot over the whole film, but this guy wrapped it up in half. At this speed, even France would shout invincible in admiration. Although the Type 951 rifle he got from Shangwan Fengrong came without accessories, that was a stroke of luck. As a gear enthusiast, Zhang Yi never lacked various tactical accessories, and the original equipment he sourced performed at top level. Zhang Yi briefly examined the Defender Longbow Type 951 expansion system. First, he noticed that the front end of the rifle had a rail reserved for mounting a laser aim. No need to think twice. He installed the genuine military-grade L3 Ampec 15 directly. Meanwhile, he mounted a Surefire M300V tactical light on the right side rail at the front, then the rail on the carry handle. For multipurpose combat, he didn't miss a single accessory: the �13 HWS EXBS 3 holographic sight and the G33 magnifier, that pair of sisters. He let those Western accessory ladies experience the rails of the Eastern Type 951 rifle firsthand. The fully accessorized Type 951 assault rifle underwent a dramatic transformation in appearance. To Zhang Yi, who held it now, this hybrid child born of East and West possessed a unique aesthetic. Placing the completed rifle on the living room coffee table, Zhang Yi first recounted Shangwan Fengrong's story to George. Then, as George wore an expression of utter disbelief, Zhang Yi said, "If Shangwan Fengrong wasn't lying to us, we can just drive over. If we run into an armed police checkpoint, we mention his name and ask to see their commander, we'll get through. That way we don't have to think up any complicated plans. We can just take that big truck parked out front." George, though momentarily unable to accept such an absurd turn of events, soon resigned himself to it. After all, the even more absurd outbreak of the zombie virus had already happened, or after a brief moment of shock, he simply let it go. Then George said, "In that case, let's set off now. It's quite a distance, so the earlier we start the better. We need to stock up on all the necessary medical supplies and bring them back to the villa before tonight." Zhang Yi nodded. "Yes, I was thinking the same. No more delays. Let's go right now. Comrade, please stop the vehicle." As the heavy-duty cargo truck came into view, the armed police officers stationed at the intersection immediately tensed up, gripping their Type 951 assault rifles tightly. While the armed police commander shouted through the electric megaphone, the Type 89 heavy machine gun positioned in the sandbag emplacement at the center of the road slowly rotated, its barrel under the operator's control. As the heavy truck slowed to a halt, the armed police commander with the megaphone approached the left side of the cab. Glancing at Zhang Yi in the driver's seat, he saluted with his right hand and motioned for him to roll down the window. After Zhang Yi lowered the window, the commander said, "Comrade, to prevent the mass spread of the virus, the entire city of Gudu has been placed under martial law. We, the armed police forces, are conducting full road control. During the control period, unauthorized movement is not permitted. Please turn back." The commander, having apparently encountered many residents like Zhang Yi who trying to leave by car, delivered his words with clear fluency, not even blinking. But Zhang Yi seemed prepared. Smiling, he said, "Don't worry, comrade. We have permission. Contact Colonel Xiao of your armed police unit. Tell him that Shangwan Fengrong needs passage, and you'll get the result." Surprised that the man knew Colonel Xiao, the commander nodded slightly. "All right, comrade. Please wait here. They'll go check." The commander turned and jogged back to a Mengsher armored assault vehicle parked in the middle of the road, then quickly radioed headquarters for verification. At the downtown Armed Police Operations Command Center. When Colonel Xiao Keki heard the report from the suburban checkpoint, he was momentarily taken aback. But upon hearing Shangwan Fengrong's name, he immediately ordered the blockade lifted, and to facilitate the man's subsequent movements, issued an armed police travel permit. Accepting the military travel permit from the armed police captain, Zhang Yi found it both amusing and exasperating. He had racked his brains to figure out how to bypass the armed police blockade, yet simply mentioning Shangwan Fengrong's name solved everything. Was this the legendary "it helps to have friends in high places"? Regardless, Zhang Yi and the other two in the truck now truly understood the power of that saying. On the way to the Mu Pharmaceutical Company campus, Zhang Yi drove the heavy truck with the military permit, passing through dozens of armed police roadblocks without any hindrance. Although throughout the city of Gudu, aside from the armed police's patrol vehicles like WJ-03B armored riot vehicles and CSK-181 Mengsher armored vehicles, and a fleet of FAW Jiefeng trucks delivering supplies to central collection points, there were no civilian vehicles in sight. Due to the numerous checkpoints, the roughly 30-kilometer journey from the villa area to the Mu Pharmaceutical campus took Zhang Yi nearly 40 minutes in the heavy truck. But the campus was in a grim state, apparently not yet cleared by the armed police. As soon as Zhang Yi drove the truck into the campus, he saw several zombies wearing Mu Pharmaceutical uniforms wandering in the shadowy area ahead. The noise of the heavy truck drew their attention. Seeing humans entering the campus in a truck, the zombies, as if offering thanks to nature's bounty, rushed toward the vehicle with wild fervor. The truck stopped in front of the target building. Both doors swung open simultaneously, and the three jumped out swiftly. Before Zhang Yi and Mu Xinchuan could react, George, holding a Type 951 assault rifle, demonstrated marksmanship worthy of an SAS elite. Using the access.𝓃 holographic sight on the rail, he pulled the trigger rapidly. A series of precise shots took down all the approaching zombies with headshots. Looking at the fallen zombies around him, Zhang Yi clicked his tongue in admiration. He glanced at George, who was now alert with the Type 951. The man's expression. Was he reminiscing about the L-85A3 through the Type 9? Still, he had to admit, the guy's shooting was superb. He had fired 12 rounds, and thanks to the access.𝓃 sight at a distance of nearly 50 meters, not a single. Though one zombie took 2 shots to kill, the other 10 were all dispatched with a single headshot each. The entire engagement took less than 20 seconds. By the time Mu Xinchuan had just readied her compound bow and carbon arrow, George had already finished the fight with the Type 9. The superiority of firearms was evident. After confirming the area was safe, the group followed Mu Xinchuan into the building where with a sharp whoosh, an arrow suddenly embedded itself in the eye socket of a zombie in employee attire, and it wobbled before collapsing. Glancing at Mu Xinchuan, who was using her access card to open the corridor door, Zhang Yi kept his 92G pistol, now with only 3 rounds left, trained on potential threats. Beside him, George also held his Type 951 assault rifle at the ready. Seeing that the building's access control system was still working, Zhang Yi realized the campus hadn't lost power. But considering the importance of this storage area, it made sense that there would be backup generators. As the card swiped over the reader, a beep sounded, and the door on the first floor corridor swung open. This was the pharmaceutical storage area of Mu Pharmaceutical. Normally an intern like Mu Xinchuan wouldn't have access, but since the company belonged to her family, she had the authority to modify the data. Even higher-level areas with facial recognition scanners would automatically grant her entry. Hearing the welcome message from Mu Xinchuan echoing through the corridor, she walked ahead with obvious pride, tilting her head back to glance at Zhang Yi following behind. Clearly she was showing off. Mu Xinchuan was indeed familiar with her own company's layout. Under her guidance, they soon reached their destination. The facial recognition device by the door scanned her, and the heavy smart warehouse door slowly opened with the sound of motors, and as the door opened, the cold air inside the medical warehouse rushed out. Since it was summer, the sudden chill made all three shiver, but pleasantly, so though it risked catching a cold. Seeing the hundreds of shelves stocked with all kinds of medicines, Zhang Yi was astonished. Turning to Mu Xinchuan, who was enjoying the cold air with closed eyes, he asked, "Is there any morphine or similar controlled substances here?" Mu Xinchuan opened her eyes slightly and shook her head. "This warehouse mostly contains everyday medicines and hospital prescription drugs. If you want controlled substances, you'll have to go to the higher-level underground storage." "Where is it? Do you have access?" Zhang Yi pressed. Learning that Zhang Yi wanted not only anti-radiation drugs, but also controlled anesthetics, Mu Xinchuan furrowed her brows. After a moment of thought, she said, "Underground B6 storage. I've never been there before. It used to be guarded by police, but I don't see any now. Let's go take a look." "All right," Zhang Yi agreed, then said to George, "George, please stay here and collect the medicines we need according to the WHO list. Also grab some extra antibiotics, cold medicine, stomach medicine, and trauma medicine. Xinchuan and I will go underground to get the anesthetics we might need later." George nodded without a word, hoisted his Virtus 70L backpack, strode into the storage area, and pulled out his iPad to begin the collection according to the pre-recorded list. Seeing this, Zhang Yi followed Mu Xinchuan through the broad corridor and down the emergency stairs to the basement level. As expected, the basement entrance also had a facial recognition access control. Fortunately, the system recognized Mu Xinchuan's beautiful face. After scanning and confirming her identity, the terminal automatically opened the door, allowing them entry. Just as she had said, Mu Xinchuan was indeed visiting this basement level for the first time, and both she and Zhang Yi looked around curiously. Probably due to the zombie virus outbreak, the police were no longer stationed here. But there were zombies. Shortly after they entered the underground corridor, a zombie with bullet holes in its body charged out from somewhere, lunging at them with bared fangs. But at less than 30 meters, it was no challenge for Zhang Yi. He raised a hand to stop Mu Xinchuan, who was about to knock an arrow, then aimed his 92G pistol at the zombie's head. With a pull of the trigger, a crisp gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the zombie's head, and it instantly lost balance, crashing to the ground. Zhang Yi remarked to himself that his shooting skills honed abroad had not deteriorated. Zhang, I heard gunshots from your side. What happened? George's voice came through the tactical earpiece. Zhang Yi glanced at the fallen zombie and replied via the radio, ran into a zombie down here. I wanted to practice, so I took it out with a bullet. Be careful. You only have 2 rounds left in that pistol. Use them sparingly, George said, not commenting further on Zhang Yi's actions. After checking the list and the shelf before him, he added, by the way, a few medicines can't be found up here. They're probably stored underground like the morphine you're looking for. Here are the names. Write them down. Following the numbers, Mu Xinchuan led Zhang Yi to the entrance of the B6 storage. Confirming the door number, Mu Xinchuan tried facial recognition again, but this time she failed. The scanner read her face, but the access control system remained unmoved. Her clearance was insufficient for this B6 warehouse. Frowning, Mu Xinchuan pulled out her modified access card and swiped it. With her eyes squeezed shut, she waited. A sound came. Beep. Identity confirmed. As the electronic hydraulic door of the B6 warehouse opened, both Mu Xinchuan and Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Mu Xingxiong had tampered extensively with his daughter's card. Zhang Yi even suspected he had copied the data from his own key card. Like the upper-level warehouse, the B6 door opened to a blast of cold air, even more intense, as if few had ever entered. Seeing the shelves packed with various controlled anesthetics and surgical drugs, Zhang Yi smiled with satisfaction. With these at hand, he wouldn't have to worry about undergoing surgery and pain in the post-apocalyptic world. Gathering all the required medicines and loading them onto the truck took nearly 40 minutes. When everything was done and Zhang Yi and Mu Xinchuan rejoined George at the truck, Zhang Yi checked his Casio watch. It was already 6 in the evening. Somehow the approaching night filled Zhang Yi with growing unease. It seemed something big was about to happen, and his keen instincts made him feel alarmed. So with all the medicines loaded, he drove the truck back along the same route. Thanks to the military permit, there were no obstacles. Back at the lake villa, the 3 didn't rest. They quickly unloaded all the collected medicines into the villa's storage room. Fortunately, the basement storage had its own air conditioning, otherwise some medicines couldn't be stored properly. After a series of tasks, it was already late at night. Just as they were about to have dinner and rest, the street suddenly blared with a piercing air raid siren. Then the phones in their pockets vibrated. They all pulled them out to see the same urgent message. Attention, all citizens, emergency notice. This is not a drill. Nuclear weapon attack warning. Please immediately take shelter in the nearest civil defense facility. Repeat. The Empire of Rice has launched nuclear weapons at our great northern puppet state. As a response, all standby nuclear weapons are to be ignited immediately and launched toward the predetermined targets in the Empire of Rice and the Sun Empire. With the command issued by the Northern Puppet State's Supreme Leader General of the Northern Puppet, it was broadcast to the world via the Northern Puppet Central Television. All nuclear launch units within the Northern Puppet State executed the launch procedure simultaneously, and one after another nuclear missiles soared into the sky. Not long after the Northern Puppet State's nuclear weapons were launched, AGM-86B air-launched cruise missiles fired by a fleet of US B-52 strategic bombers tore through the night sky and precisely struck various predetermined targets within the Northern Puppet State. Then one mushroom cloud after another rose up. In low Earth orbit, the U.S. space-based infrared system satellite network detected the thermal plumes from the massive nuclear launch by the Northern Puppet State. Military satellites monitoring the Northern Puppet State immediately identified the heat signatures, and a low-orbit satellite promptly sent an alert signal to the 2nd Space Warning Squadron in Colorado, USA. Simultaneously, another U.S. military satellite in geostationary orbit confirmed the thermal signals from the numerous ballistic missile launches and issued a second urgent warning to the command level. As the U.S. military's space-based infrared satellites focused on analyzing the incoming Northern Puppet missiles, they compared the thermal characteristics of the missiles with known missile models stored in the internal computer, rapidly identifying all the models of the incoming missiles. Mars 8, Mars 11, Mars 12, Mars 15, Mars 17, 𝓃 1, 𝓃 2. The Northern Puppet State launched every nuclear weapon in its arsenal, leaving none behind. After confirming the models of all incoming Northern Puppet missiles, this warning message was simultaneously uploaded to the U.S. Space Command. Upon seeing the warning message from the satellite network, the Space Force personnel on duty felt as if struck by lightning. Staring at the dense information on the nuclear weapon launches, they momentarily doubted whether the data was faulty. But when they verified the satellite transmitted information and confirmed it was accurate, all the personnel on duty found it hard to believe. The northern puppet state had launched hundreds of ballistic missiles into the outside world in one go, and all of them were armed with nuclear warheads. At the same time, on the seas of the Sun Island, an island nation, the 7th Fleet, which had been waiting there, also received the northern puppet missile information relayed by the E-2 early. According to the trajectory calculations, many of the short and medium-range missiles were heading toward the island nation. Alongside the 7th Fleet was the Maritime Self-Defense Force dispatched by the island nation. After confirming the rapidly approaching short and medium-range ballistic missiles, the Aegis-equipped warships within the fleet immediately initiated interception procedures, swiftly launching SM-3 missiles at the incoming northern puppet missile targets. Arigato. Aboard the Aegis destroyer of the 𝓃 class, after receiving the northern puppet data shared by the 7th Fleet Captain Ishimura, first expressed gratitude to the U.S. Navy, then directed the ship's operators to launch anti-missile missiles at the northern puppet missiles alongside the Arleigh Burke-class destroyers of the 7th Fleet. It wasn't just the naval forces taking action. All U.S. ground-based forces in the Asia-Pacific region also executed emergency response measures. The ANTPY-2 anti-missile radar immediately began searching for incoming missiles, attempting to coordinate with the THAAD anti-missile system to destroy them as they entered the terminal phase. In the capital city of the island nation, East City, the urgent evacuation siren blared suddenly in the dead of night, startling the islanders from their slumber. The piercing air raid sirens echoing through the streets and alleys reminded many of the older generation of islanders of the fearful days dominated by Lemay's firebombing. On the way to the government-designated shelter, a young couple struggled to squeeze out of the crowd rushing toward the shelter. Climbing onto a nearby platform, they listened to the police from the Metropolitan Police Department desperately shouting through loudspeakers to maintain order. Aizawa Shu held his girlfriend Zhu's hand, his grip tightening. Shu, seeing the chaotic scene, Zhu fearfully leaned against Aizawa Shu. Although the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus had been terrifying, the self-defense forces' timely intervention had prevented the situation from spiraling out of control. But now, hearing the missile defense alerts blaring from speakers in every street, and Ali Zhu felt an overwhelming fear. "Look, there are missiles in the sky." At that moment, a shout from the crowd caused the pushing throng to pause briefly. Looking up at the sky, they saw dozens of bright firelights soaring upward, echoing the firelights streaking across the night sky toward East City. It was the Patriot anti-missile systems outside East City, operated by the Self-Defense Force and the U.S. THAAD anti-missile systems stationed in the Sun Empire, beginning terminal interception of the approaching northern puppet missiles. A rapidly incoming Mars 8 missile was directly hit by an oncoming THAAD interceptor, exploding violently in the night sky. The flash of the explosion caused the stunned crowd below to panic again as people realized the imminent threat and began pushing and shoving toward the nearby shelter. But it was too late. As the capital of the Sun Empire, this area was a key target in the northern puppet state's missile attack plan. The nuclear missiles aimed at this location were far more than just a single Mars 8 medium-range ballistic missile. With a bright flash of light under Aizawa Shu's gaze, a 𝓃-1 ballistic missile executed terminal maneuvers, narrowly evading several incoming Patriot interceptor missiles before precisely striking East City below. Seeing the nuclear missile land, Zhu, with tears in her eyes, reached out to caress Aizawa Shu's face. Aizawa Shu held her tightly, and as the mushroom cloud lit up, the two shared a deep kiss amid the nuclear explosion. Over a classified flight route in the United States, an E-4B Nightwatch nuclear command aircraft escorted by 4 F-22 fighters was flying toward the Cheyenne Mountain wartime military base. Aboard the E-4B nuclear command aircraft, Mr. President, North American Aerospace Defense Command has activated the U.S. Homeland Defense Plan. The ground-based mid-course defense systems at Griffiths Air Force Base and Vandenberg Air Force Base have been activated, but due to the sheer number of ballistic missiles from the northern puppet state, we cannot calculate sufficient data in time for effective interception. Inside the conference room of the E-4B, a high-ranking military official with glasses presented data saying, based on trajectory calculations of the incoming northern puppet missiles, their targets include the Hawaiian Islands, the entire U.S. West Coast, and the most critical area in the East DC. After hearing the senior officers report, the dazed look in the eyes of the U.S. president sitting at the head of the table cleared slightly. After a pause of 2 seconds, he said, "Isn't it impossible for the northern puppet's long-range strike capabilities to precisely hit DC?" "Sir, that's the northern puppet's Mars 15, which indeed cannot precisely hit eastern DC. But the Mars 17 has remedied that flaw." The high-ranking military official with glasses glanced at the president and replied, "This technology was likely provided secretly by its ally." "What is our probability of successful interception?" the president asked, looking at the real-time data of the northern puppet missiles on the display. Although the sea-based and ground-based radars are networked and working together, and the GBI kinetic interceptors are also in preheating mode, according to supercomputer calculations, the probability of intercepting all of them successfully is still less than 50. As the officer with glasses responded, the assembled senior generals and the U.S. military high command on video conference fell into silence. Their expressions made it clear that this answer was far from satisfactory. The president frowned, then changed the subject and asked, "How is our nuclear weapons force preparing?" Mr. President, the entire U.S. nuclear triad retaliation program is on standby. The nuclear missiles at all launch bases have begun preheating. As the president posed the question, another high-ranking military officer quickly reported via video link, all B-2 long-range bomber squadrons have taken off. The ballistic missile submarine fleet is also fully ready, prepared to launch at any time. Order the long-range nuclear forces to immediately execute a second nuclear strike against the northern puppet state, completely destroying all its cities and military targets. After concluding that the homeland could not avoid nuclear devastation, the president promptly issued the second nuclear strike order against the northern puppet state to the nuclear forces. With the U.S. president's launch order from the 𝑃 nuclear command aircraft, the silo doors of ground-based nuclear missiles across multiple U.S. military bases swiftly opened, and one after another Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles soared into the sky under the control of operators flying headlong toward the Mars and �13 series missiles heading for the U.S. The first to arrive was the Northern Puppet's Mars 15 intercontinental ballistic missile. As the missile's second stage separated, it signaled that the missile was about to strike its target city, but the U.S. side was not to be underestimated. The supercomputer successfully calculated the missile's trajectory, and multiple GBI kinetic interceptors roared into the sky for interception. However, things were not so straightforward. Shortly after the GBI interceptors launched, the warhead of the Mars 15 missile about to enter the terminal phase suddenly released a large number of high-reflectivity chaff and split into several smaller fragments. These metallic confetti quickly confused the radar systems monitoring below, causing multiple missile signals to appear on the radar interface. But the ground radar systems quickly began discrimination. With the cooperation of the 𝓃-𝂃 anti-missile radar and the sea-based band radar, the false warhead signals released by the Mars 15 ballistic missile were rapidly identified by the U.S. detection radars. Subsequently, the GBI kinetic interceptors that had ascended into the exoatmosphere began to separate the exoatmospheric kill vehicles heading toward the target. The GBI kinetic interceptor launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base followed the interception path planned by the supercomputer, charging straight at the incoming Mars 15 ballistic missile. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the first few GBI interceptors unfortunately missed the Mars 15, but the last GBI interceptor successfully destroyed the missile, fulfilling its mission. This should have been heartening news, but none of the U.S. High Command could rejoice, because at that moment subsequent long-range ballistic missiles from the northern puppet state had already arrived over the U.S. Although the U.S. supercomputer had successfully calculated the trajectory of the first incoming Mars 15, it was now faced with a massive influx of northern puppet ballistic missiles, clearly exceeding the supercomputer's manageable range. As the northern puppet's ballistic missiles continuously completed their staging in space and entered terminal maneuvers, they streaked at extreme speed toward the target city. The targets of the first wave of attacks were the U.S. Hawaiian Islands and all major West Coast cities. Since the northern puppet state's strike against the Hawaiian Islands was not intensive, with only a few 𝑃 ballistic missiles carrying out the bombing mission, the combined efforts of the Aegis destroyers, anti-missile systems, THAAD and Patriot systems successfully shot down all incoming ballistic missiles. But the larger, more targeted West Coast cities were not so fortunate. The northern puppet state's strikes against these cities were dense. Except for the Mars 15 aimed at West City, which was shot down by a GBI kinetic interceptor, all other cities failed to escape nuclear devastation. As the Mars 17 ballistic missile fell into Old City at the moment of the nuclear flash, the Golden Gate Bridge, which had long been a cameo in disaster movies, finally made its own appearance. Then Los Angeles, Oakland, and the legendary American Fertilizer City were all targeted in turn by the northern puppet's nuclear warheads. The news of the complete nuclear devastation of the West Coast cities was quickly synchronized to the president on the �13 nuclear command aircraft. There were no clear casualty figures yet, but it was certain to exceed 10 million, a heavy blow for all the high-ranking U.S. officials present. Just as the president was about to discuss post-nuclear rescue operations with the assembled generals, the Army Chief of Staff Hawk on the other end of the video conference made a shocking suggestion. "Mr. President, I believe we should now turn our attention to the Bear Country and the Rabbit Country. With our West Coast suffering a full nuclear strike, the damage to the U.S. is catastrophic. If the Bear Country and the Rabbit Country take this opportunity to attack us, it would be fatal for the current U.S." Under the president's gaze, the Army Chief of Staff said with a grave expression, So I propose that before that happens we should strike first, launching a nuclear attack on the Bear Country and the Rabbit Country to ensure no side can profit from this war." The Army Chief of Staff's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in the conference room. The conservative faction among the high command, already strongly opposed to the nuclear war with the northern puppet state, erupted into fierce arguments with the hawkish faction upon hearing their insane plan to escalate to a full-scale nuclear war. But the final decision on this plan rested with the current president, so everyone turned their gaze to the head of the conference table. The president closed his eyes in contemplation, then turned and beckoned to the accompanying nuclear officers, saying, "Order the nuclear forces to execute the Doomsday Plan and launch nuclear missiles at all predetermined strike zones in the Bear Country and the Rabbit Country." Launch Command Verification Code received. Deep beneath the ocean aboard a U.S. Ohio-class nuclear submarine, the captain was startled by the attack command code. He said to the deputy beside him, "Begin executing the nuclear verification procedure." The two men each took out their specially designed keys, quickly retrieved their respective command verification codes from the safe, and began cross-checking them. HGJMXG 9317. HGJMXG 9317. Seeing that the attack command codes matched, the captain took a deep breath and said, "Command codes verified. Begin executing the launch procedure." The received strike target coordinates for the Bear Country are as follows: C City, Bow City, Ya City. As the Ohio-class submarine reached launch depth, all missile launch tube hatches opened, and then 24 Trident II-D5 submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missiles burst through the sea surface. As the missiles cleared the water, their rocket engines ignited, and the ballistic missiles soared into the sky, speeding toward the designated targets. With the U.S. officially pulling the trigger on a full-scale nuclear war, the conflict capable of destroying humanity commenced immediately. Upon receiving news of the U.S. launching nuclear weapons at the Bear Country, the Bear Emperor was no pushover. While boarding the IL-80 Nuclear Command aircraft, he immediately activated all of the Bear Country's nuclear reserves, launching them at all targets in the U.S. and the Western military aboard the IL-80 Nuclear Command aircraft. Compared to the hastily responding Bear Country, the Rabbit Country reacted more swiftly. So much so that the Rabbit side even beat the U.S. to the punch, launching the Dongfeng Express at the U.S. target cities after the U.S. conducted its second nuclear strike on the north. At this moment, the most helpless were the astronauts aboard the International Space Station. Watching the traces of ballistic missiles crisscrossing Earth's orbit and the conspicuous mushroom clouds blooming one after another from nuclear explosions, all the astronauts were dumbfounded. It had only been a few months since they left Earth. Everything was fine when they departed. How had a full-scale nuclear war suddenly broken out? In low Earth orbit, the UN Redemption Monitoring Satellite was gliding steadily along its trajectory. It was one of the few remaining disaster monitoring satellites after the total nuclear war had concluded. The intelligent computer within the satellite detected that all nuclear detonations on the surface had ceased, prompting the system to determine that the sudden outbreak of full-scale nuclear war had temporarily subsided. The disaster monitoring satellite automatically began its primary mission, collecting and analyzing detailed surface data and broadcasting the results via full-band transmission to any survivors who might still be alive on the ground. Once the Redemption satellite had completed its surface data monitoring, its internal computer generated an urgent broadcast and began transmitting it to the surface. Beep. Beep. This is the UN Disaster Monitoring Department. Please await the display of the affected and damaged area map. The emergency icon of the United Nations Disaster Prediction Department appeared on the screen. After a brief pause, the image shifted, displaying enlarged images of the primary affected regions of various nations: Australia, the Bear Federation, the Eagle Nation, the Rabbit Nation, the Rice Nation. On the displayed global disaster map, the yellow-marked areas indicate the countries that were the primary targets of nuclear strikes. High radiation zones and areas affected by nuclear fallout were marked with red circles. As the image switched again, a text announcement accompanied by a voice broadcast stated, "The UN satellite is currently online, but the relay module has malfunctioned. It can remain operational for a maximum of 12 more days." A highly contagious virus designated Z has infected 2 billion people with a 100 infection rate. Due to the virus impact, some nations experienced drastic political upheavals, and the military actions taken triggered a global nuclear war. Nuclear strikes have destroyed major cities and produced a series of extreme consequences. Satellites have detected vast clouds of nuclear. The number of survivors is currently unknown. The UN satellite has established contact with the remaining governments of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. No communication has been established with any other national governments. The satellite has observed multiple extreme weather patterns across the globe. Atmospheric and climatic changes are severe. The nuclear winter condition is expected to occur worldwide within 7 days. Temperatures in fallout zones are plummeting sharply. Furthermore, as multiple dam structures are presumed to have been compromised by the nuclear explosion's catastrophic flooding is anticipated, and nuclear radiation will further spread its contamination through the polluted floodplains. 72 hours after the nuclear detonations in the suburban district of 𝓃 within the underground safe room of a villa. As the 72-hour countdown on the Casio 60-900 watch reached zero, the alarm's chime echoed through the sealed chamber. Hearing the electronic watch's alarm, Zhang Yi's tightly shut eyes snapped open. Mu Xinxuan, nestled in his arms, was also roused by the sound, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Zhang Yi glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was exactly 3:00 a.m., marking the 72nd hour since the nuclear detonations. Hearing the commotion, George turned on the emergency lights in the safe room. Lancelot, the dog in the corner kennel, was also awakened and rose, wagging its tail. "Brother E, it's still early. I think we can sleep a bit more," Mu Xinxuan yawned, glancing at the Nixie tube clock display in the safe room. Hearing her complaint, Zhang Yi said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "It's all right, girl, you go back to sleep. I just need to check the situation around the house 3 days after the blast. It's not for any major operation." Hearing this, Mu Xinxuan was straightforward. She lay back down on the mattress on the floor, pulled up the blanket, and fell back asleep. She couldn't be blamed, though. For the entire day following the nuclear detonation, Mu Xinxuan had barely slept. The thunderous explosion and the tremors when the bomb struck the center of 𝓃 were still vivid in her memory, even 2 days later. Zhang Yi then got up and retrieved a large box tightly wrapped in aluminum foil from a corner of the safe room. After peeling off the foil, he opened the box to reveal a neatly stacked array of precision electronic devices like phones and computers. In truth, after the nuclear blast, when he noticed his Casio 60-900 electronic watch was still functioning normally, Zhang Yi had already realized that the anti-EMP measures they had implemented outside the safe room had been effective. The electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear explosion had been successfully shielded, leaving the various electronic instruments stored in the safe room perfectly intact. Zhang Yi carefully set aside the phones and computers stacked on top, then opened a hidden compartment in the box, revealing the items stored below. Beneath lay a small tracked remote-controlled vehicle equipped with a robotic arm on top. This was a police bomb disposal remote-controlled vehicle, a fine acquisition Zhang Yi had stumbled upon while overseas shopping when he happened upon a U.S. police department auctioning off decommissioned gear and impulsively took it off their hands. Acquiring it back then had been quite an ordeal. Since U.S. police departments auctioned decommissioned gear, this bomb disposal vehicle started at 1,000. Zhang Yi and a U.S. military enthusiast who also wanted it kept bidding until the price reached 1,000 before the other party backed down. If he hadn't had a bit of spare cash, he might have lost it. After buying it, he tinkered with it for the first few months, but once the novelty wore off, it was left to gather dust in the equipment room. If not for the sudden catastrophe, Zhang Yi might have even forgotten about it. After being brought to the villa along with other military gear, and with the onset of the nuclear blast, this police bomb disposal remote-controlled vehicle finally found its purpose again. He lifted the hefty vehicle out of the box and set it on the floor. George, watching from the side, was no longer surprised by anything Zhang Yi could produce. Seeing the man pull a police bomb disposal remote-controlled vehicle out of a box like a magician, if he had to offer a comment, it would probably be just one: "Oh, that's truly impressive." Zhang Yi took out his phone and searched through the pages for a while, finally locating the control application for the remote vehicle that had been gathering dust in a corner. It was the app a U.S. police technician had guided him to download when he first acquired the vehicle. Its purpose was to control the bomb disposal vehicle and receive real-time data from its various detection instruments. The battery inside the police bomb disposal remote-controlled vehicle was undoubtedly top-notch. It had been months since its last charge. But when Zhang Yi pressed the power button, the mechanical hum of the vehicle's interior immediately started. Clearly, even after months of disuse, it still had power. Once the vehicle booted up, it quickly connected to the software on Zhang Yi's phone. He checked the camera function through the transmitted feed on his phone. The displayed image was very clear, indicating the camera lens was undamaged. Then, using other control keys, he sequentially checked the functions of the robotic arm and the small X-ray machine. The feedback data showed everything was working flawlessly. Even after all this time, the police bomb disposal remote-controlled vehicle was still in peak condition, a testament that the nearly 100,000 yuan he had spent to ship it from across the ocean was not in vain. Zhang Yi had a clear purpose for starting up this vehicle. After the nuclear blast, the outside world was now covered in radiation contamination. Although wearing protective suits and gas masks could reduce the harm to the human body, due to the nature of radiation contamination, these protective gears had to be discarded after a single use, a cost Zhang Yi could not afford at the moment. In contrast, the reusable police bomb disposal remote-controlled vehicle was undoubtedly the best choice for external reconnaissance. To obtain detailed information on external radiation levels, Zhang Yi strapped a Geiger counter onto the vehicle's robotic arm. This way he could view the real-time data from the Geiger counter on the robotic arm through the vehicle's camera, allowing him to assess the radiation levels outside and prepare for subsequent actions. With everything ready, Zhang Yi maneuvered the vehicle to the entrance of the safe room. Since the safe room's exit had 2 layers of security doors, Zhang Yi first opened the inner door, drove the vehicle into the empty space between the 2 doors, closed the inner door, and then used the remote to open the outer door. The moment the outermost door opened, the Geiger counter mounted on the vehicle's robotic arm began to crackle loudly. Since the remote vehicle was equipped with audio transmission, Zhang Yi could also hear the sound from his phone. As the saying goes, when the Geiger clicks, your parents' efforts are for naught. It used to be just a joke, but now it had become a deadly adage. Zhang Yi first maneuvered the vehicle around the interior of the villa using the Geiger counter to measure the radiation levels inside the house they had previously lived in. The feedback data surprised him somewhat. Under Zhang Yi's control, the vehicle toured the entire villa. The final data showed that the radiation levels in most areas inside the villa were maintained at around 80 to 90 millisieverts, while the highest readings near windows reached only 200 to 300 millisieverts. The area with the highest radiation was by the main entrance. Although the door was tightly shut, the radiation level there peaked at 736 millisieverts, but it was still within a barely tolerable range, especially considering that the lethal dose is above 400 millisieverts. Given the current situation in the villa with radiation levels in most areas below 100 millisieverts, the interior was within a safe range for human exposure. Seeing this, Zhang Yi was somewhat stunned. Damn, so this is what a rich person's villa is like. Even the White House's security couldn't compare. Zhang Yi then slowly maneuvered the vehicle to the garage entrance. As an aside, the radiation levels at the garage were similar to those at the main entrance, hovering around 600 millisieverts. However, since the garage door was closed and he couldn't go out yet, Zhang Yi decided to stop the vehicle from exploring further outside. The villa's interior might have low radiation levels thanks to the robust building materials, but the outdoor environment after the nuclear blast would be a different story. After maneuvering the vehicle to a corner of the garage to stand by, Zhang Yi shared the collected radiation data with George, who was also surprised to hear that the interior radiation levels were. This was excellent news. It meant they no longer had to confine themselves to the safe room as originally planned. Instead, they could clean up the villa and move back into it, given that its spacious living areas were far more comfortable than the cramped safe room. If we're going to live in the villa again, we'll need to make some modifications, Zhang Yi said, projecting a screenshot of the radiation distribution map onto the safe room wall for George to see. To live normally, the first step is to seal all the ventilation openings in the villa. Having a good understanding of Mu Xingxuan's house, he quickly outlined the next plan. We have plenty of ceiling strips in the safe room. Once we go out, we'll seal the main entrance and all windows with them. From now on, we'll use the garage to enter and exit. For ventilation, we'll rely on the central air conditioning system, or we'll figure out the filters later. Poor Mu Xingxuan had barely fallen asleep again when dawn broke, and she was mercilessly pulled from her dreams by Zhang Yi. Still groggy, she was fitted with an KN95 mask and a simple medical protective suit, and a can of sealing strips was thrust into her hands. It took Zhang Yi a while to make the girl understand the current situation inside the villa. Soon the trio, now clad in medical gear, stepped out of the safe room and back into the villa. The moment they left the safe room, the Geiger counters on their bodies began to crackle, indicating they had entered the radiation-affected area. The low radiation levels inside the villa were an unexpected blessing, so Zhang Yi and the others moved with vigor. After all, once the villa was sealed and cleaned, they could return to the comfort of the house, instead of being cramped in the small safe room. Moreover, their initial task was simple, using sealing strips to firmly seal all windows, the main entrance, and any other ventilated areas to prevent radioactive fallout from seeping in and raising the radiation levels inside. Although he had already seen the villa's condition through the remote vehicle, Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask Mu Xingxuan, I know Rabbit Nation's glass is tough, but the stuff you guys used here, surviving a nuclear blast shockwave, is a bit much, isn't it? Her answer, however, was quite reasonable. Ever since she had been kidnapped off the street, her father Mu Xingxiong had replaced all the villa's windows with specially reinforced models and reinforced the frames, making them capable of withstanding small and medium caliber gunfire. Besides, since their villa was a certain distance from the blast zone, the intact windows were nothing to be surprised about. The time spent on the interior cleaning of the villa turned out to be much longer than Zhang Yi had anticipated. Constantly alert to possible radiation contamination, the trio sealed all windows and vents inside the villa and sprayed neutralizing radiation agents throughout the premises. By the time they finished, it was already noon. After the intensive processing, the villa's interior had been restored to livable standards. So the three of them moved back the daily necessities they had previously relocated to the safe room and returned them to their respective rooms. Since George had volunteered to handle the most hazardous area, the main entrance, he needed to take additional anti-radiation measures after the work was done, just to be safe. In addition to washing with decontamination solution, he also had to take anti-radiation medication. At the dining table in the living room, while swallowing a potassium iodide tablet, George explained why the radiation level inside the villa was so low. It was related to the yield of the nuclear bomb that had exploded in their city, the suburban location of the villa district, and the materials used in the construction of the villa itself. Based on the tremors during the explosion, he deduced that the bomb had struck the city center of 𝓃. By assessing the damage to other houses in the villa area through the window glass, and considering the approximate distance between their villa district and the city center. Substituting into the nuclear lethal formula effective kill range 𝓃, it was not difficult to determine that the nuclear bomb that hit 𝓃 had a yield of about 5 megatons. Mu Xingxuan's lakeside villa was a top-tier luxury home. During construction, the finest building materials were used to ensure sturdiness, allowing it to withstand the residual shockwaves of the nuclear blast. Moreover, the specially designed window ventilation structure had, after the nuclear explosion, blocked the entry of most radioactive fallout particles. Listening to George's analysis, Mu Xingxuan opened a canned fruit while speaking proudly. "Isn't this great? Compared to most survivors who might have to live in underground caves like moles for the rest of their lives. We can return to a luxurious villa life. This is definitely a heavenly start." Zhang Yi agreed. For him, if he truly had to huddle in that cramped safe room and live like a mole for a lifetime, then life would be meaningless. He would rather end his suffering sooner. As Zhang Yi was thinking, he suddenly noticed Mu Xingxuan's attire. The girl had added a wool cardigan over her original casual home clothes. This brought Zhang Yi back to reality, reminding him of something very critical. It was supposed to be the height of summer in July, but the house, which should have been sweltering, was abnormally cold. Realizing something, Zhang Yi quickly walked over to a window sealed with weather stripping and looked up at the sky. Outside, the gray sky, devoid of any sunlight, made Zhang Yi's heart grow heavy. Things were heading in the worst possible direction. "It's nuclear winter," George said quietly, noting Zhang Yi's behavior. "It's going to get very cold for a while, Zhang. That pile of military supplies you stored in the warehouse is finally going to come in handy." Nuclear winter is undoubtedly one of the most significant consequences of a nuclear explosion. The immense energy from the blast throws radioactive dust into the atmosphere and even the stratosphere. These dust particles strongly absorb solar radiation, heating the upper atmosphere while lowering surface temperatures, an effect opposite to the greenhouse effect, making the Earth appear as if in a harsh winter landscape. However, according to the latest research by relevant experts, the effects of nuclear winter might not last as long as the rumored decades. It should return to normal within 3 to 4 months. After this, Zhang Yi let out a soft sigh and returned to the dining table. There, Mu Xingxuan, with a mouthful of canned peach, mumbled, "What do we do next? Although the villa is quite nice, we can't live here forever." In response to Mu Xingxuan's question, George gave Zhang Yi a look, and the latter immediately understood and answered. Zhang Yi quickly ran back to the safe room and brought out a high-power vehicle-mounted radio. Since the villa area is within the radiation zone of the nuclear explosion in the long run, this definitely won't be our permanent residence. So we can use this high-power radio to learn about the outside situation and formulate our next action plan. While placing the powerful radio in the living room, Zhang Yi explained. Then Zhang Yi inserted the backup batteries into the vehicle-mounted radio, adjusted the communication antenna, and powered on this expensive high-power device. First came a burst of harsh static from the radio. Zhang Yi's brows twitched slightly as he placed his fingers on the tuning knob and began adjusting the frequency. After filtering out several noisy channels, a clear broadcast emerged. "This is the Jiang Province Emergency Broadcasting Channel. Attention all survivors receiving this broadcast. The Jiang provincial government has established large-scale shelters in 3 less severely affected cities: Long City, Jiang City, and Yun City. As these shelters are temporary, their capacity is limited. Citizens located in these 3 cities should proceed to the shelters as soon as possible under the guidance of local military and police. Citizens from other areas are also welcome to come if conditions permit. Additionally, please note, for registration purposes, all survivors heading to the shelters must bring their ID cards or any documents proving identity." Hearing the broadcast on the high-power radio, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, then continued to tune to other channels. National Academy of Medical Sciences Broadcasting Channel. All survivors receiving this broadcast must understand that if you are within the fallout zone of a nuclear explosion, do not leave your shelter or safe room without protective anti-radiation gear. Radiation will cause irreversible harm to the human body and can be fatal. As Zhang Yi increased the power of the radio, the received signals gradually extended from domestic to international sources. The World Health Organization once again warns all survivors, in addition to protecting against radiation damage, do not neglect defense against the highly infectious 𝓃 virus. Laboratory studies show that the 𝓃 virus exhibits affinity with nuclear radiation. Radiation significantly enhances the virus activity and has produced multiple variants based on the original virus, further increasing transmissibility. Infected plant life also displays extreme aggression. Take this warning seriously. This is Ocean Lighthouse Broadcasting. Good evening to all survivors in my Legion. From now on, the Ocean Lighthouse in New York City officially extends an olive branch to survivors in all regions of May. We have the support of the National Guard. All survivors willing to join will receive shelter. At the same time, New York State has declared independence. To hell with the damn she government. This is Florida Broadcasting. Good evening, fellow survivors. We are delighted to announce that Florida has declared independence. The local military has broken away from the federal government and joined the independent state of Florida. We have elected the most trusted President 𝓃 as the leader of independent Florida. All survivors who wish to join are welcome to become citizens of Florida. Cheyenne Mountain Military Base issues a notice to all of May. According to the federal constitution of May, any acts of secession or independence are illegal and violate the Constitution. Through the next dozen channels, Zhang and the other two in the living room learned a shocking fact: the world's _1 superpower across the ocean may seem to have split apart. George rarely showed a look of schadenfreude upon hearing the news, while Xinchuan was astonished. Zhang, by contrast, was not particularly moved. His expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this news. After a full-scale nuclear war, political turmoil in surviving nations was absolutely normal. Moreover, such political upheavals could only occur in a powerful nation. After all, for a small country, whether the nation still existed was a separate question. Of course, these matters had little direct relevance to them at present. What they needed to focus on was the domestic situation and, more crucially, useful information like details about the virus. After Zhang turned off the high-power radio, the group sat around the dining table in silence. From the broadcast information they had just received, they had gotten a rough picture of conditions outside. There were both good and bad news. The good news was that the remaining government had built large shelters near 3 less damaged cities in Jiang province. However, the bad news was that the already terrifying virus had not disappeared after the nuclear explosion. Instead, it had grown stronger. A devastating blow for the survivors in severely affected Gudu. After pondering the various messages from the radio, George proposed his own idea. It's only the 3rd day after the nuclear explosion. Some information hasn't been repeatedly verified, so I think we should wait and see. George's words received unanimous agreement from Zhang and Xinchuan. It was only the 3rd day after the explosion. They had ample food and water supplies, and their shelter was secure enough. There was no immediate worry about survival, so the matter of finding a relocation site was not urgent. However, some of the information gleaned from the broadcast did draw Zhang's attention. For instance, the research report on this virus published by the WHO. If the news were true, it would undoubtedly be an extremely dire situation for survivors. This virus, the zombie virus, had undergone secondary enhancement after being baptized by nuclear radiation because it exhibited affinity with radiation. What's more, the report stated that even living plants would become aggressive. That was the core reason Zhang found it so troubling. After a simple lunch of various canned foods, the 3 went about their own business around the villa. While George and Xinchuan studied maps or took naps, Zhang was busy with another equally important task. Yes, re-energizing the villa's barbed wire fence. Although defensive enhancements had already been added to the villa's perimeter, with the barbed wire fence tightly surrounding the entire villa, effectively preventing various strange things from Zhang also brought out the generator used to power the fence from the safe room and put it back into service. Before the nuclear explosion, to prevent any accidents, Zhang had cut off the power to the villa's barbed wire fence and stored the generator in the safe room. Now it appeared that this decision had been correct. While the central air conditioner had sustained minor damage from the electromagnetic pulse of the nuclear explosion, the pre-prepared barbed wire fence generator, once connected, worked fine. Because the wiring had been laid out in advance and specially treated, the circuits connecting the fence had not been significantly affected by the shockwave. After successfully connecting the generator, the villa's barbed wire fence was once again electrified after 3 days. With the perimeter defense resolved, Zhang took a short break, then called George to build a relay corridor in the garage area for entering and exiting the villa. When he heard Zhang's plan, George was somewhat surprised, but he understood the reasoning. Entering and exiting through the garage door would inevitably bring in a large amount of radioactive dust that had accumulated outside, increasing the radiation level inside the villa. The purpose of building a relay was to facilitate decontamination of carried equipment and other activities when returning from outside. However, the same problem persisted when they actually started preparing. They realized there wasn't enough space inside the garage for the relay corridor. But George quickly came up with a solution. If it was just a simple relay corridor without an added decontamination channel, a small relay corridor could be built. Moreover, the materials inside the villa were sufficient. With both of them working together, it took less than half an hour to build a relay corridor at the small door of the garage. If one had to describe it, it looked roughly like a vegetable greenhouse. Of course, being built in the confined space of the garage, the relay corridor was extremely tiny, barely enough for changing clothes inside. Though it was quite different from the relay corridor Zhang had imagined, at least it was functional. With that thought, Zhang Yi let out a long breath, then took a potassium iodide tablet to prevent potential radionuclide harm from working near high radiation areas. Radiation level in the garage had previously been measured at around 600 USVH, not lethal, but unhealthy. Then came the airtightness test. Although the installation process of this relay corridor was not very complicated, the subsequent inspection was quite rigorous. This step was indeed troublesome. The two of them spent quite a while in the garage checking and patching the relay corridor before they barely got it done. After finishing the work, Zhang Yi and George returned to the living room. Just as Zhang Yi slumped onto the sofa intending to rest for a while and play some single-player games, George, looking at the computer map across from him, seemed to have discovered something. He immediately called out to Zhang Yi, "Hey Zhang, come over here. I think we have a general target for our next move." "Who?" "Hiss. Who? Hiss. Who?" The C-420 air blower continuously delivered filtered air into the M50 gas mask. Beneath the mask, Zhang Yi drove the Humvee, breathing rhythmically. It was 1 week after the nuclear detonation. Earlier, after consulting a map, George had suggested to Zhang Yi that they should search the area from the villa district to the city center to understand the post-nuclear situation outside. Zhang Yi accepted the suggestion and decided to set the operation time 1 week after the blast, as by then the radiation's influence had diminished to a manageable. After discussion, it was decided that Mu Xinchuan and Lester would guard the villa while Zhang Yi and George would drive out to investigate. They drove along the city roads that had been leveled by the nuclear explosion. The view was one of desolation and barrenness. The shockwave had flattened the towering buildings that once filled the city. The once bustling metropolis was now nothing but rubble. While the two men in the car lamented what they saw on the road, the Geiger counters they carried constantly clicking reminded them of the ever-present threat of nuclear radiation. The sky was filled with white dust falling like snowflakes to the ground. It was supposed to be the height of summer in July, yet the city was abnormally cold. The temperature was below freezing, even colder than a typical winter day in the south. This city is as silent as death. We've been driving for over 10 minutes and haven't seen a. As Zhang Yi turned the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle around a corner, he looked at the still deserted street ahead and complained to George with some frustration. George, sitting in the passenger seat, sighed and said, "After all, the nuclear war broke out at 3 in the morning. Most people were asleep at that hour, a very few could react in time." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Although ancient capital city had a population of tens of millions, even after a nuclear strike there should have been a considerable number of survivors. However, as George had said, because the nuclear missile struck at 3 in the morning, very few survivors were awakened from their dreams by the air raid sirens. Most residents living in buildings could barely hear the city's air raid sirens, even during major holidays, let alone while fast asleep. Just as Zhang Yi intended to venture deeper, the Geiger counter he carried suddenly began to click intensely. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly stopped the car, picked up the counter, and saw an alarmingly high reading. Clearly ahead was the epicenter of the nuclear blast, where residual radiation was extremely intense. "It matches my prediction. The bomb did detonate in the city center, and it appears to have been an airburst." Sitting in the passenger seat, George raised his binoculars, observing the post-explosion scene in the downtown area ahead, and spoke. "I heard that an airburst reduces the impact of various radiations." Zhang Yi backed the car into a relatively safe area as indicated by the Geiger counter, and said, "But given this situation, I have my doubts." Looking at the yield and type, the bomb that exploded over ancient capital city was a megaton-class hydrogen bomb. Although the radiation from a hydrogen bomb dissipates faster than that from other types, it still produces significant effects for some time after the explosion. After all, the Geiger counter doesn't lie. In response to Zhang Yi's doubt, George pointed at the counter he was wearing. Zhang Yi nodded. Just then, the Casio 6900 digital watch on his left wrist emitted an alarm. It was time to change the filter canisters as scheduled. Zhang Yi quickly retrieved 4 brand-new military filter canisters with 40mm interfaces from the back seat. After receiving them, the two wasted no time. They swiftly removed the expired pair of canisters from the C-420 air blowers connected to their gas masks and replaced them with the new ones. Then, on George's advice, Zhang Yi drove the Humvee onward along the road. Notably, based on Zhang Yi's observations along the way, it seemed that the armed police forces deployed at various city intersections before the nuclear war had not managed to evacuate entirely. During the drive, Zhang Yi spotted numerous Mengsher armored vehicles, military trucks, and downed Z-9 helicopters that had been destroyed by the nuclear shockwave. Naturally, Zhang Yi did not miss this opportunity. He immediately scavenged all the military equipment he found, but unfortunately most of the weapons and gear had been damaged. After attempting to dismantle a damaged Type 89 heavy machine gun from a Mengsher armored vehicle, without success, Zhang Yi gave up on obtaining heavy weapons from these discarded military assets. Even the light weapons carried by soldiers were mostly damaged to some extent. However, although most weapons were unusable due to damaged ammunition and spare parts could still be collected. By the time they returned to the villa, Zhang Yi and George had gathered piece by piece 673 rounds of 𝂃 8mm universal ammunition, a Bear Type 951 assault rifle with no accessories, 3 951 magazines, and 7 sets of spare parts for the 951. These items seemed plentiful, but it was important to note that this was the total sum collected from all the abandoned military vehicles they encountered. Although scrounging only this much from so many military vehicles was a bit meager compared to before, it was still significant progress. Nearly 700 rounds of ammunition and a usable Type 951 assault rifle undoubtedly provided a rapid boost to their combat capability. In truth, Zhang Yi wanted to continue searching for more military gear, but time did not permit. He and George had set their outing duration based on the consumption of 6 filter canisters. Because every minute spent in the radiation zone was precious, paid for by the constant deterioration of the filter canisters. Zhang Yi had only 20 usable filter canisters in total. Without finding more supplies, each canister used was one less. After parking the Humvee in the villa's courtyard, the two returned to the villa interior through the garage relay passage. Since there was no dedicated decontamination passage, Zhang Yi and George had to manually clean themselves in the relay passage using a special chemical solution. Their protective suits were disposable, so after returning to the villa, they placed them in a designated radioactive waste container. As for the gas masks, although also contaminated, they could be reused after careful cleaning with the special solution. The nuclear survival manual stated that used gas masks should be discarded after emission, but that was for cheap mass-produced models like the GP5. The M50 and GSR masks used by Zhang Yi and George, due to their high cost, required a complex cleaning process with the chemical solution. Simply discarding a gas mask worth 2,000 to 3,000 yuan was too wasteful, especially since Zhang Yi's stock was limited. The first thing Zhang Yi saw upon entering the villa's living room was Mu Xinxuan lying on the sofa eating Lay's chips while watching a pre-downloaded Korean drama on her laptop. Seeing her so nonchalant, if it weren't for the disinfectant smell emanating from the Type 951 assault rifle in his hand, Zhang Yi might have thought it was still an ordinary weekend during peacetime. When she saw the two return, Mu Xinxuan tilted her head, glanced at them, adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, and said, "You guys were fast. I thought you'd be out for at least." She paused the drama on her laptop and asked curiously, "So, what's the situation outside the city? Did you encounter any other survivors, or the military?" Zhang Yi placed the disinfected pile of weapons and equipment on the coffee table, then collapsed onto another sofa in the living room. Feeling the soft comfort, he said lazily, "A total mess. Didn't see a single survivor on the road, let alone the military. But I did scavenge some weapons and gear from bodies inside abandoned military vehicles. But it's only the first week. Unless they can hide in various bomb shelters forever, we're bound to encounter survivors sooner or later." George added timely, "We've basically collected all the military weapons left by the armed police around the area. With this batch, our defense here is definitely sufficient." George pointed at the table full of 𝂃 8mm rifle ammunition. "Combined with what we already have, we now have over 700 rounds of 5.8mm ammo for the Type 951 assault rifles." After seeing the gun parts, ammunition, and the sole Type 951 assault rifle, Mu Xinxuan, recalling they had looted several military vehicles, asked a question similar to Zhang Yi's earlier. "That's all?" Zhang Yi gave her a flick on the forehead and said with a smile, "Don't be so ungrateful. Finding over 600 rounds is already quite lucky. That ammo split between 2 Type 951 rifles gives each 10 fully loaded 30-round magazines, enough for small-scale skirmishes." Then Zhang Yi shared a rough picture of the outside world. "If I had to describe it now, it's like a Chinese version of Metro. A terrible nuclear winter, a terrifyingly silent city. Since we went during the day, I didn't even see any zombies. If you want, you could go out at night. I imagine those monsters lurking in the shadows would be eager to show you the local customs of the post-nuclear city." Mu Xinxuan teased, then added, "Of course I'm joking." Zhang Yi laughed. "All right, at night, who knows what infected monstrosities might appear. Right now our task is just to record the current state of the city. Let George give the report." Hearing his name, George also sat down on another sofa and said, "The radiation levels in the city are too high. Although our villa district has enough food and water, I suggest we move out as soon as possible. The sooner we leave the city and its radiation zone, the better." Mu Xinxuan didn't answer immediately. Zhang Yi, after a moment of thought, said, "Easy to say, but leaving isn't simple. If we want to take enough food, water, and supplies, we'll need to modify the heavy truck parked outside." George nodded. "Actually, we don't need a very elaborate modification. The heavy truck already has air conditioning, and our medicines can be properly stored. It's just that moving all the supplies from the warehouse will take some time." When Mu Xinxuan heard that they would have to move everything from the villa's warehouse back to the truck, she recalled some unpleasant memories, and her face darkened. "Seriously, those food supplies only arrived in the villa's warehouse less than 2 weeks ago, and now you want to load them back onto the truck? Isn't that a bit ridiculous?" Then she asked, And where would we go after leaving ancient capital city? To the 3 municipal-level large shelters set up by Jiang Province. George shook his head. Of course not. If we thought of that, so have other survivors. Those with means are probably already lining up at the shelters to get registered. By the time we get there, it'll be too late. Then what do you suggest? Zhang Yi was intrigued by George's cryptic tone and asked curiously. George said with confidence, over the past few days I've been using that large radio to receive messages from outside. Do you know what I discovered? You blonde foreign devil, stop beating around the bush. Just say it straight. Mu Xinchuan, now impatient with curiosity, snapped. George cleared his throat and said solemnly, I kept tuning through the channels I remembered from memory and managed to get the high-power radio to receive the official internal channel of the Eagle Kingdom. Then I learned a huge piece of news. On Greenland Island it managed to avoid the nuclear strike entirely, and there are no virus-infected people there. The remaining high command of the Eagle Kingdom is gradually moving to Greenland Island. As the two stared in shock, George continued, if you're looking for a place for long-term survival, planning to go to Greenland Island is definitely a good choice. In the dead of night on the outskirts of the ancient capital, a group of youths clad in chemical protective gear and wielding rifles moved cautiously through the post-nuclear winter blizzard, picking their way through the ruins of a bombed-out city. At the front of the column, a young man in a Type 08 gas mask shivered against the biting cold, shook himself, and called out to the leader, Hey old ghost, it's been so long. Even the city's been nuked. Do you really think Boss Bay's stash of powder is still there? Hearing the question, a middle-aged man also in a Type 08 gas mask stopped, swung his flashlight toward the speaker, and as the younger man raised a hand to shield his eyes, raised his Type 811 assault rifle, and said, Why so many questions? We just head to the Villa District. Whether the goods are there isn't for us to decide. Damn it, that 𝂃 car broke down halfway, forcing us to walk. Under the flashlight beams it became clear that the advancing men all wore police uniforms. Unlike regular police, however, the armbands on their sleeves bore the characters 𝂃 Judicial, which, for those familiar with law enforcement, marked them as Hey old ghost, WHYD, you stop up there, came a call from behind, accompanied by the glare of another flashlight. Old ghost turned, waved his flashlight and rifle, and said nothing. Keep moving. But as these police reached a city street, a gunshot rang out from a large supermarket ahead, putting them all on alert. They slung their flashlights on their belts and raised their weapons toward the sound. That sounds like a cop's .92 pistol. A robust man in the rear, aiming his Type 95 assault rifle, judged, It's from the Dow supermarket up ahead. Hearing this, a wiry youth beside him, carrying a 972 18 4mm pump-action riot shotgun, asked, Brother Chong, should we check it out? The brothers back at the prison are almost out of supplies. Time to restock. As he spoke, 4 rapid, urgent gunshots erupted from the same supermarket, suggesting a fierce firefight inside. The boys haven't had a chance to use their new toys yet. Good time for practice. The robust man, clearly the leader, ordered the front pair. You two go in first. Keep your eyes open. If something feels off, open fire. The 2 designated men, Old Ghost and the younger man, without a word raised their Type 811 assault rifles and entered the pitch-dark Dow supermarket, cautiously watched by their comrades. Inside the darkness, 2 flashlight beams swept across the cluttered entrance as the middle-aged man and the youth made their way in. The supermarket seemed solidly built, having survived the nuclear blast. They advanced while scanning their surroundings. Under the lights, the interior was revealed, dust everywhere, toppled shelves, scattered goods. At a staircase not far away lay several corpses. Just as the middle-aged man was about to approach, another shot came from the second floor. Exchanging a glance, they moved toward the staircase, rifles ready. Old Ghost glanced at the bodies as he passed, his seasoned eyes narrowed. All wore gas masks, and the fresh blood indicated they had arrived shortly before. The bodies had their necks bitten through, a classic predator kill. Looks like large canine from the bite marks. Stay sharp. No sooner had Old Ghost warned his companion than he sensed something wrong. Turning, he froze in alarm. In the flashlight beam, over a dozen feral dogs encircled them in a half-moon formation at the stairwell landing. The dogs bared blood-stained fangs, snarling. What chilled the blood was that these dogs, normally modest in size, were now grotesquely enlarged, at least twice the usual bulk, rivaling Tibetan Mastiffs. They had likely mutated. With superior numbers, the canine pack's menace was overwhelming. And they seemed intelligent enough to understand the rifle's danger, keeping a distance of several meters while staring down the 2 men. The young man, inexperienced, found his hands trembling on the gun. The middle-aged man, after a brief shock, recovered. He stepped back, fingers sliding to the trigger of his Type 811. Without a word to his partner, he opened fire on the approaching pack. The 30-round magazine of 56 Type rounds emptied in a rapid burst. Hearing the shots, the younger man also fired at the dogs that surged forward. The combined firepower of 2 Type 811 assault rifles was devastating. After expending 60 rounds total, the smoke cleared, revealing the pack annihilated under the brutal onslaught. These animals, having survived the initial nuclear blast, were undoubtedly contaminated by radiation, causing genetic mutations that altered their appearance and heightened. After killing all the dogs, the young man gasped, heart pounding from the adrenaline. Sweat beaded under his gas mask as he stared at the riddled canine carcasses in the flashlight's glare. The middle-aged man had already composed himself. He prodded a mangled corpse with his rifle muzzle, and the youth stammered, "What the hell are those?" "Looks like feral dogs, but I've never seen any this big. Even in the underground dogfighting pits back in the Triangle. Must be some mutant breed." As he spoke, the middle-aged man smoothly ejected the empty magazine, tucked it into his belt, drew a fresh 30-round mag, slammed it home, and pulled the bolt, all in one fluid motion. Clearly, he had military training. He kicked his stunned companion, who winced and turned. "Don't just stand there. Brother Chong gave us a job." The shots came from the second floor. "Follow me." They ascended the stairs cautiously, one behind the other. On the second floor, the true battlefield revealed itself. 3 dog carcasses in plain sight, and a flashlight beam in the distance caught their attention. Approaching warily, they found a trail of dead dogs, 5 or 6, all mastiff-sized. Noticing the pattern, the middle-aged man saw each had a bullet hole through the skull. At the end of the trail, under overlapping flashlight beams, they witnessed a startling scene. A massive dog, larger than any they had encountered, had its jaws clamped around a female police officer's neck. Her 92G pistol had punched a clean hole through the dog's head. The policewoman was not yet dead, but her windpipe had been torn, blood bubbling out. The young man moved to help, but the middle-aged man stopped him. Such wounds were beyond saving, and their loyalties were opposed. Under her pleading gaze, he raised his Type 811 and shot her through the head. "Take her pistol and ammo." As the youth hesitated, the older man directed, "Looks like she was the only cop in this group. Bad luck. They must have run into these monsters while scavenging." This time the youth acted quickly, prying the 92G from her hand and retrieving 2 full magazines from her belt pouch. His sharp eye spotted a backpack behind her. Opening it, he found it crammed with compressed rations. After securing everything and ensuring no further threats, the two returned to the street outside and rejoined their waiting comrades, reporting what they had found inside. When Brother Chong entered the supermarket and saw the dog carcasses, he too was stunned by their size. Who wouldn't be startled by mastiff-sized feral dogs? With the threat neutralized, the remaining dogs had been killed by the 2 men with Type 811s. The group swiftly scavenged the store for supplies. They packed their bags quickly, mostly with long-lasting canned goods. Notably, this area seemed to be the mutant dogs' territory. They discovered fresh human corpses, as well as a number of zombies. These mutated canines appeared hostile to both humans and undead alike. After a simple resupply, the group set out under Brother Chong's leadership toward their ultimate destination, the Villa District, where, according to Boss, by a truckload of heroin was hidden. In this post-nuclear war world beyond government-controlled zones, pre-war currency was worthless. Barter had returned. Certain pre-war commodities now held far greater value and liquidity. Following Boss Bay's description, after a night of trudging, they reached their goal, Lakeside Villa Estate. The contrast with the ruined city astonished them. The luxury villas were intact, undamaged by the blast wave. If not for the urgent mission to locate the hidden drug stash, they would have explored the opulent neighborhood, a novel sight for them. But as these police entered the district, surveillance equipment operators observed the intruders with equal surprise. "Zhang, looks like we have guests." Mu Xinchuan frowned at the real-time feed on the monitor. Zhang Yi watched the armed police searching various areas, and his expression grew thoughtful. He then donned his scarab tactical vest and adjusted his Cry Precision MRB belt. While changing gear, he turned to George, who was also suiting up in an AVS vest, and said, "These people are suspicious. Grab one for interrogation. First find out who they are, then." Well, the Villa District was expansive, with dozens of standalone villas distributed around a sizable man-made lake at its heart, each set a considerable distance apart. Initially brimming with confidence, Brother Chong found himself somewhat stupefied upon witnessing the actual scale of the villa area. Before departing, Boss Bay in the prison had merely mentioned that the stash of white powder was hidden somewhere within this villa district, but seemingly hadn't specified an exact address. Perhaps it had been mentioned in passing, but he hadn't paid attention. Even if the thought had crossed his mind later, he hadn't taken it seriously, assuming a villa district couldn't be that. At worst, he thought he could just search them in sequence. But clearly, after seeing the sheer scope of this villa area, he had to admit that poverty had limited his imagination. Realizing the daunting scale of the villa district, the leader, Brother Chong, was forced to disperse his accompanying underlings and ordered them to inspect all the garages with. According to the description, the carload of white powder was parked inside a garage of one of the villas. By the central lake of the villa district, 2 armed figures emerged by the lakeside. They were the young man and middle-aged man from the group. Following Brother Chong's instructions, they had been assigned to search the villa area surrounding the central lake. Their first target was the most luxurious Lakeview villa in the entire district, located in the best spot by the central lake. However, upon seeing the barbed wire fortifications on the outer walls of the villa, the two searchers couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Gazing at the villa walls tightly wrapped with razor wire, the young man's mouth twitched beneath his gas mask. He turned to the middle-aged man and asked, "Old Ghost, do rich folks have this kind of hobby?" Flexing his hand, which was a bit sore from holding his gun too long, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and replied, "Well, in chaotic places like the Triangle, plenty of rich people's villas have this setup. But that's because the Triangle is unstable. Here in the country, though, I've never heard of such a thing." As they spoke, the two men had already reached the villa gate, rifles held at the ready. Seeing the villa's courtyard gate wide open, they inexplicably halted, as if the open entrance unnerved them more than a closed one. An inexplicable dread crept over them. The open gate seemed more intimidating than a closed one. Why do I get the feeling we're being led into a trap? Staring at the open courtyard gate ahead, the young man swallowed hard and spoke. The middle-aged man beside him raised his Type 811 assault rifle and frowned. "Damn it, stop being a coward. Follow me. Hell, the hardware we're holding isn't just a stick. Are we going to let this stop us?" Heartened by the middle-aged man's words, the young man nodded in agreement. Glancing at his own Type 811, the worry on his face noticeably eased. Then rifles raised, the two charged fiercely through the open villa gate. But their bravado lasted only 3 seconds. "Freeze. Drop your weapons and raise your hands." No sooner had they stepped inside the courtyard than the command came from behind them. Feeling the unmistakable aim of a Type 951 assault rifle at their backs, a chill shot from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads. As their weapons clattered to the ground, another order followed. "Get on your knees, hands behind your head." The middle-aged man, who had combat experience, still looked for an opportunity to escape. But George, watching him from behind, was clearly more seasoned. Seeing the man's slow movements, he immediately suspected lingering resistance. Without a word, George racked the bolt of his Type 951 to increase the intimidation. "I won't say it twice. Get on your knees and put your damn hands behind." Faced with the muzzle threat, the middle-aged man, though reluctant, ultimately yielded to George. He knelt and put his hands behind his head. Swiftly pulling a restraint from his tactical vest, George roughly secured the man's hands. Then, while maintaining a threat stance, he retrieved the discarded Type. Compared to the middle-aged man, who required forceful pressure, the young man handled by Zhang, he was far simpler. As soon as the muzzle touched his back, the guy nearly wet himself. Before Zhang even finished speaking, the man had already scrambled to comply, which actually made things easier. After Zhang, he secured his arms with restraints. He also found a Type 92G pistol and 2 full magazines on the young man. Once sure there was no threat, Zhang, still wearing his M50 gas mask, moved to face the two prisoners, rifle raised. "Now comes the QA session." Zhang, said, his Type 951 muzzle swaying between the two. "I have limited patience, so if you don't want a 5.8mm rifle round opening a hole in your skull, you'd better answer truthfully." Seeing them nod, Zhang, began his interrogation. "Who are you? Honestly, don't try to fool me with those police uniforms you're wearing. That's like burning paper money for ghosts. We're all inmates from 𝑃 prison." Realizing that their disguised prison guard uniforms had been seen through, the young man, under the threat of the black muzzle, held nothing back. Earlier, a horrific zombie virus broke out in 𝑃 prison. Amid the outbreak, a riot erupted. Led by a death row inmate called Boss, we seized weapons from the guards who were fighting the infected zombie inmates. Then, relying on our numerical advantage, we occupied the prison. We opened the guard armory and fully took control. Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression unchanged. Clearly, he had anticipated this answer. He pressed on. "So what are you looking for here in the villa district? How many of you came?" The prison is now run by Boss, the death row inmate who led the riot. Before his arrest, he hid an entire van of white powder in a villa garage in this district. "Our mission is to bring that stash back to 𝑃 prison. As for the number, including us too, there are 16 of us, all inmates from 𝑃 prison. The leader is a heavy criminal called Brother Chang, a trusted man of Boss Bai." "Good. Now tell me roughly what weapons you're carrying." Zhang nodded, slightly satisfied with the cooperation, and continued. But this question seemed to exceed the young man's knowledge. He stammered, unsure how to answer. Then the middle-aged man spoke up. "Our team has 8 Type 811 assault rifles, 4 Type 95 assault rifles, 3 Type 972 shotguns, and 1 Type 85 sniper rifle." The middle-aged man clearly knew more about firearms than the young one. He rattled off every weapon model without missing a single detail, just as Zhang had asked. Having obtained all the information he wanted, Zhang smiled beneath his gas mask and said, "Excellent. Thank you both for your cooperation." Then, receiving a signal from Zhang, George swung his Type 951 and knocked out each of the kneeling men with a single butt stroke. George retrieved the spare magazine from the young man's belt and counted the confiscated gear: 2 Type 811s, 4 magazines, 2 empty 53 rounds of Type 56 rifle ammunition, 1 Type 92G pistol, 3 pistol magazines, and 36 rounds of DAP 92A pistol ammunition. Looking at the two unconscious men, Zhang-Yi clicked his tongue. Tisk, this is troublesome. There are still 14 fully armed inmates scattered across this villa district. We need to take them all out before they react. What do we do with these two? Following Zhang-Yi's gaze, George turned to look at the unconscious prisoners. Zhang-Yi shrugged helplessly. Oh, that's not my specialty. You handle them. George cast a glance at Zhang-Yi, then under his watch dragged the two men out of the... Not long after George returned, sheathing his knife. He asked, so what's your plan? Seeing that George had dealt with them, Zhang-Yi smiled. Holding his Type 951 in his left hand, he pressed the PTT on his PRC 152 radio. Mu Xinchuan, how are the surveillance feeds in each area? Inside the villa, staring at the laptop screen displaying camera feeds from all zones, Mu Xinchuan picked up the PRC 152 beside her. All zones are clear. I can confirm the locations of all targets. From the surveillance footage, they seem to be moving separately, each covering a different sector. Together, they cover the entire villa district. Hearing Mu Xinchuan's report, Zhang-Yi and George exchanged glances, and George said with interest, Zhang, are you ready? Next up, it's 2 against 4. Zhang-Yi said nothing, only replying with the sound of racking the bolt on his Type 95. A smile spread across George's face beneath his GSR gas mask. The two then slung one captured Type 811 each over their backs. Using the confiscated pistol and ammunition, Zhang-Yi loaded 2 fresh magazines for his Type 92G, while the other Type 92G and its single remaining magazine were temporarily handed to George. After a quick gear check, Zhang-Yi followed George out of the villa, rifle at the ready. As the barbed wire gate slowly closed and the high voltage automatically reconnected, a hunt began. Near the center of the villa district, a bespectacled young man, clutching a Type 972 shotgun, was about to climb over a fence into the villa ahead when he suddenly felt a powerful force strike his back. He crashed heavily to the ground. Before he could recover and see his attacker, a cold gleam flashed. He felt a chill at his throat. Blood gushed from his neck, disbelief in his eyes. Then he collapsed. George's knife strike was so fast that Zhang-Yi, following behind, barely caught the motion. Just a flick of George's arm, and the bespectacled young man was down, throat slit, dead instantly. Within the villa district, Zhang-Yi and George advanced in a CQB tactical formation, alternating cover. George's knife skills were masterful. Every enemy they encountered was silenced with a single blade strike. Even those who tried to flee didn't make it more than a few steps before his thrown knife found its mark. In less than half an hour, George had taken down nearly a third of the 16 armed inmates. Of course, staying in stealth forever was impossible. Guided by Mu Xinchuan's instructions, the duo spotted an inmate scanning the area near a villa on the far edge of the district. George intended to take him down with a thrown knife, but the man was quick to react. He dodged the incoming blade and immediately raised his Type 811, opening fire on the... The gunfire tore through the silent neighborhood. Zhang-Yi, using a villa wall as cover, raised his Type 951 and threw the EXPS-3 holographic sight locked onto the head of the inmate, who was still firing his Type 811. With a deep breath, he pulled the trigger. His Type 951 was loaded with DBP-10A rifle ammunition. From less than 15 meters, the shot struck the inmate squarely in the head, dropping him instantly. The bloody sight made Zhang-Yi frown and his breathing quicken. George, however, commended him. Well done, Zhang. In this kind of situation, it's inevitable. You'll have to get used to it. Zhang-Yi nodded slightly. But given the firefight, he assumed all the inmates in the villa district had heard the exchange and were rushing over, rifles ready. Mu Xinchuan, monitoring all sectors from her laptop via the single-channel radio, confirmed this. She warned them that based on the surveillance cameras installed around the district, 5 armed men were converging on their position from multiple directions, forming an encirclement. Far from showing fear at the news that the enemy was coming to them, George's face lit up with excitement as he hefted his Type 951. Huh, they're coming to us. Check your ammo, Zhang. Let's have a proper chat with these unfriendly guests. In a villa courtyard, as intense gunfire erupted not far away, the leader Changgu, standing by the closed garage door and preparing to pick the lock, paused with the tool. Ceasing his lockpicking efforts, Changgu abruptly rose from the ground, his gaze piercing through the eyepieces of his Type 08 gas mask toward the direction of the gunfire. Then he addressed his subordinates, leave 3 men, the rest go provide support. Upon hearing Changgu's command, the men on standby grabbed their weapons and dashed toward the area where the shots rang out in the villa district. As his subordinates rushed off with their arms, Changgu turned his attention back to the sealed garage door before him. He swiftly inserted the lockpicking tool into the keyhole, then concentrated intently on prying open the lock. Unlike his men who favored brute force entry, he prided himself on his lockpicking expertise. If word got out that he resorted to forceful methods, his peers would surely mock him. Moreover, with his mastery of lockpicking, the efficiency was hardly inferior to breaking down the door. As the gunfire grew clearer ahead, just as they were about to arrive, the lead man suddenly halted. Amid the puzzled glances of the others, he raised his Type 811 assault rifle and turned to a slightly plump man at the rear, carrying a Type 972 riot shotgun, saying, "Ergo, judging by the sound, the enemy numbers are few. Well, attack from the front. You circle around through the adjacent house to their rear and coordinate with us." The plump man known as Ergo nodded, and then clutching his Type 972 riot shotgun sprinted to the right of the group's direction. Unbeknownst to them, their tactical adjustment was utterly useless to Zhang Yi, who had surveillance access to nearly every road in the villa district. The moment the besiegers split up, Mu Xinxuan, noticing the shift on the monitors, immediately reported the enemy's formation change to Zhang Yi via their personal radio. Leaning against the iron railing fence of a villa, George confirmed the firing positions with Zhang Yi through hand signals. After Zhang Yi nodded and, understanding the latter, steadied his rifle and fixed his gaze on the sights. Before long, a figure wielding a Type 811 assault rifle appeared in George's crosshairs. The man, upon seeing the fallen comrade's body on the villa road, hesitated, half wanting to check, half frantically sweeping his gun muzzle around, trying to locate the enemy who had killed their companion. George did not fire immediately. Watching the wary figure, he knew this was a scout sent forward to probe their hidden positions. And indeed, after a brief pause by the corpse with no sign of the enemy, the scout relaxed his guard slightly and turned to call out to his comrades waiting for news. As multiple armed figures entered his crosshairs, George, behind his gas mask, revealed a deathly smile. Then his fingers squeezed the trigger, and the muzzle of his Type 951 assault rifle spat a lethal stream of fire toward the targets ahead. Before the enemy could react, the 5.8mm DBP-10A rounds from the Type 951 began a precise slaughter as George swept his aim. Opting for semi-automatic fire, George rhythmically pulled the trigger as Zhang Yi watched in awe. What astonished Zhang Yi was the terrifying rate of fire George achieved despite single shots, reminding him of the timeless joke, "No full auto in." Just as George opened fire, Ergo, carrying the Type 972 riot shotgun, successfully circled around. Hearing the gunfire ahead, he prepared to converge with his teammates. "If I were you, I wouldn't do that," said Zhang Yi, his finger on the trigger of his Type 951 assault rifle, addressing the slightly plump man before him. Hearing the threat behind him, the plump man tensed up, sensing the specter of death, and a cold sweat beaded on his temple. Just as he was about to lower his Type 972 shotgun, a gunshot rang out from nearby. The bullet struck Zhang Yi, who was aiming the threat, sending him sprawling violently from the impact. The round hit the scarab tactical vest Zhang Yi was wearing. Without a second thought, Zhang Yi rolled aside, simultaneously raising his Type 951 and blowing the still-dazed plump man's head off with a single shot. Taking cover behind the corner of the villa wall, Zhang Yi barely had a chance to catch his breath before bullets from the unseen shooter slammed into the spot where he had just rolled. After confirming his current position was temporarily safe, Zhang Yi, still dazed from the hit, touched the chest plate of his scarab tactical vest and felt the depression left by the bullet, experiencing a profound sense of having cheated death. "Zhang, are you okay?" On the other end, George, having eliminated all those charging from the front, noticed Zhang Yi's disheveled state and inquired through the personal radio. "Don't come over. It's a Type 85 sniper rifle. They have a sniper." Hearing George's query, and as the sniper began firing through the wrought iron villa fence, Zhang Yi quickly pressed himself flat to the ground and shouted a warning into the radio. "Type 85 sniper rifle." Calming down, Zhang Yi rapidly replayed the moment of impact and said, lying on the ground, breathing heavily, "Judging by the angle of the bullet when I was hit, the sniper is likely in one of the two villas directly in front of me." "Alright, I understand." Following Zhang Yi's hint, George quickly shifted his aim, but due to the obstructed view from his position, he couldn't target the two villas described. Seeing this, George hoisted his Type 951 and began rapidly relocating his firing position while glancing at the prone Zhang Yi. "Are you alright?" Zhang Yi patted the ballistic plate on his scarab vest. "Fine. The enemy's 53 Type 7.62-54R rounds didn't penetrate my level 4 ceramic plate." Just as he attempted to shift, the gunfire resumed after a brief pause. The sniper, having apparently changed magazines, kept the Type 85 rifle trained on Zhang Yi, pinning him behind the wrought iron fence. Any rash movement might invite a bullet, so Zhang Yi stayed put, reporting via the radio to George, him stuck under the sniper's gaze. "He'll need you to handle it." George, already moving quickly with his Type 951, replied over the radio, "No problem, just stay put. He'll take that damned bastard out." In the time it took to speak, George had found an advantageous firing position. Setting up his rifle, he scanned the two villas ahead, now needing to pinpoint the sniper's exit. Perhaps out of sheer spite, even though Zhang Yi lay motionless, the sniper in the villa persisted in using his Type 85 to lay down suppressing fire on Zhang Yi's position. While this successfully pinned Zhang Yi, it also gave away his location to the approaching George, who came to claim his life. Watching the muzzle flash of the Type 85 from the second-floor window of the left villa, George gripped his Type 951, locked the crosshairs on the target, held his breath, and squeezed the trigger. But to George's dismay, the bullets from his Type 951 didn't exactly take out the sniper on the second floor. Though only about 100 meters away, perhaps due to the ammunition, the shots all struck the edge of the window frame where the sniper was positioned. Yet George did not falter. Instead, he rose from cover and began rapid semi-automatic fire at the sniper's window. If precision wasn't possible, he'd rely on suppressive fire. The sniper, crouched below the window with his Type 85, was about to cautiously peek out when the head hadn't even fully risen. A barrage of bullets followed. As 𝓃 rounds struck the window frame and interior of the sniper's room, George's fierce fire successfully suppressed the enemy. "Zhang, I've got the sniper suppressed. Find a safe spot, they'll deal with him." Having pinned the sniper to the point he dared not show his head, George pressed forward while alerting the still prone Zhang over the radio. Seeing the villa's closed door, George wasted no time. From dozens of meters away, he already fired a burst at the door lock with his rifle. As the lock was shredded by the rifle rounds, the unsecured door swung open on its own. Before entering the villa, George slung his Type 951 onto his back and drew his QSC-92G pistol from his holster. Perhaps due to the many curtains inside, the villa was dim, causing George to frown as he stepped inside. With his pistol ready, George quickly checked the first floor, but found no trace of the sniper. Clearly the man was waiting for him upstairs. Ascending the stairs step by step, George kept his weapon up and his eyes scanning for any potential hiding spots. Having reached the second floor, a gunshot rang out. George dodged and immediately returned fire, emptying his magazine in the direction of the attack. After the barrage, the half-closed door swung open, revealing the sniper riddled with holes from the QSC-92G, bleeding profusely and slowly collapsing to the floor. Looking at the fallen sniper, George smirked coldly. Then, using an M9 military knife, he ended the sniper's life with a single thrust as the latter's eyes widened in terror. After confirming the sniper was dead, George habitually wiped the bloodied M9 blade on the dead man's clothes, then reported to Zhang, "Zhang, I've taken out that bastard." Finishing, George crouched and picked up the sniper's Type 85 rifle. After a quick search, he found an empty 10-round magazine on the body. Moving to the window where the sniper had been suppressing Zhang, George shouldered the Type 85 and peered through its scope, previewing the road ahead. Looking at the reticle, George realized it was indeed a prime sniping spot, offering a perfect kill zone on Zhang's position. Too bad the sniper had run into him. Just as he was about to withdraw the rifle and leave, George noticed a metal ammunition box at his feet. Hefting it, he felt its substantial weight, and his face lit up. Opening it, he found it packed full of 53 Type 7.62-54 rounds. How generous! George chuckled, carrying the ammo box and shouldering the sniper rifle as he stepped out of the room, glancing at the sniper's body in the hallway. Just then, the RPC-152 personal radio in both their chest pouches crackled to life. Mu Xingxuan's voice came through. "Bad news. Someone's escaped in a van. They found a minivan in one of the villa garages." Hearing this, Zhang, who had been leaning against a railing to catch his breath, started. He grabbed his Type 951 and, guided by Mu Xingxuan, sprinted toward the direction the van had taken. But four wheels were faster than two legs. By the time Zhang spotted the van, it was already on the main road beyond the villa. Even firing his rifle after the retreating vehicle did no good. "Damn, those bastards are fast," Zhang muttered bitterly, his face hidden behind the M50 gas mask. These people were resourceful. After the nuclear explosion, all vehicle electronics in the villa district would have been fried by the electromagnetic pulse, rendering them unusable. Even Zhang's own Humvee had needed repairs to be operational again. How these people had located and fixed a vehicle so quickly during their engagement was beyond him. But this was no time for regret. Returning to the villa area, he collected the weapons and equipment from the fallen. Though they hadn't wiped out the entire enemy force, the spoils were decent. In total, they had acquired 6 Type 811 assault rifles, 10 Type 811 magazines, and 275 rounds of 56 Type 7.62mm standard ammunition, 2 Type 95 assault rifles, 3 Type 95 magazines, and 72 rounds of /87.5.8mm rifle ammunition, 3 Type 972 riot shotguns, 3 Type 972 magazines, and 13 rounds of Type 97.18. 4mm lethal ammunition.